from all-round top student to chief scientist. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226 International Communist Fighters. Lin Xiao pondered the issue for a moment, then decided to call director Ma. Gaokao was undoubtedly knowledgeable about the situation, and even if he didn't know, he could certainly ask other people, like the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, for Lin Xiao's help. So he called Ma Gaokao again. Director Ma, Professor Lin, what's going on? Well, the Wolf Prize Foundation just asked me to accept the award, so I wanted to get your opinion. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Director Ma smiled and said, Professor Lin, don't you still want to accept the award? Lin Xiao smiled and said, I have an important research project coming up soon, and accepting the award will inevitably delay me a bit. Well, there are more than just these issues. There's also a major security issue, Director Ma pondered. Although the US has never arrested Chinese scientists in Europe, nor has it arrested scientists receiving major international awards, no one knows what they're going to do. Let me ask the relevant departments and get back to you later, okay? Thank you for your help. After hanging up, Lin Xiao put down the phone, closed his eyes, and took a few deep breaths. Unknowingly, he had become a Chinese scientist who might be targeted by the enemy. Before returning to China in the last century, Jin Zuzan was placed under house arrest by the enemy. China later offered several captured American pilots in exchange, allowing him to return. This crucial scientist, whose contributions were as valuable as those of 5 divisions, rankled the enemy, who perpetually persecuted Chinese scientists. Even Yang Zhening, after the establishment of diplomatic ties, was interrogated by various American organizations for his frequent visits to China. In the latter half of the 20th century, perhaps because China's technological and defense capabilities couldn't match those of the enemy primarily restricted the return of Chinese scientists. Of course, a more significant factor was the fact that these key scientists, such as Wang Zuhe and Wen Gansheng, conducted their research in anonymity. Their anonymity, hidden in the vast deserts and mountains, ultimately enabled China to safely develop nuclear submarines, atomic bombs, and other technologies. In modern times, as the nation grows stronger, scientists no longer need to remain anonymous. However, this growing power has also led to increasing friction between China and its enemies. Consequently, cases of persecution of Chinese scientists have increased, and the number of Chinese scientists who have died mysteriously at the hands of their enemies has increased. A simple online search will yield numerous such reports. Of course, what doesn't kill us will ultimately make us stronger. Despite these hardships, China has managed to reach its current level. It is bound to become even stronger in the future. Lin Xiao lowered his head and clenched his fist. He had once told Kong Huan that his ultimate goal was to strengthen the motherland and defeat imperialism. This remained one of his many goals. So, let's get on with the task at hand. He then turned back to his laboratory and began building a servo motor. The motor was almost finished, and he had asked Kong Huan to help him write the program to control it. With Kong Huan around, he didn't have to worry about this problem. Even if there were any problems, he could fix them himself. When this new type of servo motor is developed, I'm afraid the rest of the world will be even more anxious. With a slight smile, he stopped thinking and continued with his work. Speaking of Director Ma, after hanging up with Lin Xiao, he called the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Whether their scientists can go abroad requires approval from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. For some important scientists, going abroad is basically prohibited. Of course, this also requires the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to assess the situation and whether it is safe. Director Ma was not too worried about this. As he told Lin Xiao, there were currently no cases where the United States took action when domestic scientists received important international awards. Of course, perhaps because not many scientists in their country have won important international awards, it is just a survivor bias. The call was quickly connected. Old Ma, it's rare for you to call me. What's the matter? Ma Gaokao said with a smile. Haha, Foreign Minister Wang, here's the story. You know Lin Xiao, right, Professor Lin? Of course I know. Yes, it's like this. Professor Lin is going to receive the Wolf Prize soon, and the Wolf Prize has asked when he can go, and he wants to ask about going abroad. What does the Ministry of Foreign Affairs think about this? Is it possible from a security perspective? This matter, well, it's indeed a problem. After listening to Director Ma's story, Foreign Minister Wang began to think. The Wolf Prize is an important international award, especially now that Lin Xiao has won 2 awards at once. It is very significant politically, but even more significant than the political significance is the national security significance. Politics also serves national security. And now Lin Xiao is undoubtedly linked to their national security. Therefore, protecting Lin Xiao is protecting national security. After a while, he said, how about this? First, get Professor Lin to agree. I'll ask the National Security Bureau comrades later. They have more intelligence. If that doesn't work, we can just tell Professor Lin, okay, then I'll trouble the foreign minister. Hey, old Ma, that's being so polite. I'm abroad now. I'll go have a drink with you when I get back. I won't be able to stop you, haha, I'll wait, Ma Gaolian said with a smile. After hanging up, he sent a message to Lin Xiao. If there was no news before he went to receive the award, they would think of a solution then. If that didn't work out, then they wouldn't go. As long as Lin Xiao didn't want to go, then everything would be fine. It would just be a little regretful. However, this would also affect the selection of other international awards in the future. If he turned down an award, he might not be considered for future awards like the Nobel Prize because of this incident. Just like Perlman, who turned down the Fields Medal, his achievements were clearly enough to merit many more mathematics awards, but because he turned down the Fields Medal, he didn't receive any other awards. Of course, when Ma Gaolian asked this question, Lin Xiao smiled and replied, at first, I hoped to win more awards so I could gain more support from our country. But now the country is willing to build a multi-billion-dollar research institute for me. Even if there are more awards, I don't see the need to accept them. Besides, we Chinese don't need to care too much about these awards. Only 2 people of our nationality have won the Nobel Prize, one in literature and one in medicine. That's a far cry from the over 300 Americans. But does that affect our strength? Hearing Lin Xiao's rhetorical question, Ma Gaolian felt a sudden, profound blow in his heart. Yes, China doesn't win as many awards, but does that affect its strength? Previously, using the American GPS positioning system rendered their missiles inaccurate, so their scientists developed the Beidou system, achieving global coverage. Now, their missiles are no longer subject to control. Previously, they couldn't build aircraft carriers, but now a domestically produced aircraft carrier has officially been launched, making China the first country on Earth to possess the capability. For example, fighter jet engines used to be purchased from Russia, but they've already developed the WS-15 engine, which can be used on the J-20, making it a true 5th-generation engine. Furthermore, Lin Xiao's breakthrough in turbine blade materials has significantly enhanced their engine. There are many more things. Professor Lin, you're right. I'm enlightened, Director Ma said respectfully. Lin Xiao said, so, we can't let these awards get in the way. I also suggest that we establish a domestic award specifically to encourage young scholars, and the selection process must be absolutely free of any influence, including personal connections. We need a truly fair award. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's proposal, Director Ma gave a wry smile. We've certainly considered your suggestion, but these things are unavoidable when it comes to actual implementation. Lin Xiao was stunned, then said helplessly, all right, personal connections, an acquaintance society, it sounds like such a normal logic, but it's become a major factor restricting China's development. It's truly absurd. Changing this situation would likely be many times more difficult than Lin Xiao's goal of addressing China as educational imbalance. Well, let me inform the Wolf Prize Committee of my itinerary first. I'm planning on May 17th, okay. Washington, D.C., USA. It was 7:30 a.m. U.S. time, still early in the morning, and the city was still somewhat quiet. In a seemingly ordinary house, the owner and his wife lay asleep in bed. The owner's name was Philip Meng, a Chinese American. Born in New Jersey in 1980, he had never left the United States in his life and was now 41 years old. Furthermore, he was an FBI agent. Because of the historical incident of a Chinese American spy, Wu Dejin, who nearly became deputy director of the CIA, and whose arrest, the United States investigated all Chinese American members in the FBI and CIA. However, this did not stop them from employing some Chinese Americans. Using Chinese Americans could be very helpful in reaching their Chinese targets, And coupled with a certain level of covert enthusiasm, they might even play an even more important role. Philip Meng, for this very reason, joined the FBI. Due to his past meritorious service, he was promoted to a position at FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C., primarily responsible for surveillance. As his alarm rang, Philip Meng abruptly jumped up and quickly turned it off to avoid waking his wife, who was still asleep. He quickly got up, washed up, and went into the other bedroom, where he saw his 7-year-old daughter, still sound asleep. A smile graced her adorable face, as if she had dreamed of something wonderful. Philip Meng smiled. How adorable! He quietly left the room, put on his work clothes, and checked the time. Yet, time to go to work. Time to go. He opened the door, but just as he was about to leave, he saw a package on the doorstep. In the United States, couriers don't make phone calls or text messages. Packages are simply left at the door. Philip Meng was taken aback. He couldn't remember what package he had recently ordered. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he quickly picked up the package and looked at the sender. Star Bookstore, Star Bookstore. A seemingly ordinary bookstore name, yet it made Philip Meng's heart leap. He took the package, got into his car, and opened it. Inside, a brand new book, still wrapped in plastic, was revealed. The title was simple, The Blind Side, written entirely in English. Indeed, he didn't understand Chinese, which was why he earned the FBI's trust. Yet, despite this, he knew the book held a hidden message. He opened the package and flipped to pages 9, 35, 81, 102. Using a unique method, he extracted a few words and letters, ultimately deriving a message. Wolf? Wolf? And Israel, puzzled, he took note. Setting the book aside, he took a deep breath, started his car, and headed for his workplace, the FBI headquarters in Washington. Besides being an FBI agent, Philip Meng also had another identity, an international communist fighter. He was curious about the land his ancestors had come from, and his heart was drawn to it. So, 10 years ago, when his superiors ordered him to approach and monitor a prominent government official from China, he was, by coincidence, recruited and became an international communist fighter, not a spy, as China claimed not to plant spies. Of course, Philip Meng wasn't planted, he joined entirely on his own initiative. Over the past decade, he'd received 3 similar missions, each one mailing him a brand new book and requiring him to extract information using a specific method. He'd successfully completed each one without detection, perhaps because they weren't particularly important. This time, he finally received another mission, his 4th. While the mission's details were vague, they were likely related to Israel, the wolf. For the next few days, he'd simply monitor their headquarters for any related activity and report back to the FBI. It should be a relatively simple task. Chapter 227 Guoan's Warning. Philip, you're here. Hey, Philip. Arriving at his workplace, Philip Meng was greeted by his colleagues with a smile. His face was calm, no flaws visible. He soon arrived at his office, which was filled with computers and staff members wearing headphones, working. This office was actually the FBI's surveillance facility, allowing them to monitor the cell phones of various targets and any locations where they might be seen. Here, they felt a sense of control, free to invade others' privacy. However, Philip Meng didn't enjoy this feeling. Invading others' privacy didn't bring him pleasure, but rather a sense of guilt. He had originally joined the FBI because he could capture high-ranking criminals. But later, when he was transferred to more powerful departments, he found himself free to enter ordinary people's homes, bully them, and even accidentally kill them. They were completely unaccountable, simply writing a report. These things disgusted him and he even considered quitting. It was only after he became an international fighter that he decided to continue in the FBI. Shaking his head, he stopped dwelling on it and continued his mission. Time passed quickly. The morning work ended, and he went to their cafeteria for lunch. After ordering his meal, as he passed his seat, he suddenly heard the person next to him mention Israel. His attention was instantly piqued. I'm going on a business trip to Israel tomorrow. Let's go have dinner together tonight. Sure, but the name of the city in Israel is strange. Herzliya, have you heard of it? No. Okay. These few words of conversation made him frown, and he simply sat down behind the person who had spoken and continued to listen. He didn't ask proactively. In the FBI, if you didn't have a good relationship, prying into someone else's mission was a dangerous thing, as it would likely arouse suspicion, especially since he was Chinese. However, he didn't get any other useful information after that, not the word wolf, of course. At least he had learned one useful tip: they did have a mission to Israel, and it might be related to the city of Herzliya. Lunch was over, and work continued. He didn't get any more useful information after that. After get off work, he returned home as usual. After greeting his wife and daughter, he went into his study, turned on his computer, and logged into an account on Amazon. The account, remarkably named Star Bookstore, was the bookstore that had sent him the book. His account was the bookstore's online store on Amazon. He then logged into the backend, found the book The Blind Side, removed it from the shelves, and then relisted a product called Herzliya. After completing this, he quickly logged out, deleting all data, including log files, and breathed a sigh of relief. His mission accomplished, hoping they would uncover some useful information. He then left the study and entered the dining room. "Dad, time for dinner," his daughter called out upon seeing her father approach. Philip Meng walked over with a smile, picked up his daughter, and gently kissed her forehead. Then he said, "Oh, my sweetheart, you've been waiting so long. Come and eat." His wife asked, "Why did you go straight to the study when you got home today?" Philip Meng smiled and said, "I bought a book today and went to the study to read for a while." "I see," his wife nodded, not paying much attention. "Then come and eat. It's your favorite Chinese food." May 16th. Although he was leaving for Israel tomorrow, Lin Xiao had already informed the Wolf Prize team, including his accompanying personnel, his family, and some of his friends at Beijing University. However, he remained in the lab and did not leave. Finally made it, looking at the motor-like object on the workbench in front of him, Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. This was the encoder he had spent so much time and effort to build. Of course, his handmade process was slow. The encoder didn't utilize many sophisticated components, he simply needed to verify the success of his design. Based on its internal configuration, the encoder's positioning accuracy could only maintain a maximum of 1 micron. However, if the 8-point transmission structure he had implemented were utilized, the positioning accuracy should be controlled within 125 nanometers, or 1/8 of a micron. Of course, considering friction and the fact that the material isn't perfectly rigid, it will deform when pulled. Therefore, according to Lin Xiao's calculations, the actual accuracy is around 133 nanometers. Therefore, if more advanced components are used later, this accuracy could be further reduced. Let's give it a try now, he thought, and then he found a servo motor he had originally purchased for today's test. The servo motor's specification accuracy was around 1 micron, and Lin Xiao hadn't forgotten to actually test the accuracy. As for how to test the actual accuracy, it's obviously impossible to discern with the naked eye, nor with a microscope, because we don't have scales that are accurate to the micron or even nanometer level. This required the use of a specialized instrument called a laser interferometer. Each pulse sent by the servo motor caused it to move a minimum amount. The changes in the fringe patterns produced by the laser interferometer were then used to measure the wavelength level displacement, thereby determining its positioning accuracy. He quickly confirmed that the servo motor's accuracy was indeed within 1 micron. He then proceeded to remove the encoder and replace it with his own. Aside from the internal structure, his encoder was perfectly compatible with the servo motor. The next step was to see if his new encoder could reduce the servo motor's accuracy by a factor of 1/8. After tightening the last screw, Lin Xiao carried the rather heavy servo motor back to the laser interferometer. With all preparations complete, the measurement began. First, he sent a pulse to the servo motor from his computer, causing its rotor to rotate once. He then immediately opened the laser interferometer software and observed the wavelength change. Based on this change, he calculated the actual distance traveled by each pulse. 137 nanometers. Lin Xiao's face lit up with a smile upon seeing the result. Perfect. While there was a slight difference from his previous theoretical calculation, it was only a few nanometers, enough for him to ignore. This also proved that his encoder's 8th structure had been successfully verified. This structure could obviously be used in various encoders, not just the one he was currently building. The accuracy of other encoders could be reduced by nearly 1/8. Whether it was the servo motors used in future lithography machines or those potentially used in machine tools, especially these two types of servo motors, precision was paramount. Why were Chinese machine tools limited to mid-range and low-end products? This had a lot to do with high-precision encoders. Encoders primarily determine accuracy, and then other supporting technologies come into play. Therefore, if this structure were applied to encoders for those machine tools, it would at least be an improvement for domestically produced machine tools. Therefore, the 8th quarter structure was the best way Lin Xiao could think of to bring about significant improvements for China, given the current strength of its basic industrial base. Furthermore, after patenting this structure, the licensing fees could generate a lucrative income. However, Lin Xiao clearly had no plans to license this patent to foreign manufacturers, but only to domestic manufacturers. This would at least allow their domestic encoders to remain ahead of foreign competitors. Lin Xiao smiled faintly, and at that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Congratulations to the host for designing a brilliant mechanical structure that significantly improves the precision of ordinary machinery. This time, you'll receive 600 physics experience points, 400 material science experience points, 20 truth points, and mechanical overall optimization guidance 1. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Xiao was stunned. Could he actually receive a system reward? Looking at the rewards, a total of 1,000 experience points wasn't bad. The problem he'd solved involved applying knowledge of physics and material science, so the physics and material science experience bonuses were within expectations. But why couldn't he receive an additional 200 physics experience points? He was still 200 experience points away from reaching level 5 in physics and gaining 0.6% increased brain development. Unfortunately, the system's word was final, and there was nothing he could do about it. Then, he turned his attention to the mechanical overall optimization guidance. He asked in his mind, "What is the mechanical overall optimization guidance?" The system replied, "After using the mechanical overall optimization guidance and selecting a mechanical instrument, the host will receive guidance on optimizing the entire instrument. This guidance includes, but is not limited to, optimizing the mechanical structure, mechanical power, energy solution, key components, and other aspects. The host can freely make their own choices based on these guidance. Note, if the host has their own ideas before optimizing the instrument, there's a chance they'll receive guidance on these ideas." Upon hearing the purpose of this reward, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. What a great thing! It could actually directly guide him through the overall optimization of a machine? Then could I use it on this servo motor? Lin Xiao pondered, but then slapped his head. Optimizing just a servo motor? What a joke. Such a great thing would definitely be optimized for the most important parts. He could definitely optimize the lithography machine directly. Or even the fighter jet. Optimizing the servo motor, in terms of value, wouldn't be as high as directly optimizing the finished product. Then let's use it later. Once all the basic components were built, he could begin optimizing the entire lithography machine. However, just as he was pondering this, the phone suddenly rang. Who's calling? Confused, he answered the call and heard the voice on the other end. Professor Lin Xiao. Yes, who are you? Hello, Professor Lin. I'm from the National Security Bureau. My ID number is XXXXX. We've received information that a group of FBI agents are converging on Herzliya, Israel. Our investigation shows no other targets in Herzliya warranting such action. The Wolf Prize ceremony is in the next few days, and only your status warrants such attention. Therefore, we believe they could potentially harm you. For your safety, we advise you not to travel to Israel. Your visa to Israel has been rejected by our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Hearing the other party's words, Lin Xiao was startled and frowned. Is this information confirmed? Please trust us. It can be confirmed, I understand. Thank you very much. He hung up the phone and shook his head. Unexpectedly, they actually did it. While this was just a guess, there was clearly no other reason why the FBI would dispatch personnel to Herzliya just as the Wolf Prize ceremony was about to begin. The NSA determined that no other targets worthy of such attention at that time made him, a Chinese scientist, the most likely target. Then, his gaze narrowed. Want to arrest me? I'll make you regret it. He had originally intended to keep a low profile, but even now, even with that, it seemed the other party had already set their sights on him. Looking at the servo motor nearby, he was going to show that group what a surprise was. Chapter 228 I refuse to accept the award. May 17. Tel Aviv Airport, Israel. Many people were already gathered in the arrival hall, including Rhett Berman, CEO of the Wolf Foundation, and the Wolf Foundation's Secretary General. Wolf himself was also present, as the Wolf Prize is administered by the Israeli Ministry of Education. Various professors were also present. They had all gathered for no other reason than to greet one person, the young mathematical and physics prodigy, this year's Wolf Prize winner in both mathematics and physics, Lin Xiao. Such an important figure was fully worthy of such treatment. "Has Lin's flight arrived yet?" Rhett Berman asked the Secretary-General next to him. The Secretary-General checked his watch and said, "Yes, based on the time, it should be. We just need to wait for him to get off the plane." "Okay," Rhett Berman nodded, a smile on his face. He had been waiting for this for a long time. He had long wanted to meet the young scholar who had proposed such a physics theory as multidimensional field theory. "Everyone, raise your banners so Mr. Lin doesn't miss them." Then, the airport reception team raised their banners, each one welcoming Lin Xiao in Chinese and English. They had been preparing for Lin Xiao's arrival for a long time. Soon, many tourists, including some from China, began to pour out, and their eyes widened, hoping to spot the young face among the crowd. In a corner of the arrival hall, two other people also had their eyes fixed on the exit. While they were staring at the exit, they chatted. "Speaking of which, what if we actually catch that guy? Will China go to war with us? They should take him very seriously, right? Who knows? Anyway, they've said we'll just pretend to be Muslims. It's a common thing to do, and the Israeli leaders are ready to cooperate. If we're discovered, we'll just exchange hostages. Okay, let's hope nothing goes wrong. If we really trigger World War III, we'll all be war criminals. Don't worry about that. Keep an eye on the good guys." The two stopped talking and turned their attention back to the exit. They were FBI agents from across the border, here to monitor Lin Xiao, who was about to arrive in Israel. FBI headquarters reported Lin Xiao's affair to the White House and inquired about the need to execute a capture plan. After some discussion, the White House quickly agreed. Lin Xiao had once answered the question they had asked Time magazine to ask, "Would you choose theory or application?" His answer had reassured them. Indeed, many scientists don't enjoy applied research. These scientists focus on theory. Lin Xiao, having just returned to China for the Lunar New Year, had developed a new semiconductor material in just a month. This immediately led the White House to conclude that Lin Xiao had been deceiving them. This Chinese man with thick eyebrows and big eyes had deceived them. He not only wanted to develop applications, but also applications in the semiconductor field itself. The White House absolutely refused to tolerate any Chinese interference in this industry. Therefore, they decided to arrest Lin Xiao. Their plan was to wait for Lin Xiao to receive his award, then create chaos and capture him in the confusion. Israeli officials would also cooperate. Everything was ready, and now they just waited for Lin Xiao to arrive. The Wolf Foundation's airport reception staff, along with these malicious individuals, waited quietly for the Chinese man to appear at the exit. However, time passed, and they still saw no sign of him. The originally large crowd of tourists thinned out. Israel's population is small, and tourist traffic is low, so the number of visitors is low. At this point, their initial anticipation gradually turned to doubt. "Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Rhett Berman frowned and turned to the Secretary-General next to him. The Secretary-General was also puzzled. "Let me call and ask." He then took out his cell phone and called Lin Xiao, putting it on speakerphone so Rhett Berman could hear. The call quickly connected. "Mr. Lin, haven't you left the airport yet?" "No, I'm in China." The Secretary-General was stunned. "What? Didn't you catch your plane?" The others who heard Lin Xiao's response were also stunned. "Still in China? Doesn't that mean they've waited all this time in vain?" At this point, they hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. They also thought Lin Xiao had simply missed his flight. But then, Lin Xiao's next words made them realize that something had escalated. "No, I'm sorry, I'm not going to accept the award." Lin Xiao paused, then continued, "Because you have a lot of Americans coming, and they were here for me, so for my own safety, I won't be going. I thank the Wolf Foundation for this honor. I'll always remember this." Then, the call ended. The Secretary-General was stunned. Their first ever double laureate wasn't coming? And the Wolf Prize was a world-class award? How could someone not come to accept it? The others around him realized this too. Their eyes widened. Then, they suddenly realized that Lin Xiao seemed to be saying he wasn't coming because there were so many Americans here targeting him. What was going on? Most of them hadn't yet realized that such a scheme to frame a prominent scientist from another country was happening right here in their own country. The Israeli official's face darkened. As a government official, the other party's excuse for not coming was untenable, and in their eyes, it was a humiliation. He declared sternly, "This behavior is unforgivable. Lin Xiao's actions must be condemned." Then he pulled out his phone and called their president. The others, though silent, were also visibly upset. They'd waited here for so long, and now you suddenly say you're not coming? Their reasons for not coming were so baffling, and many of them had previously worked in the United States, or had come from there. Weren't they also here because of Lin Xiao? Was Lin Xiao targeting them? Some of the senior professors were furious and turned away. Soon, the others followed suit, and the entire group that had originally been there for the airport reception had completely departed. Meanwhile, the two FBI agents were puzzled. What had happened? But just then, a notification chimed in through their earpieces. Shock washed over their faces. Were they discovered? Frowning, they stood up and left. This incident couldn't be concealed, and it quickly sparked international discussion. Renowned scientist Lin Xiao refuses to accept the Wolf Prize in Physics and Mathematics. Wolf Prize winners in physics and mathematics refuse to accept their awards. Why? Chinese scientist refuses awards due to racial discrimination. Before the truth of the matter became known, international public opinion largely condemned Lin Xiao's actions. If he didn't come to accept the award, simply saying he had something to do wouldn't be a problem, even if there wasn't any problem. But now saying it was because someone from another country was targeting him, isn't that just asking for trouble? Domestically, public opinion was boiling. Why didn't Lin Xiao accept the award? Because of the Americans? Of course, compared to other countries, there were still many people in China who supported Lin Xiao. Unlike other countries that haven't experienced their own scientists being framed, China has suffered countless losses in this regard. Every Chinese person will never forget that bloody history. Lin Xiao's words clearly hinted that the Americans coming after him were definitely those who wanted to capture him. Our country must have gotten wind of this and protected Lin Xiao. In 2018, Zhang Xiaoxing, a Chinese chip expert and a potential Nobel Prize winner, was found dead in the US after suffering from depression and committing suicide. A Chinese military and mathematical genius was found dead at the University of Chicago. A leading Chinese nuclear submarine scientist died in a plane crash on a flight from Brazil to France. We must always be wary of foreigners and protect our scientists. Our country doesn't lack those awards. Lin Xiao's safety is paramount. Of course, even though most people believed in Lin Xiao's choice, there were still some who criticized him. How could there be so many persecution complexes? When did they arrest Chinese scientists while they were accepting awards? I don't know why you're overthinking this. Those scientists you mentioned being arrested by the FBI were all for violating US laws. Why wouldn't they arrest them? Why would they arrest you if you didn't break their laws? And how do you know those who died were related to them? If you don't want it, then don't. Are all these trolls just trying to whitewash him? Such comments are common in similar situations, and the nature of the people who utter them naturally requires no further explanation. Of course, these comments were drowned out by the barrage of criticism. However, none of this affected Lin Xiao, the protagonist. He was presenting his research findings to several domestic mechanical academicians, holding a servo motor. Incredible, this is a work of genius, the academicians couldn't help but exclaim in amazement as Lin Xiao demonstrated the precision of his servo motor. A servo motor, originally with a precision of only 1 micron, had its precision reduced to 1/8 of its original value thanks to Lin Xiao's 8-point structure. Lin Xiao, how exactly did you achieve that 8-point structure? One academician asked. Previously, Lin Xiao had only demonstrated the precision, but not the internal structure. Lin Xiao smiled, but didn't rush to explain. Instead, he said, "Academician Tan, please wait. The structure here involves my unique secret, so before I demonstrate it to you, I have a small condition." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the academicians looked at each other, then said, "Just tell me." While they didn't know what Lin Xiao wanted, compared to their pursuit of mechanical perfection, such requests were minor issues. Especially since Lin Xiao was solving China's long-standing stagnation in servo motor technology. These academicians dreamed of making a significant breakthrough in the precision of Chinese servo motors. China's late start in this area, coupled with foreign patent barriers, meant that the more accessible breakthroughs had already been taken by foreign countries. Any further breakthroughs they sought would have to be found in the cracks, overlooked by foreign countries. It could be said that if it weren't for patent barriers, China would be able to catch up with foreign countries in many technologies, except for some highly confidential ones, those that cannot be replicated through reverse engineering. Therefore, Lin Xiao's current achievements were enough to make them eager. Hearing the academician's words, Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Actually, we're asking you to become consultants to Dongguan Technology and become employees of our company. Then, we can demonstrate this technology to you all." The academicians burst into laughter upon hearing Lin Xiao's request. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? This would definitely be a problem." "Join now," they all said. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. "That's great." Even if they didn't join, Lin Xiao wasn't worried. The technology had already been patented, and his company had a fast track for patent applications, so they'd likely get it quickly. So, there was no need to let anyone know yet. After getting the professor's approval, he began disassembling the servo motor and removing the encoder inside. He then disassembled the encoder and showed it to the academicians. "This is what I call an 8th-order structure. With this 8th-order structure, we can reduce the accuracy by 1/8. The academicians immediately leaned in to examine it. The original encoder contained a code disk, and the number of lines on the disk determined the encoder's accuracy. After Lin Xiao's modifications, the original structure had undergone a huge change. The original code disk was still there, but other aspects had undergone significant changes, including the appearance of 4 axes and a signal receiving device. Looking at the structure inside, several academicians were once again amazed. It's really a genius idea. Chapter 229, Sparks of the Prairie. The academicians present were all mechanical experts. Given the parts and materials, they could build a car all by themselves. So when Lin Xiao showed them the internal structure of the encoder, they quickly realized how flawless it was. In other words, it was a completely new encoder structure. While the internal structure of conventional encoders resembled a single-axis motor, Lin Xiao's encoder resembled a 4-cylinder engine. It was precisely these 4 cylinders that enabled the encoder to achieve an 80% accuracy improvement over conventional encoders. Encoders were invented in the first half of the last century, and at that time, they were largely mechanical. Later, with the development of optoelectronic technology, optical encoders became mainstream. Optical encoders, due to their high precision, became the mainstream. Today's optical encoders primarily focus on how to divide a millimeter of displacement into multiple pulse signals, placing enormous demands on the sensors used. However, Lin Xiao's design didn't rely solely on the advantages of optical sensors, but instead combined optics and mechanics to achieve optimized accuracy. This was undoubtedly a work of genius. Even in the eyes of these academicians, Lin Xiao had pioneered a new field in encoders. Perhaps this new field could be called an optomechanical encoder. How on earth did you come up with this structure? Why hadn't I thought of it before? Academician Tan couldn't help but wonder. Lin Xiao smiled and said, "It was just a matter of spatial imagination. After thinking about it, I came up with it." Several academicians curled their lips. Talking about spatial imagination sounded like they weren't strong, as if everyone in their field didn't have strong spatial imagination. The key was whether one could capture those occasional flashes of inspiration. And this young man before them had undoubtedly achieved just that. The thought of this filled them with amazement. He was not only a genius in theoretical research in mathematics and physics, but now he had shown such talent in mechanics. Could there really be such a versatile person in the world? Suddenly, another academician, Wang, posed a question. "But, Lin Xiao, haven't you considered achieving a 10 or 12-point structure? Why only an 8-point structure?" Hearing this, Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Of course I consider this question, but in the end, I used mathematics to prove that an 8-point structure is the most suitable. Going further would ultimately lead to greater errors in the process and would also have a significant impact on our production. An 8-point structure is the easiest to mass produce. Direct mathematical proof." Several academicians expressed confusion. Lin Xiao smiled, then fetched a piece of paper and a pen from the side. He began to create a 3-dimensional rectangular coordinate system, pointing out points one by one and finally writing mathematical equations. He had certainly considered higher point structures before, such as 16-point and even 32-point. But obviously, the structure couldn't be divided infinitely. He had simply thought about it in his mind, but his strong mathematical sense told him that none of these were true. Only an 8-point structure was the most suitable. Of course, to help the academicians better understand, he decided to provide a direct proof on the spot. Quickly, after using up 2 sheets of paper, he had solved the limiting value of an equation. So we can easily see that when x equals 4, the value of y is minimum, and therefore the error is minimum at this point. And when x equals any other value, y is not equal to 0. Watching Lin Xiao effortlessly transform their practical mechanical problem into a mathematical proof, the academicians exchanged glances, feeling a sense of shock. Finally, they shook their heads. Forget it. They were just a bunch of middle-aged and elderly folks. You can't just say, don't bully the poor middle-aged, don't bully the poor old, and then decades later say, the dead are the greatest, right? Just accept your age. Also, they had previously thought this new encoder should be called an optical mechanical encoder, but now it seems its structure is unlikely to change in the future. It will essentially remain an octave structure. Therefore, this new encoder can be called a Lin's encoder, or rather, this structure, because it has only one form and cannot be altered. Seeing the academicians' expressions, Lin Xiao smiled and asked, do you have any further questions? The academicians all waved their hands. No questions. Lin Xiao nodded, then his eyes grew serious. That's good. Then, academicians, I have one more favor to ask of you. The academicians were stunned. Go on, Lin Xiao said, you all should know the importance of this structure to the development of encoders. Of course you do, the academicians said. By mechanically reducing encoder accuracy by 1/8, even if the gap between Chinese encoders and those abroad is significant, it won't be less than 1/8. Therefore, this new technology will be extremely important for the future development of servo motors in China, enabling them to catch up with the world's leading technology. At this point, academician Tan immediately asked, by the way, Professor Lin, I think you've already applied for this patent, right? Don't let anyone else snatch it up. This kind of structural patent is easily discernible by top mechanical experts at a glance, which is also the downside of this type of structural technology. If you don't apply for the patent first, someone else will inevitably snatch it up. Lin Xiao smiled and said, don't worry, academician Tan. I'm definitely not going to ignore this issue. The relevant patents have already been applied for, both domestically and internationally. He then said, so, I have a proposal. The patent validity period is generally 20 years, both domestically and internationally. This structure can also be used for 20 years, so I don't plan to license it to foreign countries. In addition, I am willing to license this patent free of charge to relevant domestic manufacturers. I hope this patent will inspire major Chinese manufacturers to invest in this area, allowing our encoders to catch up with those abroad, and thus drive development in other areas. Academicians should be familiar with qualified manufacturers. I hope you can pass this message on to them. Lin Xiao's eyes were serious. He had carefully considered this plan and made the decision. The development of China's basic industrial technology requires a significant investment of energy to propel the entire industry forward. He alone couldn't drive progress. He could only make efforts in key areas. This required the concerted efforts of the entire Chinese industry. The efforts of one person could never match those of everyone else. The sluggish development of domestic industrial technology, the reason it has been unable to catch up with international development, stems from a lack of driving force. However, this lack of momentum is unavoidable. China's research potential in this type of industrial technology isn't inferior to that of foreign countries. For example, in the case of high-end machine tools, if one truly invests, it's possible to develop them. However, the current situation is that this investment hasn't materialized, and this is due to pressure from foreign countries. For example, in the machine tool sector, if domestic companies achieve significant breakthroughs, foreign companies will immediately discount the technology and sell it domestically. Domestic buyers, driven by the perception that foreign quality is superior and foreign technology is more advanced, will abandon domestic technology in favor of foreign sources. As a result, the company that originally invested heavily in achieving a breakthrough in this technology might simply go bankrupt due to disproportionate return on investment. Seeing how other companies fared, other companies with similar ambitions would abandon the idea and settle down to flounder. And as domestic companies flounder, their technical staff's salaries also plummet, naturally leading to even less motivation to contribute to technological breakthroughs. After all, this is a market economy. This is also the malicious intention of foreign companies, who are colluding to restrict China's development. This is why Lin Xiao is willing to license this technology to domestic manufacturers for free. He could easily partner with foreign companies with this technology, potentially earning tens or even hundreds of millions annually in licensing fees alone. But obviously, he wouldn't do that. Not to mention that he's spending state money to research this technology. Even if he were spending his own money, he wouldn't license it exclusively to foreign companies, allowing them to continue profiting from China. The economy is a fluid economy, and this cycle would essentially mean he's still profiting from domestic sources. He licensed his technology to domestic companies. Since it merely modified the mechanical structure, it didn't significantly increase production costs, but it could still rival advanced foreign technology in terms of performance. This created a significant profit margin. Domestic companies, seeing a profit opportunity, would likely invest significant effort in research. A technological breakthrough would allow them to profit from foreign investment. Once domestic companies made money, as long as they weren't the most unsuccessful, they would always aspire to further advance. Even if only 2 or 3 companies had this ambition, it was still meaningful. This would provide a small improvement in the domestic research environment for basic industrial technology, potentially sparking a prairie fire. This was what Lin Xiao intended to do. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's decision, the academicians were already shocked. Lin Xiao was actually planning to share such important technology with domestic manufacturers for free? And his goal was to stimulate domestic development. Professor Lin, are you sure? Academician Tan couldn't help but ask. Of course, Lin Xiao said. This technology could make a lot of money. Lin Xiao shook his head. I spent the nation's money to develop this technology. So it naturally belongs to the nation. Even if we make money, it's all the nation's, but rather than using it to make money, I think this patent should play a more important role. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, several academicians finally realized he was serious. Several older academicians, like Academician Tan, who was nearly 70 years old, had lived through difficult times. Back then, people still had faith, unlike today. But at that moment, they saw in Lin Xiao the radiance of faith. A light seemed to flicker slightly at the corners of his wrinkled eyes. Then, he stepped forward and shook Lin Xiao's hand tightly. Comrade Lin, you've worked so hard. I'll let the domestic manufacturers know about your request. I thank you for your contribution, too. The other academicians were equally moved and agreed. At that moment, they all felt a genuine admiration for the young man before them. Previously, they had admired his talent, but now, they revered his spirit. They couldn't help but reflect on themselves. If they were in his position, could they have made the same decision as Lin Xiao? Finally, they sighed softly, suddenly realizing they didn't have the confidence they needed. Lin Xiao smiled and said, "All right, fellow academicians, it's almost time for dinner. Let's go have a meal together? I'll treat." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the academicians all smiled. The atmosphere shifted to a relaxed, casual one. "Okay, Professor Lin's treat, we have to go. Are we leaving now? Let's go, let's go." They packed up and headed to the restaurant. The conversation in the restaurant became more casual. "Professor Lin, that incident of yours has been quite a big deal lately. Is it really the Americans who are behind this?" Lin Xiao smiled and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, basically yes." The call from Guoan was just the first one. There were several more calls to come. And there are many ways to verify the authenticity of a piece of news. Embassies of various countries often conduct intelligence activities, so their ambassadors to Israel can gather information and naturally uncover clues. The FBI's trip to Israel, in particular, requires the collaboration of multiple agencies, such as the Public Security Department. Therefore, this information can be easily verified. Lin Xiao was thankful that he didn't go. Of course, as he had previously told Director Ma, he wanted the award to gain greater national support, but after the government directly allocated billions to build a research institute, these awards lost their appeal. Ultimately, the pursuit of truth was what he desired. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's affirmation, several academicians erupted in criticism. "Those white people are truly hell-bent on destroying us. Sooner or later, we'll have to pay them back." Similarly, someone expressed concern for Lin Xiao. "Professor Lin, public opinion seems to be negative towards you lately. Don't let those online rumors sway you." Lin Xiao smiled. "Don't worry, it won't happen. Besides, the government will stand up for me. In a matter like this, the government couldn't help but clear his name." "That's good." The academicians all nodded. China acted quickly to clear Lin Xiao's name. A few days later, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs formally raised the incident at a regular meeting. It has been verified that on the day when our scientist Professor Lin Xiao was scheduled to receive the Wolf Prize, FBI personnel went to the Israeli airport to wait. Considering that the FBI personnel had repeatedly framed Chinese scientists, after communicating with Professor Lin Xiao decided to refuse the award. At the same time, we hereby lodge a solemn protest. If such actions continue to pose a potential threat to our scientists, we will also take reciprocal measures. I hope you will not say that we did not warn you. Chapter 228 is still under review. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 Apologize? The news spread quickly. It undoubtedly bolstered Lin Xiao's support and revealed the real reason why he wouldn't accept the award. Suddenly, a huge international backlash erupted. FBI agents actually intended to do such a thing? Although nothing had actually happened, suspicion was enough, especially given that it had happened before. As a result, the incident sparked renewed debate. Media outlets and individuals who had previously been keen to criticize Lin Xiao were now largely silent. Judging from this situation, Lin Xiao's initial statement was entirely correct, as many Americans were indeed targeting him. And many of them harbored ill intentions. As for criticizing the US for this particular incident, while that would have been fine for any other mundane incident, they wouldn't dare to do so in this case. Of course, some with a sense of justice still raised accusations. These individuals were scientists Lin Xiao knew. Upon hearing the news, Jean-Pierre Serre, Lin Xiao's teacher at the École Normale Supérieure in Paris and a mathematician of the last century, immediately posted online, "Let science be clean, not polluted by filth." Peter Higgs, Nobel Prize winner in physics and a master of high-energy physics, also stated in an interview, "If the scientific community loses Lin Xiao, all of humanity will regret it, because we have lost a still young Einstein. He is a treasure for humanity, and we should not harm him." Furthermore, fellow Nobel Prize winner in physics Roger Penrose stated, "If Lin Xiao cannot receive the award he deserves because of this, then I think science in this world is simply not worth taking seriously." Many of the world's top scientists spoke out in Lin Xiao's defense, reflecting the connections and relationships he cultivated while studying abroad. Such a massive outpouring of support, with so many top scientists speaking out, had a tremendous impact, and this also put some pressure on the White House. "How the hell are you doing this? Look, a whole bunch of scientists are threatening to leave the United States and go elsewhere. Tell me, what should we do now?" the president exclaimed angrily. Listening to the president's lecture, the CIA director said, "Mr. President, those scientists are just pretending. They won't actually leave." The president snorted coldly and said, "Even if they won't actually leave, look at them now, pointing their finger at us and cursing us. This is a very serious matter." He then turned to the FBI director and said angrily, "Now, explain it to me." With the cold sweat running down his face, the FBI director said, "President, we're investigating this matter. Based on preliminary investigations, it seems to be related to the Israeli Minister of General. That's not the important issue. What's important is whether you have any undercover agents and whether the information was leaked by them." The director immediately assured him, "We've investigated this matter, too, and no one involved has leaked the information. That means you haven't investigated enough. Keep investigating and give me a result." "Yes, President," the director replied quickly. Just as the president was about to continue his speech, there was a knock on the door. The president frowned. He was in a meeting, so who'd interrupt? "Who is it, Mr. President?" "It's me." The door opened, and someone walked in. It was their Secretary of State. The Secretary of State holds a high position in the U.S. administrative system, wielding considerable power, and can be considered second in command. Seeing the Secretary of State come in, the president didn't criticize him for coming in during a meeting. Perhaps there was something important going on? "Secretary of State, what's the matter?" The Secretary of State approached the president, holding a report, and handed it to him. He then said seriously, "Mr. President, China has achieved another breakthrough in a key technology, which could potentially impact our monopoly in high-precision manufacturing. The president took the report and, upon hearing the secretary's words, was stunned. He then launched into a barrage of questions. High precision manufacturing? In which area? How did they achieve this breakthrough? The secretary replied, the encoders in servo motors determine their precision. In the past, China's servo motor precision has been limited, lagging behind ours, Japan, and Germany. However, their breakthrough in encoders will allow them to achieve significant advancements in servo motor manufacturing, which in turn will be useful in high-precision equipment, such as machine tools and lithography machines. Upon hearing about these two key pieces of equipment, the president's eyes widened. The importance of these two pieces of equipment is self-evident. Take, for example, the role of machine tools in military industry. Without high-precision machine tools, military equipment research is significantly limited, as many advanced equipment, such as engines in aerospace, demand extreme precision. Therefore, they had been closely guarding both types of equipment, preventing China from making breakthroughs in this area. Even the high-precision machine tools they sold to China were severely restricted in their use, prohibiting their use in military production. They could even remotely disable the machines, rendering the tens of millions they had spent on them into scrap metal. And now, the Secretary of State suddenly told him that China had achieved another major breakthrough in this area? Before he could finish, he turned to look at the others present, especially the FBI director, and continued, also, this technology was developed by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao. This uniquely Chinese name, they wouldn't forget for a while. They had just been fretting over this man, and now they were told he'd made another major breakthrough in this crucial technology? The thought, coupled with the fact that they had the opportunity to prevent this from happening, instantly filled the president's face with an expression of frustration and anger. With a bang, he slammed the table again and glared at the FBI director. You. Go back and thoroughly investigate your people. Your mission has failed this time, and I demand an explanation. The FBI director now understood the magnitude of this mission's failure. If the president had asked him to investigate the undercover agent earlier, he could have done so casually, but now, he needed to produce a thorough investigation. Yes, Your Excellency, I will give you an explanation, he replied earnestly, standing straight. A slight chill crossed his gaze. If he truly discovered that one of his men had betrayed him, or was an undercover agent, he would make that person regret being born. At this moment, the Secretary of State's voice rang out again, his tone grave. In just 3 months, this Lin Xiao has demonstrated tremendous scientific prowess. Although we're reluctant to admit it, this individual has indeed posed a threat to us, and he's likely to pose an even greater threat in the future. Even if the loss of this kind of scientist is a regret for humanity, it's not a regret for us. He paused, his gaze growing colder again. So I think we should plan our next capture operation, regardless of public opinion. As for his significance to human science, he solved the Goldbach conjecture, the twin prime conjecture, and proposed multidimensional field theory. Those are more than enough. For rulers like them, the advancement of human science has never been important. As long as their own technology can protect their national security and remain relatively ahead of other countries, that's all that matters. So, even though Lin Xiao still plays a vital role in the development of theoretical science, now that he threatens their relative technological level, they naturally won't care about theoretical advancements. The president nodded approvingly, then said, Your Excellency, the Secretary of State makes a lot of sense. Now, gentlemen, let's discuss how we should protect our country from external threats in the future. Then, these gentlemen continued to discuss their conspiracy. A few days later, the White House officially responded to the incident at a press conference. The White House press secretary reported on the cause and effect of the incident. Of course, they would certainly not admit their purpose at first. First of all, we must point out that our FBI agents who appeared at the Tel Aviv airport were also there to pick up the plane. They were picked up by their colleagues, who are also FBI members. As for why the FBI sent agents to Tel Aviv, it was because we received a tip that an important wanted criminal was suspected to be in Tel Aviv, and their mission was to search for this wanted criminal. Of course, because of this incident, Mr. Lin Xiao was affected by it and was unable to receive the Wolf Prize. We are very sorry and apologize to Mr. Lin Xiao again. Chapter 231 Speculating with the Greatest Malice. Furthermore, we also hope that the Wolf Foundation will return the honor that belongs to Mr. Lin Xiao to him, such as by sending the Wolf Medal to Mr. Lin Xiao, M.R. Lin Xiao is a scientist who belongs to all of humanity. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary of State, And of course, me, all of us deeply respect him. Protecting him is our unanimous wish. We certainly would not frame him, so we also hope that all of our media friends here will explain this to the public on our behalf. Thank you. The White House spokesperson's words startled the reporters present. Distancing themselves from the incident initially was a given, a standard procedure. But after doing so, the White House actually apologized? And the apology was so sincere and humble, it seemed almost unbelievable to them. Hadn't the White House always been completely clueless about such matters in the past, or simply brushed them off, letting them pass without incident? And now, they were even expressing respect for Lin Xiao? Everyone found it a bit incredible. Of course, after that moment of disbelief, their eyes lit up. This was clearly big news. And so, the reporters immediately began to remember. It's bound to grab the front page headlines. Of course, this isn't the end of it. After this press conference, some reporters from major media outlets interviewed the president again. In this interview, the topic of discussion was also about the apology to Lin Xiao at the press conference. The president, with an approachable demeanor, smiled and said, "I have always had great respect for scientists. They are the foundation of our nation's strength. I often tell others that, besides Presidents Roosevelt and Washington, the historical figures I admire most are scientists like Einstein and Newton." Mr. Lin Xiao's contributions to science clearly engender great respect as well. Multidimensional field theory. Just hearing the name makes one feel the wonder of science, so I very much hope that Mr. Lin Xiao will come to the United States to work. It would undoubtedly be an honor for us. Of course, I know the chances of such an event are very low for now, so we can only hope for the future. Also, I hope Mr. Lin Xiao will forgive our previous reckless actions for delaying his normal schedule. It was our mistake. I'll look forward to seeing Mr. Lin Xiao at the next Nobel Prize ceremony. After hearing the president's words, reporters praised him. "You are truly a commendable president. I believe our scientific community will become better because of you." The president smiled and said, "God bless the scientific community. I have only made a small contribution." After the release of these two interviews, people seemed to believe that the White House was truly offering a sincere apology. While politicians' words are rarely trustworthy, this instance seemed to indicate a serious attitude. Subsequently, after further coverage and guidance from major American media outlets, the public gradually shifted their focus away from the FBI presence at Tel Aviv airport and toward their government's attitude toward scientists. Consequently, scientists who had previously clamored to leave the U.S. now expressed satisfaction. International criticism also subsided, and even praise intensified. The White House's handling of the crisis was a resounding success, so much so that it has been used as a textbook example by some scholars. Even considered the most effective crisis PR operation of the current president. Consequently, international public opinion subsided, and instead, a wave of support emerged. Even the French president remarked, "Yes, we all have great respect for scientists like Lin Xiao. It's a shame, but before Mr. Lin Xiao left France, I called him specifically, hoping he would stay. Unfortunately, Mr. Lin Xiao was eager to return to China, so I had to give up. Now, I can only hope that Mr. Lin Xiao can continue to make further contributions to human science even in China." The French president's response once again captured public attention. So, the president had personally called Lin Xiao, urging him to stay? Such treatment immediately filled everyone with envy. Perhaps only someone of Lin Xiao's accomplishments deserved such treatment. International public opinion shifted once again, with people once again recalling Lin Xiao's past achievements and praising his contributions to human science. In China, the White House's response and the French president's words were met with some disbelief. On Weibo, related headlines, such as "French President called Lin Xiao and White House apology," were trending, garnering attention. Even people know Lin Xiao's importance and want to keep him, but there are still a group of people in our country who are slandering Lin Xiao. I'm 100% sure these people are paid. It's more than that. I have inside information. You really don't know how many invitations Lin Xiao turned down before returning to China. For example, CERN is providing over 100 million yuan a year to keep him, and there's also the Max Planck Society. Honestly, the president personally invited him, so it's not surprising at all. Protect our Lin Xiao. There's no need to elaborate on this. How important is Lin Xiao? Is there anyone who doesn't realize it? Just take these foreign rumors for granted, especially those from the White House. You might not know this, but Professor Lin has achieved 2 technological breakthroughs for China in just a few months, both of which have helped break the foreign monopoly on our technology. The first is a new ultra-precision polishing material. This new material allows us to polish silicon wafers with even more precise surfaces, which is of great significance to our semiconductor industry. The other is servo-motor technology. Our servo-motor technology has also long lagged behind foreign countries, but now Professor Lin has achieved a breakthrough in this area, and its significance to my country is even greater than that of the polishing material. This has also helped us break the foreign monopoly. If I were a foreigner, I would definitely wish him dead. Oh my God. Is this true? Professor Lin actually helped us achieve 2 technological breakthroughs. How could this even happen? Now I can't believe what they were saying. It's true. Moreover, Professor Lin plans to license his servo-motor technology to domestic manufacturers free of charge, allowing manufacturers across China to work together to catch up with foreign technology. Honestly, Professor Lin's actions have me very excited. This is a scientist under our red flag. Netizens were discussing the issue enthusiastically, especially after hearing that, with Lin Xiao's help, they had achieved breakthroughs in 2 areas restricted by foreign countries. This was truly a source of surprise. Of course, Lin Xiao wasn't paying attention to these online discussions at the moment. He was having lunch with the company's general manager, Luo Ming, discussing company matters. Professor Lin, many domestic machinery manufacturers have applied to us for the patent for our 8-point encoder structure. However, some of these companies are foreign-owned and some are joint ventures. We still have relatively few Chinese-controlled companies. Do you think we should target specific licenses? Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, let's give it to those Chinese-controlled companies first, so the foreigners don't take advantage. Okay, Luo Ming nodded, then sighed. I really hope they'll be more proactive. Lin Xiao nodded as well. He didn't ask what the domestic manufacturers would do after acquiring the technology and making money. He simply hoped that a few would be proactive enough to develop new technologies. As long as Chinese technology could keep up with foreign technology, that would be enough. Then he could develop other key technologies, leading the country to catch up with the rest of the world. Of course, to deter those with low moral standards from pursuing irrelevant activities after obtaining his patents, such as using the profits to invest in real estate, he would also include certain restrictions in the contract, such as requiring them to invest a certain amount of money in new technology research and development after making a profit. If they violated this requirement, he would have the right to revoke the patent. In this way, his free technology licensing became a form of loan. The funds these manufacturers invested in future technology research and development would represent the principal and interest they would repay to Lin Xiao. It's the only way. Lin Xiao shook his head. There were still too many ragtag companies among the domestic manufacturers, and this was the only way to spur them on. Also, Mitsubishi Electric of Japan and Parker of the United States have also made appointments with us. They want to meet with us in a few days to discuss patent licensing. I've tentatively agreed. Do you think we should just reject them outright then? Lin Xiao said, of course I should. Besides, we can test their bottom line and see if they were anxious. Okay, Luo Ming nodded, smiling. I guess they're quite anxious. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to meet us so soon. The news just got out. Lin Xiao hummed a hum and continued eating. Then he remembered something and said, by the way, please help me register a company soon. I'll invest 10 million yuan in my name and I'll transfer the money to you. Let's call the company Kizli. Okay, although Luo Ming was puzzled, he didn't ask any further questions. Lin Xiao didn't say much either. As for the purpose of establishing this company, it was to capitalize on the 2 technologies he still possessed. One was polishing fluid. He had initially invested in 2 polishing materials and had already developed polishing discs. He still had 1 remaining polishing fluid, and he intended to keep this technology to himself. As Yu Jiancheng, the general manager of Shaanxi Industry, had said, one must always leave something behind. This didn't conflict with contributing to the country. The country wanted domestic companies to develop their own technologies, regardless of whether they were profitable, just like Warwick. Of course, he wasn't planning assembly line production, but rather patent licensing. Polishing fluid is a crucial component of CMP polishing, and because it consumes more, it holds a larger market share than polishing discs. Therefore, building a factory would be prohibitively complex. Besides this technology, He also had silicon wafer purification technology. Purification technology is a production process, which can also be patented, and thus licensed. This was also his personal plan. After the main topic was discussed, the two continued their meal, chatting casually. The conversation naturally focused on recent events. Luo Ming sighed. They didn't even try to quibble. Oh, they did, but they actually apologized? Are they still them? Lin Xiao simply smiled and said, when the enemy is friendly to you, you need to consider whether you've collaborated with the enemy in the past, or whether you're actually one of them. If neither of those things are true, then be careful, because they're definitely plotting against you. Luo Ming was stunned, then suddenly realized, that's true. Those people couldn't have good intentions. They definitely don't have any good intentions. Lin Xiao nodded. That's right. He wasn't surprised by the White House's apology. Instead, he felt a conspiracy behind it. He never hesitated to assume the worst of these foreigners. Chapter 232. The Japanese representative's defense breaks. A few days later. Dingguang Technologies headquarters. Despite being a billion-dollar corporation, Dingguang Technologies' current headquarters isn't particularly large, merely renting a single office space in a building on the 3rd Ring Road in Beijing. Of course, once Lin Xiao's research institute is completed, it will be headquartered there. As for the research institute's completion date, it's still likely to take several months, not a long time. After all, it's just a research institute, not a skyscraper. The planned construction site is located outside the 5th Ring Road in a more secluded area. Of course, only such a location would provide sufficient space for Lin Xiao's research institute, making future expansion more convenient. The complex will be built into a campus, housing various research institutes, dormitories, residential areas, and more, to accommodate all future employees. Of course, all of this will have to wait. Lin Xiao, Luo Ming, and other company employees were present in the Dingguang Technology Conference Room, along with representatives from Parker and Mitsubishi Electric. Parker and Mitsubishi Electric are both major manufacturers of high-end servo motors, ranking among the top 5 worldwide. Their visit to Dingguang Technology today was naturally to discuss the encoder patent. This new patent effectively reduces costs, enabling servo motors to achieve previously unattainable levels of precision. This cost savings is crucial not only for high-end servo motors but also for mid- and low-end servo motors. These motors are clearly used in more applications than high-end ones, such as mid- and low-end machine tools, offset printing presses, and sealing machines. Furthermore, encoders aren't limited to servo motors, they can also be found in elevators. For example, elevators with cabins require encoders to accurately stop at each floor's exit and avoid a gap between the cabin and the exit when the doors open. With Lin Xiao's encoder, the cost of producing all these encoders could be reduced by at least 10%, so they were naturally eager for this new patent. Of course, the most crucial thing is that this new patent will also significantly improve the accuracy of their high-end servo motors, literally increasing it to 1/8 of the previous level. If their servo motors previously achieved 5 nm accuracy, with this encoder, wouldn't they be able to shrink it to less than 1 nanometer? That's right, it's at the picometer level. This will instantly make their servo motors world-class, bringing their company global fame. For this very reason, they're willing to lose money even if acquiring this patent. Therefore, they're eager to obtain this patent license, preferably an exclusive one. As for the previous rumors that Lin Xiao planned to license it free of charge to other Chinese companies, they didn't care at all. After all, they were all prepared to lose money to acquire the patent, so how could they refuse? Mr. Lin, it's an honor to meet you, Parker Representative Marquez said to Lin Xiao in the conference room. Nobiko Izumi, a representative from Mitsubishi Electric, also bowed to Lin Xiao and said, "Hello, Mr. Lin." Both spoke in Chinese, demonstrating the importance both companies attached to Lin Xiao. "Please take a seat." Lin Xiao nodded to the two men, then extended his hand. "Please take a seat, thank you," they both said, then sat down, exchanging a hostile glance. They hadn't expected Dingguang Company to call both of them together for a discussion. Generally speaking, this has two intentions. One, Dingguang Company intends to dismiss both of them at once, and the other, to let the two companies bid and whoever offers the highest price wins. Although he didn't know Dingguang's intentions, thinking about the money they had prepared made him feel a little more at ease. Lin Xiao also sat down at his seat, watching the two companies' antics with a faint smile. "Let you guys argue below, We'll talk it out later. He then pointed at Luo Ming and said, just talk to General Manager Luo. Luo Ming nodded, then smiled at the representatives of the two companies and said, all right, both of you, let's get started. You both want to acquire our 8-point encoder structure patent, so first, let's discuss your offers. Parker representative Mark Yes said, your company understands the importance of this new patent to the industry. It's revolutionary for encoders. We're willing to offer $30 million a year in exchange for an exclusive license, signed for 5 years. $30 million a year in US dollars is equivalent to nearly 200 million RMB, and for 5 years, that's $1 billion. Such a huge patent licensing fee clearly demonstrates Parker's determination to secure this patent. Luo Ming was slightly surprised, but he simply smiled. Then he looked at Nobiko Izumi of Mitsubishi Electric and said, what's Mitsubishi Electric's offer? We're willing to pay $35 million a year for an exclusive license, Nobiko Izumi said. Since Mark Yes had already made his offer, he naturally had to offer a higher price. Mark Yes wasn't surprised and offered again. Then we're willing to offer $37 million, $40 million, Nobiko Izumi said again. Then, smiling, he looked at Mark Yes and said, Mr. Yes, we're a subsidiary of the Mitsubishi Group. We have strong capabilities and a strong foundation. Mark Yes frowned. The Mitsubishi Group was indeed powerful. If the other party truly had the support of the Mitsubishi Group, then Parker would have a hard time competing. But then, Luo Ming clapped his hands and said, your prices are both high, but I think you might consider cross-licensing patents. Hearing Luo Ming's words, both the men frowned. Patent cross-licensing? What patents are you looking for? Servo motor sensor technology, photosensors, loss of motion feedback devices, and more. Luo Ming listed a number of key technologies in servo motors and encoders, all of which they lacked. After presenting his proposal, he said, our patents will bring you a quantum leap forward. I believe they're more than enough to exchange for these patents. As Luo Ming finished speaking, both the men frowned. Patent barriers were a key concern for them, preventing China from overtaking them. Cross-licensing with them now might pose a threat, especially since the patents Luo Ming requested, while limited to servo motors, would still have an impact. Furthermore, Dingguang Technology is a company with official Chinese backing. Given this, if they cross-licensed, who knows what China might do to maximize the potential of their patents. So, both men said, Mr. Luo, we need to contact headquarters about your proposal. That's fine. Patent licensing is our bottom line. You can contact headquarters, and we'll discuss it this afternoon. Hearing Luo Ming's words, both the men could only nod. Okay, we'll get back in touch soon. The meeting was adjourned, and the representatives from both companies left to contact their headquarters. In the conference room, Lin Xiao and Luo Ming exchanged glances and shook their heads. Sure enough, they won't agree. After all, we can't agree either, Lin Xiao said. If they did agree, Lin Xiao would have already made preparations. He could have directly merged several state-owned enterprises specializing in servo motor production into Dingguang Technology, or simply transferred production lines and employees to his company. It would simply be a matter of mobilizing state resources and then utilizing the licensed patents. But it was obvious that the other party wouldn't agree so easily, even if their 8-point structure patent was very tempting. Soon, it was afternoon, and the meeting resumed. Representatives from the two companies sat down before Luo Ming and Lin Xiao again, and then said, our headquarters hasn't agreed. Of course, we're still willing to license some of the patents. Both companies then stated the patents they were willing to license. But it was clear that these patents were not key technologies. In fact, they were clearly carefully selected. Some patents could only be used once, but they had chosen to separate them, making it impossible for them to manufacture anything. Even though Luo Ming had anticipated this, he was still dissatisfied with the two companies' perfunctory attitude. He frowned and said, you two, it's clear that you're not very sincere, Mr. Luo. Our company is very sincere, Mark Yes said. Furthermore, we're only charging you $5 million per year for these patent licenses. We will still pay you $35 million per year in exchange for your exclusive patent licenses. Nobiko Izumi adopted the same attitude, though more respectful, his spirit of craftsmanship more thoroughly demonstrated. Luo Ming looked at Lin Xiao beside him, who shook his head. Luo Ming understood Lin Xiao's meaning and stood up, saying, all right, you two, since you can't give us what we want, Then forget it. Hearing Luo Ming's abrupt decision to abandon the discussion, the two men were stunned. Mr. Luo, will you reconsider it? Nobiko Izumi asked with a frown. No need to think about it anymore, Luo Ming shook his head. If it's just about money, then our exchange is meaningless. China's industrial technology is powerless against foreign patent barriers because it lacks patents important enough to cross-license with foreign countries. If China possessed sufficient and significant technologies that could significantly impact foreign interests, then foreign countries would undoubtedly offer other important patents in exchange. But right now, their single patent, even if significant, was clearly insufficient to convince these foreigners to yield. Everyone, please leave, Luo Ming said again, issuing the order to expel them. Seeing this, the representatives of both companies knew the situation was hopeless. Mark Yass, with a look of regret on his face, stood up, extended his hand, and said, well, then we can only hope we can work together in the future. I hope that day comes. Luo Ming nodded and shook Mark Yass's hand. After all, even if a deal fails, there's still friendship. There's no need to create conflict if the goal isn't achieved. But obviously, not everyone shared this sentiment. Nobiko Izumi leaped to his feet, his previous politeness giving way to arrogance. With a cold snort, he said, you Chinese don't think you can catch up to us just because you have this technology, do you? Hearing Nobiko Izumi's words, all the Dingguan technology employees present frowned. Luo Ming said coldly, what do you want to say? Nobiko Izumi scoffed. There's nothing much to say. I just want to tell you, don't think that just because you have this impressive technology, you have the means to control us. You're still a long way from catching up. This technology can only be put to greater use if you hand it over to us. You simply can't utilize it effectively, Luo Ming said coldly, then use it. We'll see you in court, Nobiko Izumi snorted. If they used it, it would be patent infringement, and if they went to court, they would undoubtedly face heavy losses. In international transactions, credibility is crucial, especially for countries like theirs, and compliance with international patent law is a guarantee of credibility. So Nobiko Izumi said nothing. He simply pulled a few newspapers from his briefcase and slapped them on the desk. Then he looked at Lin Xiao, who had been sitting there without saying anything. He said, Mr. Lin, I admire your scientific achievements, but if you think you alone can help China catch up with a huge gap between us, then I can only say that you are still too naive. Lin Xiao had been quietly observing Nobiko Izumi's broken expression. Suddenly, he heard this person speaking to him again. He just smiled and said, if that's what you want to say, then you should leave soon. He stood up, looked directly at Nobiko Izumi, and said, one person can change the status quo? Perhaps this is common sense, but common sense can also be falsified. I hope that one day, a few years from now, or even decades from now, you will still have the courage to say this. Chapter 233 Triple Polishing Efficiency. Lin Xiao's words were calm, yet they carried a hidden power. Can one person change the status quo? No one knows. While this is common sense, what if it were to be broken? Nobiko Izumi said nothing more, simply giving Lin Xiao a deep look. Then, waving to the others around him, he left. Mark Yass, who had been watching the show for a while, was surprised by Nobiko Izumi's performance, but not surprised. It was like their President Roosevelt's assessment of this nation back then, nothing much to say. He cared more about Lin Xiao's words. He looked at Lin Xiao a few more times. This scientist truly possessed astonishing talent. Within a few months, he had achieved 2 major breakthroughs in CMP materials and servomotor encoders, each directly addressing key areas of their sanctions against China. What exactly was Lin Xiao up to? What was his goal? Semiconductors? Or lithography machines? No one knew. Mark Yass shook his head. Such a brilliant scientist truly put a lot of pressure on them. No wonder the authorities wanted to arrest him. He didn't believe their official rhetoric, it was clearly a deception for the general public. He said nothing more, simply nodded to Lin Xiao and left. The conference room was silent for a moment, then curses erupted. That little Japanese guy, how insolent, damn that little Japanese guy. The people in the company were all Chinese, so naturally, they were already furious. A flurry of curses erupted. Luo Ming approached Lin Xiao and said, Professor Lin, don't be angry about that guy. That's just how little Japanese guys are, flattering at first, then arrogant. They have no manners at all. Lin Xiao shook his head and said, there's nothing to be angry about. This kind of thing wasn't worth getting angry about. He was more focused on the information he had gained from the negotiations. The original intention of agreeing to discuss this with the two companies was to ascertain their views on this new technology. Now, they had clearly grasped the situation. The foreign countries wouldn't budge for the time being. It would require some time of hard work. Once they had acquired more key technologies, they would be able to gradually seize the upper hand. Then, it would be the foreign countries that would be anxious. Well, let's first share the two technologies I still have. With this thought in mind, he asked Luoming, "Luoming, is the new company I asked you to set up ready?" Hearing Lin Xiao mention this, Luoming said, "It should have been done today." "Okay, just give me the information later." "Okay," Luoming nodded. Seeing that there seemed to be nothing else to do for the time being, Lin Xiao was about to leave when a staff member suddenly cursed again. "That little devil, how shameless." Looking over, they saw the employee looking at the newspapers Nobiko Izumi had left behind. They couldn't help but wonder why Nobiko Izumi had left those newspapers behind when he left. What was on them? But they figured it couldn't be anything valuable, otherwise why would the staff member have cursed so? They approached, and the other employees who had heard the noise gathered around. Luoming asked, "What's in this?" "These are foreign newspapers. They're all saying that Chinese products are shoddy, and they specifically single out our company's products." Hearing the employee's words, Luoming's face changed. He picked up one of the newspapers and read it for a few seconds. It was an English newspaper. A section nearby evaluated the world's industrial nations, specifically mocking China's title of world factory. It even mentioned their company's CMP polishing discs. Even though they were still setting up their production line and it would take several months, the newspaper directly asserted that even if they were produced, they would be inferior. After reading it, Luoming snorted and said, "This must be a foreign competitor deliberately smearing us, especially one that competes with their CMP polishing materials." He picked up a few more newspapers. Sure enough, they were all similar. While the wording varied, they were basically all explicitly or implicitly mentioning their company's new materials. This Nobiko Izumi, coming to negotiate with them, actually brought this kind of newspaper with him. It seemed like he had been planning to disgust them. Lin Xiao said, "Well, whether our product is good or not doesn't need to be determined by them. Besides, for the time being, we won't be exporting it. We'll focus on satisfying domestic demand first." "Yes," Luoming nodded, saying no more. Today's events didn't affect the normal operations of Dingguan Technology. The company continued to operate as usual. They had successfully trial-produced 12 polishing discs. These 12 discs would be used on their dedicated production line for testing to verify their actual performance. The data on paper was, after all, just paper. Only through formal testing and final results could they prove the excellence of their product and effectively refute the slanderous claims made against them abroad. In Shanghai, on a wafer production line formerly owned by Shaanxi Industry, Luoming warned an employee as he watched them replace the polishing discs next to the polishing machine. "Don't worry, Mr. Luo. I've been in this business for a long time. I'm sure there won't be any problems," the employee said with a smile, giving him an okay sign. Polishing discs require frequent replacement, previously requiring only about every 3 days. Therefore, the employees are very familiar with the replacement process. Of course, this also makes more wear-resistant disc materials more popular in the market. According to the paper data for their new disc material, it should have even better wear resistance than their previous one. Therefore, they are all very excited about its performance. The discs were quickly installed. Next, the silicon wafers, which had only just undergone initial polishing, were placed on the polishing machine. Employees quickly carried several relatively rough silicon wafers and placed them on the assembly line. The machine automatically loaded the wafers into the polishing machine, which then began to operate. The large grinding disc spun with a creaking sound, while the silicon wafers orbited the disc's circular motion while also rotating on their own. This type of polishing is called planetary polishing. This method ensures a more thorough polishing of the silicon wafers. Watching the polishing machine in action, everyone around them began to anticipate the process. After a long period of polishing, the polishing machine finally paused and unloaded the several silicon wafers being polished. Employees immediately carried the wafers out, then placed new rough silicon wafers into the assembly line. The polishing machine resumed its operation and continued polishing. Of course, they were no longer concerned with the polishing process. but rather with the already polished silicon wafers. Their concern lay in the polishing results, whether they achieved top-notch quality. They quickly moved the wafers to the nearby measuring instrument. After polishing, all silicon wafers are placed on the measuring instrument for factory inspection to prevent defective products. Their defect rate was previously higher than that of foreign companies. It was unknown what this rate would be after switching to the new grinding wheel material. The inspection method used was a laser interferometer to measure surface accuracy. Surface accuracy ranges from 1 to 10 nm are acceptable, though lower is better, as it also leads to better sales. For example, wafers with a surface accuracy of 10 nm would rarely be purchased unless there was a significant silicon wafer shortage. Soon, the test results came back. The staff exclaimed in delight, "The accuracy is around 4 nm. No defective pieces." Everyone present cheered at the result. Luo Ming's eyes lit up. 4 nm accuracy? If their polishing fluid were even better, wouldn't they be able to get to 2 or 3 nm? Of course, 4 nm accuracy was more than enough to boost sales. "Okay. Keep testing," Luo Ming said with a smile. "It's just a few pieces now. More testing is needed to determine the final yield rate." 3 days passed, and Luo Ming also stayed there for 3 days. "This batch has a 6 nm accuracy," the inspector shouted again, drawing another round of cheers. Their grinding wheels had been grinding for 3 days, and they still maintained a 6 nm accuracy, which undoubtedly demonstrated their high wear resistance. Compared to their previous material, it was simply superior. "What about the yield rate?" 99%. "Yes," Luo Ming nodded, and began to think. The yield rate wasn't 100% because several silicon wafers had cracks during polishing due to defects introduced during the purification process, resulting in them being classified as defective. Therefore, these weren't polishing issues and didn't need to be considered. Thinking this way, their polishing speed could definitely be increased. The faster the polishing speed, the higher the yield. With this in mind, Luo Ming immediately said, "Increase our polishing speed to 1.5 times the current rate." "Great," the employees responded immediately. Luo Ming then added, "After we replace the new grinding wheels, we'll maintain the 1.5 times rate. It looks like we can increase it to twice the current rate, use our new grinding wheels to their full potential." "Great," the employees responded excitedly again. The faster the polishing speed, the higher their yield. The lifespan of a polishing wheel isn't necessarily better, it's more about durability. Some polishing wheels only last 2 days, but that's not necessarily inferior to those that last 3 days. If a 2-day polishing pad can polish twice as fast as a 3-day one, then the superiority is immediately apparent. And now, it seems their new material is fully capable of reaching the level of this top-tier material. Luo Ming was incredibly surprised. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Mr. Luo." Luo Ming turned and saw Yu Jiancheng approaching. "Mr. You're here." Yu Jiancheng had heard that Luo Ming was testing new materials and wanted to check on them. Seeing the joy on the faces of those around him, he couldn't help but speculate. He rubbed his hands together and, somewhat unable to contain himself, asked, "Mr. Luo, how is your new polishing pad material?" Luo Ming smiled and held out his hand, pointing a finger. Yu Jiancheng was stunned. "Mr. Luo, what do you mean?" Luo Ming smiled and said, "World class." Yu Jiancheng was stunned again, then a look of surprise crossed his face. "What do you mean?" "Don't worry," Luo Ming patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "let us use your production line. You'll make a lot of money later." Hearing Luo Ming's words, Yu Jiancheng had only 2 words in his mind: "It's done." It seemed that their new material exceeded expectations. He smiled. "Okay, Mr. Luo, your words put me at ease. Well, don't worry. While we still have a few months, you should prepare and speed up the steps before polishing. Otherwise, if you polish faster but the front part can't keep up, you'll be the one suffering." Okay, Yu Jiancheng nodded, delighted. These were just small things. Then, remembering how he had regretted this, he couldn't help but pat his face. Fortunately, a few days later, the final test results came back. Compared to the polishing discs from Japan that they used before, their new material is stronger in all aspects. Comprehensively judging, in the polishing step, their overall polishing efficiency has increased to 3 times the original. 3 times. If they use a better polishing liquid, 4 or 5 times is not impossible. Luo Ming immediately shared this good news with Lin Xiao. At this time, Lin Xiao, who was at Shangjing University and was about to teach a number theory class to sophomores, heard the news from Luo Ming and smiled. Very good. I don't know what expressions those competitors will show after hearing the news. Of course, Lin Xiao is not looking forward to this. Just do his own thing. The review and sanctions have been issued for the past 3 days, and it's a bit late. It's num. Chapter 234 Class, Interview. At Shangjing University, a classroom was already packed with students, even filling the aisles. It was Professor Lin's class. As a celebrity scientist, Lin Xiao's classes naturally attracted a large number of students. Although he taught sophomores, mathematics students from all walks of life, from freshmen to juniors to seniors, even graduate students, flocked to his lectures. The freshmen, in particular, though they hadn't officially begun studying number theory, had already bought the textbook just to prepare for Lin Xiao's class. As students of Shangjing University, and indeed, the mathematics department, known as the best at that, they were quite competitive. Of course, many of them were drawn to Lin Xiao's reputation. Soon, Lin Xiao appeared at the classroom door. Perhaps he had just received some good news from Luo Ming, so he smiled. But when he entered the classroom and saw the crowds, he shook his head with a smile. You guys, I told you not to come, so many people. The classroom is completely packed. He was always frustrated by the large crowds. Normally, there were only about 40 students in a class, but now, there were probably over 100. Lin Xiao suspected the school had anticipated this situation by assigning him this classroom. The students laughed at his words, and then someone shouted, "Of course we can't miss Master Lin's class." Right, Master Lin, let's get a bigger classroom from now on." Of course, besides the normal ones, there were also some unusual ones. "Master Lin, you're so handsome. Master Lin, I'm here to greet you, Master Lin." After all, Lin Xiao was still young, only 21 at best, not much different in age from these students, so he usually spoke more casually. Hearing the students shouting becoming increasingly outrageous, Lin Xiao shook his head. He had considered stopping them in previous classes, but later he didn't bother to say anything. Just then, the bell rang, and he said, "Okay, get ready." As Lin Xiao announced the start of class, the students immediately fell silent. They didn't want to miss a single minute of Lin Xiao's class, as they all knew that his lectures were excellent. Lin Xiao always took his classes seriously, and when preparing for them, he always carefully considered how to ensure students' understanding. Of course, understanding was secondary. The most important thing was how to spark their interest in learning. Only when students were willing to learn could they improve in mathematics. Therefore, his approach to lesson planning always focused on how to engage students. As for how to engage students, this was a profound subject. Lin Xiao could only rely on his own intuition, but after a few classes, the results had been quite good. He opened a PowerPoint presentation and said, "This class will cover Fermat's little theorem." The presentation opened to the first page, explaining what Fermat's little theorem was. Lin Xiao wasn't averse to using PowerPoint. It allowed him to introduce his ideas to the students. He then recounted the birth and proof of Fermat's little theorem from the perspective of mathematical history. History is a story, and those who study history tend to enjoy their field more than those who study other disciplines. After all, everyone loves stories, and students are especially fond of them. Fermat's little theorem is a bit less well known than Fermat's last theorem. Of course, we'll discuss Fermat's last theorem later. And I'll tell you about its prover, Andrew Wiles. Lin Xiao's words piqued the students' curiosity. Andrew Wiles was also a leading figure in mathematics, and for young people like them, learning about such figures was clearly fascinating. They couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This was the benefit of having a professor who was also a prominent figure. Since he was a prominent figure, he naturally had many connections, so wouldn't they be able to learn more? Seeing the students' eager expressions, Lin Xiao smiled and began his lecture. Fermat's little theorem, of course, comes from Pierre de Fermat, the so-called king of amateur mathematicians. He first stated it in a letter to a friend on October 18, 1640. "Well, we've noticed that these mathematicians love to share their insights with their friends when they encounter a problem or to make a new discovery. I hope you will also develop this habit. When you encounter a problem you don't know how to solve or an interesting discovery, learn to proactively ask questions and share." The students nodded thoughtfully. Lin Xiao smiled and continued with the rest of the story. He had prepared these stories during class preparation, and he had specifically researched papers on the history of mathematics. There are many scholars in the mathematical community who study the history of mathematics, especially those related to these famous theorems. Every mathematicians' congress invites relevant scholars to share their research on the history of mathematics. Learning from history is not only meaningful for politics, but also for science. Following a problem from its inception, through its development, and finally to its solution, not only helps people better understand the problem but also draws inspiration from it. This is the profound meaning behind Lin Xiao's beginning his course with a story from the history of mathematics, not just to engage students. His class gradually took on a new atmosphere, and the students were immersed. Under Lin Xiao's guidance, they too entered a state of immersive learning, oblivious to their surroundings and the passage of time. It wasn't until the bell for recess rang that the students finally regained their composure, realizing the end of get out of class. They were all inexplicably irritated. Why did get out of class have to end? Someone shouted, "Master Lin, keep teaching. Don't end, keep teaching." "No end, we need to continue," the students shouted. Seeing this, Lin Xiao said helplessly, "Some students still need to go to the bathroom. They still need to rest." He glanced at one of the students, seeing the nearly empty mineral water bottle next to him and the occasional frown on his face. Lin Xiao suspected he was about to give up. To his surprise, the students shouted, "We can hold it." "Yes, we can." The other students followed suit. Lin Xiao, glancing at the student, he shrugged. "Since you want to test your bladder's limits, then go for it. After all, holding it in class is something every student has to experience." He smiled and said, "Okay, let's continue." The class continued, his lectures still engaging, making it easy for the students to get caught up. At the end, he left 7 exercises. 5 of them were related to Fermat's little theorem, and the difficulty gradually increased. He started with the simplest exercises, and through continuous practice, his students' interest was gradually piqued. The other 2 exercises were a review of his past lectures, allowing his students to keep up with their past lessons. "Okay, hand these problems in by class representative this Sunday, and I'll check them then." As usual, you have to do your own work. If you don't know how to do something, don't copy it. Ask. Like I said, if you don't know how to do a problem, ask others. Also, if you come up with an ingenious solution and are the only one in the class to do it, I'll give you credit. Of course, this is only for the students in Class 1, 2020, Department of Mathematics. If over 100 of you all hand it in, I won't have time to check it, Lin Xiao said with a smile, and the students who had come to the class for a free ride immediately showed regret. However, the students in their class immediately cheered up, casting smug looks at the other free riders. "We are Professor Lin's students. Professor Lin can see our work." Fortunately, they are sophomores now, so they still know who their classmates are. Otherwise, with so many people, they probably wouldn't know who their classmates are. "Okay, get out of class dismissed." As Lin Xiao said this, he saw the student who had probably been holding back suddenly rush out of the classroom. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. "Can't you hold it in?" He shook his head, then left the classroom and returned to his office. His office was a single-person office, simple and bare, with a computer and some school documents. He then checked arXiv to see if there were any important recent papers in mathematics or physics. Although he had been researching lithography machines lately, he certainly didn't stop keeping an eye on theoretical research, occasionally teaching students to remind him that he was still a mathematician. Just then, his phone rang. After answering, the person on the other end said, "Mr. Lin, we've found the talent you need. Would you like me to send you the information now?" "Okay," Lin Xiao replied. He had asked Luo Ming to set up a company called Kizhi to manage his future patents. He had already applied for patents for his polishing fluid in silicon wafer purification process, and these would be managed by Kizhi. Of course, a company requires hiring management personnel, so he hired a headhunter to find talent in this area. He quickly received the talent profiles sent by the company and screened them, ultimately selecting a woman named Ning Yu. She holds an MBA from Harvard University and previously worked abroad specializing in patent management. However, due to her mother's illness, she gave up her $150,000 a year job abroad to return to China to care for her while she began looking for a new job. Lin Xiao admired this family-oriented person, and combined with her work experience, he chose her. Of course, they still had to meet in person, which would also be an interview. If the match wasn't a good fit, he could prepare to meet with other candidates. After quickly connecting, they decided to meet at a cafe outside Peking University. Lin Xiao packed his things and waited in his office for a while before heading to the cafe. A woman was already waiting at the entrance. She wore a white shirt, trousers, and high heels, with a simple ponytail, looking very businesslike. Lin Xiao took a look, and seeing she looked very similar to the photo, he called out, "Ms. Ning." The woman turned to look at Lin Xiao and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Ning Yu." Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Please go in first." Entering the cafe, they found a seat, ordered a cup of coffee, and began chatting. "I can't believe it's really you," Ning Yu said. "It's an honor to assist a scientist like you." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "We'll talk about these things later. Let's get down to business first." "Okay, well, our Kizzy company will mainly focus on patent management. I currently hold 2 patents, and their future market value should be in the hundreds of millions," Lin Xiao explained. "We don't have any other business lines at the moment. 2 patents worth hundreds of millions?" Ning Yu was slightly surprised. Patents like these weren't exactly valuable, but they were very valuable. She was curious about what they were, but of course, she would have to wait until she officially joined the company to find out. "Also, regarding your salary, you make $150,000 a year abroad. I can offer you $800,000 for now. Is that okay? Once the company is officially profitable, I'll raise your salary based on the situation." "Of course, no problem," Ning Yu said with a slight smile. "That's all part of my plan. And as I said, I'm very satisfied working for your company. A well-known boss naturally attracts more talent." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "That's fine." He then explained the work location to Ning Yu. For now, it would be their home. After all, it was a patent management company, especially since they only had 2 patents and didn't have a lot to do, so they had no requirements for a headquarters. As for the company's registered address, it would be Lin Xiao's Yanbian house. Ning Yu didn't comment on this. In fact, Lin Xiao's salary already satisfied her. Furthermore, since they didn't have many patents, she wouldn't be particularly busy in the future, which would give her more time to care for her mother. After the contract was finalized, the signing of the contract would require the involvement of a headhunter as a third party. So Lin Xiao simply informed the headhunter and waited for them to arrive. Soon, that same day, with the help of a headhunting company, Ning Yu officially became a member of Kizzy Company. Afterward, Lin Xiao naturally handed over various tasks to Ning Yu. The most important task, of course, was to introduce his 2 patents to the market. Chapter 235 Production Line Update and Restart. What's this Kizzy Company? What's their background? A new polishing fluid and a new silicon wafer purification process. With Kizzy Company officially hiring employees, promotion of their patents began. Ning Yu officially joined and learned the purpose of Lin Xiao's 2 patents. Although she wasn't sure how powerful they were, after Lin Xiao's explanation, she knew one thing: they were world-class, extremely powerful. So, she used her own methods to find the contact information of the owners and managers of these polishing fluid and silicon wafer manufacturers in China and began promoting their products to them. This led to these people asking the above question. What's the background of this company? This included Lingguang Technology Company. Of course, Luo Ming had received Lin Xiao's notification before, and he also knew that he had registered Kizzy Company for Lin Xiao. "Professor Lin, is the technology possessed by Kizzy Company real?" Upon receiving the news, Luo Ming called Lin Xiao directly. "It's true. Those 2 technologies are my patents. Let's try them out at our company first." Luo Ming couldn't help but be surprised. "You've actually come up with 2 more technologies." "Well, I've been researching them lately. The purification process is just a matter of physics and chemistry, nothing much to say. I just thought about it and came up with it. As for the polishing fluid, I went to our school's chemistry lab to research it and came up with it," Lin Xiao said. Because the research methods for these 2 technologies are not difficult, they can be explained as his own personal development, so he didn't spend too much time researching them. He did prepare the silica powder sodium hydroxide colloidal polishing fluid in the chemistry lab, but such things still require hands-on experience. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Luo Ming was speechless. "Isn't that a bit too simplistic? Let's not talk about the purification technology. If you were an expert in production process design, you could certainly design such a technology on your own." But how can you be sure the polishing fluid works without long-term experimentation and mixing, then preparing the finished products and testing it on the production line? If the other party hadn't been Lin Xiao, he would have completely suspected that this was an attempt to defraud their company of money. They were trying to defraud them of patent licensing fees. Lin Xiao said, "We'll know when we test it on the production line. Our new polishing pads can only achieve a surface precision of around 4 nm on our silicon wafers. With this new polishing fluid, I'm confident we can double that precision, reaching 2 nm. A 2 nm silicon wafer would be enough to put them among the top wafer manufacturers. Reaching 1 nm would require their polishing machines to be top-notch, and currently, their polishing machines aren't top-notch, as they control the polishing force and depth, and the better the machine, the better control over both." Hearing Lin Xiao's definitive answer, Luo Ming was surprised. A 2 nm precision? This polishing fluid is so good? Professor Lin, is this true? Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm confident. Okay, I'll give it a try on our production line later, okay?" After hanging up, Luo Ming made another call. He first called the production line manager and asked him to replace the refining equipment and make detailed adjustments to various steps. Silicon wafer purification involves removing impurities from the sand, ultimately condensing it into a crystal block of nearly pure material, with a purity of 11 nines. Every step in the process is very demanding. This includes filtration and chemical reactions, enabling more complete reactions, and most importantly, achieving purification efficiency and speed, all require careful study. The effectiveness of Lin Xiao's method will require trial testing. Developing a production process is similar to researching a polishing fluid. After developing a plan, various adjustments must be made to the production line before the best one is selected. While there are professional software simulations available, ultimately nothing compares to actually running the process. So Luo Ming could only hope. Next, he made a phone call to a domestic manufacturer that could custom produce chemicals, requesting they produce enough of the new polishing fluid for their 10-day trial. Since Kizzy had already approved it, they didn't worry about patent infringement. With the new polishing pads, the new polishing fluid, and even the upgraded purification process, he decided to go all out and combine all three technologies to see how effective the combination would be and how much it could improve their production. Meanwhile, other domestic manufacturers, while receiving the news, weren't prepared to be the first to experiment, preferring to wait and see. Anji Technology was a leading CMP polishing fluid manufacturer in China, but its production still lagged far behind that of foreign manufacturers, holding only a small percentage of the domestic market. Consequently, they were among the first to receive the news. Meanwhile, at Anji Technology's headquarters, Old Feng, are we really not going to give it a try? Behind this Kizzy company is that Lin Xiao, a very good scientist, I know, but no matter how good he is as a scientist, we can't just believe him, right? How do you know that their stuff is good? Feng Jibai, chairman of Anji Technology, said to his general manager. General manager Shen Nan insisted, we should give it a try, right? I think their technology is really good. And I asked before, and they only work on patents, not production. They're a perfect partner for us. Feng Jibai stood up, walked over, patted Shen Nan on the shoulder, and said, Old Shen, I know you're well-intentioned, and I know the material is probably quite good, but we should just wait and see. And you know we're short on cash lately, and our American shareholders are planning to reduce their holdings. Let's wait a while, okay? Feng Jibai shook his head and said seriously, Old Feng. Mr. Feng, just trust me this time, okay? Feng Jibai smiled, put his arm around Shen Nan, and said, okay, since you said so, I'll think about it. Let's not talk about this for now. We'll talk about it later, okay? Seeing that Feng Jibai was still trying to evade the offer, Shen Nan's eyes flashed with disappointment. Feng Jibai had recently been researching how to make a killing in the stock market, so he had transferred all the money in the company's accounts to the stock market. But now they can easily transfer the money back, and even if they buy patent licenses, it probably won't cost much. Shen Nan was very optimistic about the new polishing fluid material, as he himself holds a PhD in materials science from Xi'an University and an MBA from Xi'an University. Which is why he was chosen to serve as the company's general manager. But now it seems that Feng Jibai is no longer his ideal boss. This boss, who once pursued wealth through technology, has begun pursuing financial prosperity. He sighed and said no more. Even leading domestic polishing fluid companies like this have chosen to wait and see, let alone other companies. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Japan's Mitsubishi Corporation, President, this is a significant development in China's semiconductor industry. In a plain office, a man in a suit and tie handed a report to an elderly man sitting cross-legged beside a tea tray. This elderly Japanese man was none other than Taro Iwasaki, the current helmsman of Mitsubishi Corporation. Taro Iwasaki didn't take it, but just said, "Just tell me directly what's worth paying attention to." "Okay, President," his secretary bowed respectfully, and then said, "The first thing worth paying attention to is that China's CMP polishing disc materials have made a breakthrough. According to what we know now, the comprehensive situation of their new materials has reached the world's top standards." "Well, is there anything else?" Taro Iwasaki continued to ask without any ripples on his expression. "In addition, there's a newly established company in China called Kizi Technology. It's recommending 2 of its patents to Chinese CMP polishing fluid manufacturers and silicon wafer manufacturers. One is a new type of polishing fluid, and the other is a new silicon wafer purification process technology. The specific details of these 2 technologies are not yet known. However, if these 3 technologies could have a huge impact on our silicon wafer market share, first, we discovered that these 3 technologies are all related to one person, the famous scientist Lin Xiao. He created all 3 technologies, including the new encoder structure mentioned earlier. Mitsubishi Electric has already reported this matter. Also, after failing to negotiate a partnership with them, the people from Mitsubishi Electric tried to provoke Lin Xiao. Based on Lin Xiao's reaction and his past behavior, we conducted a personality analysis on him. First, he's an idealist, and a national idealist. Many of his recent actions have demonstrated this. He's also a bit individualistic, and there's a certain probability that he believes he can promote China's development, especially the semiconductor industry. Given this situation, we believe he will be committed to promoting the development of semiconductors in China. As far as we can tell, if his 3 technologies can reach world-class standards, he will likely offer them to Chinese manufacturers at a low price. Furthermore, given China's abundant labor force, raw material production costs, electricity costs, and transportation costs are all lower than ours. If they form a closed-loop industry, we'll lose control of the global silicon wafer supply. Upon hearing this, Iwasaki Taro's brows furrowed. Silicon wafers account for a staggering 40% of the semiconductor materials supply chain, with a total market value exceeding $10 billion. They arguably hold a core position in the entire upstream semiconductor market. Japan holds a 70% market share in silicon wafers, meaning that 70% of all silicon wafers are exported from Japan. Mitsubishi, one of Japan's largest financial conglomerates, directly or indirectly controls numerous interests in this area. Therefore, Iwasaki Taro had to take this matter seriously. He picked up the teacup beside him and drank the tea. The secretary beside him quickly refilled his cup. Taro Iwasaki didn't bother to look at it. He simply stood up and, after a moment's thought, said, "Keep investigating. We must be vigilant against this kind of thing. Even if we license their patents or engage in a price war, we must thwart their momentum." They weren't afraid of their neighbor across the sea borrowing or even stealing their technology. They were only afraid of their neighbor making their own. Technological breakthroughs were unstoppable, and if their neighbor could consistently achieve these breakthroughs, they would be terrified. And not just them, but the entire world would be. Yes, the secretary nodded, understanding the president's point. Time passed quickly. After nearly a month of replacements and adjustments, Dingguang Technology's silicon wafer production line was finally operational again. They had refined a completely new purification process and polishing materials, 2 of the most critical components of silicon wafer production. Of course, the actual results would have to wait for the next 10 days of testing. Several people had already arrived at the factory where the production line was located. Lin Xiao had come, as had Lu Oming, of course, and Ningyu. Some people from Shaanxi Industry, the line's original owner, had also arrived. They all wanted to witness how efficient this brand new production line could be. "Boss Lin, everything is ready," the production line workshop director called out to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Start." The power switch was turned off, and the production line that had been stopped for a month was powered on again. Workers from all departments started their work again. With their labor, this production line will witness its ultimate success. I took graduation photos today, And suddenly I remembered a song, Old Boy. I recommend you to listen to it. You can listen to it again if you have listened to it. Chapter 236 Winning Ma. The workshop assembly line began operating, and naturally, everyone's first concern was the purification speed. Piles of sand, already filtered, were fed into the electric arc furnace, where temperatures reached a staggering 2000 degrees Celsius. Coke was also present, also used to remove impurities. However, since Lin Xiao was optimizing the production process, he naturally had his own unique designs for each step. The internal structure of the electric arc furnace had been modified, now incorporating a honeycomb-like structure that would allow the entire reaction to proceed more efficiently and rapidly. Of course, this simple structure alone wouldn't be enough. This honeycomb-like structure was custom designed by Lin Xiao based on their electric arc furnace's internal structure, after calculations and consideration of the physical and chemical reaction mechanisms. This structure ensured a more complete reaction, allowing the coke to more thoroughly remove the two oxygen ions from the silica in the sand. The people present stared at the electric arc furnace before them, and even from a distance, they could almost feel the heat inside. How long will this take? Yu Jiancheng couldn't help but ask. 3 hours, Lin Xiao said. Only 3 hours, Yu Jiancheng was shocked. We used to take 4 or 5 hours to fire a furnace. Wouldn't it mean the firing speed has increased by 20% minus 25%? Such an improvement is truly significant. Lin Xiao smiled and said, as long as my calculations are correct, there's definitely no problem. At this point, a nearby process design engineer couldn't help but ask, Professor Lin, can you explain the underlying principle? This process design engineer, Lu Zhang, was a process design engineer at Shaanxi Industry. He had designed the original process for this production line, including the purification process. Now that Lin Xiao had optimized these processes, he naturally wanted to take a look. Lin Xiao glanced at Lu Zhang, smiled faintly, and uttered 2 words, magnetic field. Everyone around them was stunned. Magnetic field? Lu Zhang was also puzzled. Why a magnetic field? Our electric arc furnace uses the high temperatures generated by the electrode arcs to melt metal. These arcs naturally generate magnetic fields inside, and magnetic fields can affect internal reactions. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Lu Zhang's face flickered with confusion for a moment, then a look of shock. You mean you increase the reaction rate and make the reaction more complete by controlling the internal magnetic field? Yes, Lin Xiao nodded. The high temperatures inside the electric arc furnace arise from the discharge. The arcs generated by the electrodes create magnetic fields, and generally speaking, these fields will have some effect on internal reactions. The essence of a chemical reaction is the transfer of electrons. The reaction in the electric arc furnace is a high-temperature redox reaction between silicon dioxide and carbon, ultimately forming elemental silicon and carbon monoxide. The reaction equation is something a junior high student could probably write out. During this process, the magnetic field generated by the arcs affects the electron migration process during the chemical reaction. However, in the past, designers generally didn't consider this issue. After all, sufficient reaction was sufficient. While the magnetic field generated by the arc could have a certain impact on the reaction, due to the chaotic system already formed inside, the magnetic field cancelled out in all directions, making its effect negligible. Then, with a longer reaction time, the first step of the rough refining process could be completed. However, Lin Xiao chose not to adopt this traditional approach, but instead chose to directly modify the magnetic field's influence by changing the internal structure. He used the honeycomb structure to affect the arc, thus determining the magnetic field generated by the arc. He then calculated the number of particles involved in the reaction and used this statistical data to calculate how this controlled magnetic field could be used to accelerate the rate of the chemical reaction. Furthermore, he could control the proximity of oppositely charged ions within the furnace, thereby promoting a more complete reaction. Using these results, he was able to construct the honeycomb structure. Furthermore, only one honeycomb structure could be constructed for each arc furnace. Replicating this structure for different furnaces would be impossible unless Lin Xiao's calculations were repeated, which would be a waste of effort. But it was clear that Lin Xiao's calculations only existed in his mind. Anyone else who wanted to reverse engineer the results would have to be at least half as skilled as him in math, chemistry, and physics. And they'd have to be in the right fields. As for whether such a person existed in this world, Lin Xiao declined to comment, advocating for humility. Meanwhile, Lu Zhang, standing beside him, was stunned by Lin Xiao's confirmation. Using the magnetic field inside an electric arc furnace to speed up a chemical reaction, was that something Earthlings could achieve right now? But considering Lin Xiao's renown, the countless incredible feats he had accomplished, controlling the magnetic field inside an electric arc furnace, didn't seem that impressive after all. Lu Zhang glanced at Yu Jiancheng beside him and suddenly felt like quitting his job and training under Lin Xiao. Although he was already in his 40s, more than 20 years older than Lin Xiao, it was a privilege to be a teacher, and there was no shame in studying under a top scientist like Lin Xiao. But thinking of his family and the mortgage he'd taken out to buy his house in Shanghai, he decided against the idea. Okay, this has to wait another 3 hours. Let's go check out the polishing process first, Lin Xiao's voice reminded everyone present. Everyone came to their senses, realizing what was happening. After all, the furnace still needed to burn for 3 hours, and they couldn't just sit there and wait for 3 hours. So they quickly headed to the polishing machine where the polishing process was taking place. Luo Ming looked at the polishing machine. The last time he'd been here was the day before. That time, he'd seen that with a new polishing pad, they'd achieved a polishing accuracy of 4 nm. This time, they had a new polishing fluid, which, according to Lin Xiao, would allow them to increase their polishing accuracy to 2 nm. He was already looking forward to it. The wait wasn't long. Since they had some unpolished silicon wafers stored, they could place them in the machine for testing. As the machine spun, the planetary polishing process began again, and liquid could be seen overflowing from both sides. This was their new polishing fluid, composed of silicon powder and sodium hydroxide, with a small amount of other substances that could also be used during the polishing process. CMP polishing stands for chemical mechanical polishing. As the name suggests, it involves both chemical and mechanical polishing, with the polishing fluid being the primary agent for chemical polishing. The sodium hydroxide reacts with the wafer's surface irregularities, making it smoother, while the silicon powder gradually smooths out internal irregularities through friction. The ratio of these two substances is crucial in this process. A well-balanced mix significantly improves polishing results. The composition and ratio of the polishing fluid Lin Xiao obtained from the system were undoubtedly excellent. Furthermore, it was perfectly compatible with the abrasive disc material. Together, these two components ensured exceptional polishing efficiency. As time passed, the first batch of silicon wafers emerged, and they were quickly subjected to laser interferometer measurements to determine their surface accuracy. The results arrived shortly thereafter. The average surface accuracy has reached 2 nm. A few have even reached 1 nm. The measurement technicians announced this exciting news, and cheers erupted from the production line. Luo Ming's face lit up with excitement. He hadn't expected Professor Lin to say 2 nm, literally 2 nm. With this new polishing fluid, the lifespan of their polishing discs would be significantly increased. This would also reduce costs. Thinking of this, he grew even more excited. Within 6 months, China would easily occupy a significant position in global silicon wafer production. This would also establish China as a key node in the semiconductor industry chain. A year from now, they'd have the potential to capture half of the global market. 3 years from now, the world would only know Chinese-made silicon wafers, leaving behind the once Japanese-made ones. Furthermore, polishing discs and polishing fluid would become important exports. Of course, they'd first focus on satisfying domestic demand for these products, and then, when they had enough, export them abroad. Luo Ming's elation grew. Then, he shook Lin Xiao's hand tightly and said, "Professor Lin, thank you for your hard work." Lin Xiao smiled and waved his hand, saying, "What are you talking about? We all contributed, but Professor Lin obviously contributed the most." Yu Jiancheng, who was standing nearby, also came over, rubbed his hands, and said, "Professor Lin, look at your polishing fluid." "Let's." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Polishing fluid also requires a factory, so there's no need to rush. But we will definitely satisfy your company first. Of course, we must avoid overdeveloping the silicon industry and prevent its appetite from growing. This process requires supporting more domestic manufacturers. Only by working together and competing together can we promote a more vibrant domestic industry. Just like how Japan's silicon wafers have a large global market share, it is because of internal competition. Of course, we must also prevent healthy competition from turning into vicious competition. This is particularly common in China. Although China is known as the world's factory, and various factories receive countless orders from foreign manufacturers. There are too many homogeneous factories and lack of technology. This leads to price competition among these factories in the fight for these orders. Involution and price means using lower and lower prices to grab orders from abroad. If there are no orders, the factory will go bankrupt, so the profits will become lower and lower, and the workers' wages will also become lower and lower. It is not easy to solve this situation, but this is also because these factories do not have real technology. As a high-tech industry, silicon wafer factories obviously cannot be involutionary. This is a problem of both. Therefore, there cannot be too many manufacturers supported in the future. Of course, this problem is not something Lin Xiao needs to consider now, and someone will consider it later. He no longer paid attention to the polishing here and said, "Okay, let's see the effect of our purification later, and then we can look forward to our final production efficiency in 10 days. Okay, people responded one after another, and then after waiting for another 2 hours, they returned to the electric arc furnace they had seen before. After 3 hours of high-temperature reaction, the reaction inside was basically very sufficient. The silicon inside was then poured out, allowed to cool, and transferred to another location for further purification. This involved refining the silicon with hydrogen chloride, and then using chemical vapor deposition to produce even more refined polysilicon, achieving a purity of 11.9%, which is considered pure. Lin Xiao also made changes to this step. This adjustment involved adjusting the vapor deposition method. Vapor deposition involves introducing two gaseous raw materials into a reaction chamber, where they react and ultimately form a new material that is deposited on the wafer surface. Many factors influence the final reaction, including chamber pressure, wafer temperature, gas flow rate, and the path the gas takes through the wafer, all of which affect the final purity. Lin Xiao once again returned to his old skills, applying his comprehensive calculations of chaotic systems, and ultimately calculated more precise values for each parameter in their vapor deposition process. This made it easier for them to extract pure polysilicon. Of course, this method was relatively straightforward, and Lu Zhang could see it, so he had no problem with it. However, it was too hardcore, roughly equivalent to factoring a large number. Lin Xiao figured it out at a glance, while the others could only calculate it one by one, making it impossible to replicate. The third step was to use the Czochralski method to pull the molten polysilicon into silicon rods. This step was universally used, so Lin Xiao didn't modify it. Of course, the polysilicon obtained from the previous two steps was already sufficiently pure that this Czochralski method wouldn't alter the purity, so Lin Xiao didn't need to worry about it. The group spent half a day to tour the facility, and the final result clearly amazed everyone. This production line is considered top-tier silicon wafer production worldwide, both in terms of production speed and yield. Okay, we'll conduct a 10-day trial run, after which we'll test all the silicon wafers produced during those 10 days to confirm our final results. Great, everyone cheered. For the next 10 days, the production line went into full gear, with nearly every machine running at full power. To their surprise, yet also their dismay, Lin Xiao's optimizations to the purification process increased their production rate for primary silicon wafers by over 30%. This, however, left their polishing machines somewhat insufficient. They needed to purchase several more polishers to maximize the production capacity of the production line. Of course, these matters would be dealt with later. First, they had to complete their 10-day testing. Time flew by. Naturally, Lin Xiao didn't stay there forever, but returned to Shangjing University. It was graduation season, and the senior students were preparing their thesis defenses, so he briefly served as a reviewer. Even at Shangjing University, the quality of graduation theses varied widely. Of course, any that passed was fine. As a young man himself, Lin Xiao empathized with his young students. Although he wasn't exactly experienced, after all, his undergraduate thesis had been published directly in a top international journal. However, at Shangjing University, some students' theses demonstrated high quality, earning him praise. All in all, his defense group had almost all passed, save for a few students whose essays were harshly criticized by the other reviewers, who hadn't raised any objections. Well, anyway, his fellow defense group members were all quite grateful to him. As for the students in the other groups, that was beyond his control. They could only hope for the best. And so, time passed quickly, 10 days in a flash. The 10-day trial production test concluded successfully. The final test results surprised everyone. As long as the number of polishing machines kept up, the production line's capacity would reach world-class levels. Furthermore, considering the costs of raw materials, electricity, and transportation, they would all be lower than those of their competitors. After all, China possessed an abundance of raw materials, giving it a clear advantage over Japan, which had to import its raw materials from abroad. Furthermore, the unit price of industrial electricity in China was relatively low globally, while Japan's unit price was nearly double that of the former. In short, China enjoys a competitive cost advantage across the board. Furthermore, the world's major chip foundries are all located close to China, including TSMC and UMC in Taiwan, Samsung in South Korea, and Huaxin International and Huahong Group in Shanghai. Therefore, as long as they can build sufficient production lines, there's only one outcome: victory. This news quickly attracted the attention of higher authorities. Within a few days, the central government issued a directive directing the swift construction of high-tech silicon wafer production lines, offering low-interest or even interest-free loans to stimulate the construction of new production lines by domestic manufacturers. Thus, the clarion call for the first major offensive into the semiconductor industry chain was sounded. Lin Xiao's Ningguang Technology Company was the strategist of this offensive. I've passed my defense. I can finally rest assured. Updates may be slow in the near future due to final graduation preparations, such as a class reunion the day after tomorrow. Once everything is concluded, we'll resume normal operations and catch up on any missed chapters. Thank you for your understanding. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Chapter 237 China Semiconductor Industry Chain Symposium. With strong government support, work on establishing a new silicon wafer production chain began immediately. Most domestic silicon wafer manufacturers have state investment, so they received significant support. Construction began on at least 50 new production lines nationwide simultaneously. Each silicon wafer production line is worth hundreds of millions of yuan, and the combined value of these production lines surpassed 10 billion yuan. These companies also upgraded their existing production lines, primarily focusing on renovating the purification equipment. Given the significant increase in purification speed, they needed to purchase more polishing machines to maximize production efficiency. This involved a barrel effect, so the number of polishing machines also needed to be increased. Of course, this is only one aspect of the process. Optimizing the purification equipment can begin now. The most important step is the construction of a new production plant for polishing discs and polishing fluids. Previously, the equipment used was trial-produced, essentially custom-made, resulting in high production costs. Only after the factory is built will costs be normalized. However, with government support, various administrative procedures have been streamlined. Besides the necessary domestic safety certifications like the 3C certification, as well as the MSDS and CE certifications required for future international market entry, all other procedures have been streamlined, including factory construction approvals. Of course, safety verification is also necessary, as is the case with polishing fluids, which involve the highly hazardous chemical sodium hydroxide. However, with strong government support, the factory, originally scheduled for October or November, is now expected to have its first batch completed in August. That's when they can truly demonstrate the true strength of a global factory. And so, time marched on to June. June 5th. Upstairs in the Yanbi Garden House, Professor Zhang Ren and Zhang Ronger visited Lin Xiao again. Ronger is taking the college entrance exam. Upon hearing this news, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered that the annual Gaokao was indeed approaching. Yet, Zhang Ren nodded, and a smile appeared on his face when he looked at his granddaughter who was holding Mimi and talking to her. It starts on June 7th, and there are only 2 days left. Lin Xiao looked at Zhang Ronger and asked with a smile, "Ronger, are you confident that you can get into Peking University?" Zhang Ronger made an okay gesture and said, "Of course, that's good." Lin Xiao nodded. "What major do you want to study then?" "Mathematics." Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment. "Mathematics?" Zhang Ronger put down Mimi in her arms, moved her body, ran to Lin Xiao's side, hugged one of his arms, and then began to act coquettishly. It's mathematics. Brother, can you be my tutor then? Tutor, okay? I heard from Grandpa that I have to choose a tutor then. Zhang Ronjer shook Lin Xiao's arm again. Zhang Ren, standing next to her, chuckled. Ronjer tutored you in math for a few months, and now she's really interested in it. I'm looking forward to getting into your mathematics department and looking to you for support. Hearing this, Lin Xiao laughed and said to Zhang Ronjer, okay, Ronjer, since you've said so, of course I won't refuse. Great, Zhang Ronjer cheered, then retorted to Zhang Ren's words, I'm not looking for a supporter. I want to study math with brother Lin Xiao. Zhang Ren laughed again and said, yes, I'll study hard with brother Lin Xiao and become a famous female mathematician. I'm sure I can do it. Zhang Ronjer nodded, her face full of confidence. Lin Xiao smiled, then tried to do well in the exams and get into the mathematics department of Peking University first. We can think of other things later. Yes, Zhang Ronjer nodded. Of course, for Zhang Ronjer, getting into Beijing University was easy. As one of the most consistently top 5 students at number 101 middle school, a prestigious high school in Beijing, she could easily have been admitted, even without her Beijing Gaokao. And considering the advantages of a Beijing Gaokao, admission became even easier, as she could choose any major. Of course, once you become my student, I'll be very strict with you. I won't let you down, Lin Xiao reminded her. Zhang Ren nodded, you definitely can't let up. Zhang Ronjer raised her chin and said nonchalantly, of course, no problem. Just ask. Seeing her like that, Lin Xiao smiled, extended his hand, bent a finger, and said, first, during the summer vacation, you have to study all the first semester's courses on your own. I'll give you exercises then. No problem, Zhang Ronjer said nonchalantly. It's not over yet, Lin Xiao smiled, then bent a finger. And then you need to continue to be in the top 5 in your grade every semester. Zhang Ronjer was stunned for a moment, her lips slightly pursed. Then, with a wave of her hand, she said with determination, no problem. Lin Xiao laughed heartily, then continued, also, during your undergraduate studies, you need to publish 2 C papers. Zhang Ronjer's face immediately fell. Although she was still in high school, her grandfather was a physics professor at Kyoto University, and her grandmother was a professor of business administration at Kyoto University. She knew about these papers, the C papers for science and engineering, the SSCI papers for social sciences, and the difficulty of publishing such papers. She also knew that for undergraduates, publishing just 1 was considered an achievement. And now Lin Xiao was asking for 2? But she gritted her teeth, finally nodded, and said, no problem. Seeing her like this, Lin Xiao and Zhang Ren both laughed. Okay, don't worry. I'll be there to help you. Lin Xiao reached out and rubbed Zhang Ronjer's head, finally offering a word of comfort. Zhang Ren also said, if you want to become a female mathematician, this is the way to go. Think about how amazing your brother Lin Xiao was when he was in college. Yeah, hearing this, Zhang Ronjer's expression finally cleared up a bit, and she nodded in response. She secretly resolved to work even harder when the time came. With that thought in mind, she turned around, hugged Mimi again, and began to rub her. She could talk about the hard work later. First, she could find some comfort from the little kitty. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's phone rang. Lin Xiao glanced. It was Ma Gaolian calling. She nodded to Zhang Ren, and he answered. Director Ma, what's up, Professor Lin? Ma Gaolian's hearty laugh came from the other end. We have an important symposium tomorrow about the semiconductor industry chain, so I hope you can come. Is tomorrow free? Semiconductor industry chain? Lin Xiao raised a brow. It seemed the breakthrough in silicon wafer production technology had given them the impetus to take further steps. Of course, he was very supportive. It just so happened that he had already been planning this. Producing silicon wafers was just the first step. There were still many goals to be achieved. For example, recently, he had been researching lens polishing technology. He had meticulously organized the lens polishing process for the photolithography machine in his mind. Producing lenses that achieved the picometer-level smoothness required by photolithography machines was incredibly difficult. Zeiss in Germany was able to achieve this, thanks to its skilled polishing technicians, often called goldfingers. Such polishing masters were clearly unavailable in China. However, even these top polishing masters required machines to operate. So, Lin Xiao was researching how to solve this problem directly with machines. He already had an idea. and it just so happened to require national support. He said, "Okay, what time and where tomorrow? 10 a.m. I'll pick you up then, okay?" After hanging up, Zheng Ren asked, "Director Ma Gaolian?" "Yes," Lin Xiao nodded. Zheng Ren sighed, "I've heard about all the things you've been up to lately. Honestly, it's really inspiring." Lin Xiao smiled, "It's okay. We can only take it one step at a time." Zheng Ren nodded, saying, "I wish you continued success. Then I'll take Professor Zheng's good wishes." "What are you talking about?" Zheng Ranger, who was standing nearby, overheard the conversation and couldn't help but look puzzled. "Nothing." Lin Xiao rubbed Zheng Ranger's head and said with a smile, "You'll understand when you're older." "I'm older now." "Not yet." "I need to be older." Lin Xiao shook his head. "HMPH, if you don't want to talk, then don't." Seeing that Lin Xiao still wouldn't say anything, Zheng Ranger simply ignored it and resumed teasing Mimi next to her. The next day, as promised, Lin Xiao got into the car that Ma Gaolian had come to pick him up. Of course, it was actually Ma Gaolian's driver who was driving. "Where is this meeting being held?" Lin Xiao asked. "The National Academy," Ma Gaolian said. Lin Xiao's brows furrowed. If it was the National Academy, then it seemed the meeting would be even more grand. Perhaps knowing what Lin Xiao was thinking, Ma Gaolian added, "Also, this meeting is quite well attended. Experts from the Institute of Optoelectronics, Shanghai Microelectronics Equipment, and Tsinghua Uni Group are all here. They're mainly discussing our future development direction. And as you know, your encoder's 8-point structure gives us hope for further advancements in various precision fields, so a lot of things can be done from now on." "Yes," Lin Xiao nodded. China's gap with foreign countries in many fields stems from precision machining, and the advent of this 8-point structure has directly raised their ceiling in this area to world-class levels. So, this meeting will likely focus on this topic. Of course, he had also prepared what he wanted to discuss. Lin Xiao's eyes flickered, and he began to look forward to the meeting. Time passed quickly, and their car arrived at the gate of the State Council. Inside, they arrived at a large conference room. Many people were already seated there, and upon seeing Lin Xiao, some of them were delighted and approached him. "Hello, Professor Lin. Professor Lin is here too, Professor Lin." The people present were mostly experts, though there were also some government officials. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, they all, without exception, expressed their enthusiasm. Lin Xiao, in turn, responded to their enthusiasm. After greeting them, the staff members approached and took him to the front seat. "Professor Lin, you can sit here." "Okay, thank you." Lin Xiao looked at his seat. The oval table had the seat to his right at the top, and he was to the left of the top seat. Modern China honors the left. Seating is a matter of great importance, both abroad and at home. Of course, he paid no attention to any of this, merely pondering how he would present his own presentation. However, at this time, the person sitting to his left smiled and said to him, "Hello, Professor Lin." Lin Xiao turned his head and asked, "Who are you?" "Director of the Institute of Optoelectronics, Luo Gangson." Lin Xiao suddenly realized and said with a smile, "It's academician Luo." "Hello, I've always wanted to meet with Professor Lin, but we've been very busy lately, so we haven't had the opportunity," Luo Gangson said with a smile. "But first of all, I have to express my gratitude to you, Professor Lin." Lin Xiao was puzzled. "Thank me for what?" Luo Gangson said. "Of course, it's because of your 8-point structure encoder. It seems that people in the industry now just call it the Lin structure. I do micro-nano processing, such as optical lenses." He smiled and said, "Our current technology in the Institute of Optoelectronics can achieve a surface accuracy better than 0.3 nmr/ms and a surface roughness better than 0.2 nmr/ms in the processing of spherical and planar optical components. The results are relatively higher for aspheric components, however, we now have a chance to break through the processing precision. Maybe we can reduce it a little in the future." Hearing Luo Gangson's words, Lin Xiao smiled and said, "But there are still bottlenecks." Luo Gangson nodded and sighed. "There are indeed bottlenecks. I estimate that we can only reach 0.1 nmr/ms at best. At this level, we are still far behind Zeiss. We can't produce optical lenses below 0.1 nmr/ms. At this level, breakthroughs cannot be achieved by technological advancement of any single component. Otherwise, there wouldn't be just one Zeiss abroad. In this industry, it's a winner-takes-all situation." But Lin Xiao smiled. "Academician Luo, you can look forward to it later, Luo Gangxin was stunned. What? Lin Xiao didn't say anything. Luo Gangxin was puzzled, but he could only wait for Lin Xiao to speak. Soon, an old man walked in. Seeing him, everyone stood up and saluted. Yi Cheng also saw the old man, whom he had met before, when he had just proved the Goldbach conjecture. The old man also saw him and smiled at him. Then he walked to the first seat next to Lin Xiao, shook hands with him, and then sat down. Everyone in the conference room also fell silent. Chapter 238, Debate with Scholars. The old man said, "Dear scientists, good morning. Your time is precious, so I will make it short and briefly talk about the purpose of this meeting. In recent years, we have been developing towards the semiconductor industry chain, and today we have achieved certain fruitful results. Some time ago, under the leadership of Mr. Lin Xiao, we have achieved breakthroughs in many technologies, especially silicon wafer production technology. We have made major breakthroughs and reached world-class level." At this point, he nodded at Lin Xiao, and continued, "Research on semiconductor technology is a top priority, and we will need to achieve more innovations in this technology in the future. Now, everyone can talk about their own opinions, talk about the new breakthroughs in your respective technologies, and discuss which direction we should develop next." As the old man finished speaking, the people present began to talk. After a while, an expert from Huaxin International raised his hand and said, "We've recently achieved a key breakthrough in chip production technology, bringing us one step closer to the 12nm process. We need more R&D investment in this area. I think we still need to increase investment in production technology. After all, building our own lithography equipment is still a long way off. We should first figure out how to push the lithography equipment to its limits." As soon as this was said, others were unhappy. For example, China Electronics Technology Group Corporation, Chongqing Institute of Optics, Fine Mechanics, and Magic City Microelectronics had all been tasked with developing lithography equipment. Huaxin International advocated a focus on production technology, so they naturally objected. These three companies immediately expressed their opposition. "If we can't figure it out, then forget it? Don't you see how much we've lost by not developing these things? You talk about developing production processes, but I haven't seen you achieve much. TSMC already has 12nm and 10nm processes, let alone 14nm. We don't expect you to catch up to 7nm, but at least you can't be so many generations behind, right?" Both sides were very harsh in their words, and naturally, they started arguing. Of course, given the circumstances, the arguments were all about blaming each other for shortcomings in technological development. However, during the argument, someone said, "I think we should put more effort into materials." Many people present were involved in material production, and when someone mentioned this, they immediately agreed. Yes, materials should also be emphasized. Another voice was added to the conference room. This is the semiconductor industry chain. Every link is closely connected, and each link has significant technological barriers. As they argued, someone suddenly clapped their hands, and everyone looked over. It was Director Ma. Everyone present still maintained a respectful attitude toward the director of the Science and Technology Bureau, and they fell silent, waiting for him to speak. Ma Gaoliang simply smiled and said, "Everyone's saying something makes sense, but as you all know, we still lag far behind in every aspect if we want to catch up with the rest of the world. Currently, we've only achieved world-class status in silicon wafer production, so I wonder if we should first hear Professor Lin's opinion." Hearing this, the experts present fell silent. Regardless, Lin Xiao's recent achievements alone warranted their serious attention. Everyone turned their attention to Lin Xiao, who sat in the front row. Lin Xiao was a little surprised that it was his turn to speak, but he had already prepared to share his thoughts, so he wasn't in the least bit anxious. Sitting properly, he smiled faintly at the elderly man to his right, then turned back to the group. He continued, "My view is to grasp both ends, and do both well. Of course, this applies to the entire industry chain. It means we must firmly grasp the entire chain." Everyone present was stunned. What did Lin Xiao mean? Did he believe in developing in all directions? Everyone shook their heads. They had expected Lin Xiao to offer some eye-opening ideas, but now, it was clear to everyone that he was trying to avoid offending anyone and maintain a neutral attitude. But was this really Lin Xiao's intention? After saying this, he stood up. The semiconductor industry is a complete industrial chain, and every part of the industry chain plays a very important role. Since we have our own special system, We can form a chess game to proceed. Then, I think we should form a semiconductor industry alliance to concentrate resources from all parties to better develop our entire industry, and now, our silicon wafer production has made a breakthrough. At the same time, because of the emergence of the encoder's 8-point structure, our precision processing technology has also made a breakthrough. What remains is to continue to dig deeper. Here, I will first give a brief account of how to achieve a breakthrough in the production technology of optical lenses used in lithography machines. At this point, Lin Xiao smiled at Luo Gangxin, but Luo Gangxin was stunned. Lin Xiao was going to talk about their optical lenses? Lin Xiao said, the way to make optical lenses more precise is nothing more than removing those raised particles on the surface of the lens. We can use laser interferometers to find these raised particles. Next, based on the amount of protrusion of these raised particles, we can bombard these raised particles with N beams, and then knock our lenses flat. In this way, our lenses will become extremely smooth. Hearing Lin Xiao's idea, Luo Gangxin couldn't help but say, this shouldn't be possible. We can only make statistics on the surface roughness data obtained by the laser interferometer, but we can't specifically judge how to use ion beams to bombard them. Moreover, the radius of silicon atoms has reached more than 100 picometers, and the diameter is equal to more than 200 picometers, and what we need is a level below 100 picometers. If it is ion bombardment, the surface atoms will be directly bombarded away, and what may be left is a pit of more than 100 picometers, which still cannot meet the requirements of the lithography machine lenses. What Lin Xiao said is indeed a good method, but this is only in theory. As a professional, he doesn't believe that this can be done. Lin Xiao simply smiled and said, I didn't say to blast away those protruding particles, academician Luo, I said knock them flat. We just need to calculate the angle of impact and control the horizontal and vertical force components, and we can completely flatten the surface. Also, what we call atomic radius is actually just the radius of the atomic orbital. They're not spherical in terms of the force range. Bombarding them with an ion beam simply involves the electromagnetic force between them. Previous ion polishing technology used argon plasma. By taking its charge into account during the bombardment, we were able to achieve this. Hearing this, Luo Gangxin was momentarily incredulous. It seemed possible, really? But after a moment's thought, he shook his head slightly. That can't be done, right? It's mathematically impossible. How do you calculate the angle of impact? Lin Xiao smiled. It's just a math problem. I'm least afraid of math problems. Luo Gangxin paused. Just a math problem? That's all? He didn't know what to say, but looking at Lin Xiao's expression, he couldn't find any reason to question it further. It seemed like it could really be done. If they could calculate the ion beam's impact angle, it seemed entirely possible to knock the particles in. In fact, this was similar to ion polishing, except that compared to more common ion polishing techniques, there's required a slightly higher degree of precision. And isn't the most important aspect of solving this problem mathematical? Thinking of this, he looked at Lin Xiao, who had already moved to the other side of the oval table, and stood up and said, Professor Lin, you've convinced me. Let's collaborate. Lin Xiao smiled and said, of course, but, he glanced at everyone present and said, everyone, as I said earlier, we're forming an alliance, so I'd like to work with all of you, and if you encounter any technical problems, you can come to me for collaborative research. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room suddenly widened in surprise. Was Lin Xiao trying to bring together the organizations and companies they represented? He even said that anyone with any technical problems could come to him for collaboration. Although Lin Xiao had mastered CMP material technology, silicon wafer purification technology, and even achieved major breakthroughs in encoder accuracy, he could truly be called an all-round talent. But with so many industries represented, how could Lin Xiao be so omnipotent? Someone immediately objected, Professor Lin, your proposal is excellent, but do you know how to solve the UV light source problem? That's our first question. Lin Xiao smiled. The UV light source is simply an excimer laser irradiating a tin target, which de-excites and produces UV light. All we need to do is increase its power. To do this, we simply need to control the tin target and the power of the excimer laser, ensuring that the tin target can receive a greater rate of excimer laser irradiation, thus achieving a stronger de-excitation effect. How to achieve a higher rate of irradiation on the tin target requires mathematical calculations and experimental verification. Mathematical problems are no problem for me either, so if you and I work together, we also have the opportunity to achieve a breakthrough. Also, There's our UV light collection efficiency. As long as we can achieve the more precise lens processing I just mentioned, we can further increase our collection efficiency and, in turn, increase the power. Hearing Lin Xiao's answer, the objector was once again speechless, realizing that he had actually been persuaded by Lin Xiao. If they could truly collaborate with Lin Xiao, would their problems truly be solved? At this point, someone asked, "Professor Lin, what about the optical path system?" Lin Xiao smiled again. For the optical path system, first and foremost, we need a breakthrough in precision control, and I believe we now have that opportunity. Then it's a math problem. Believe me, as long as it involves math, it's not a problem. Everyone present was at a loss for words. Mathematical problems? Besides the materials and precision machining issues, weren't the rest of their problems all math problems? Many people didn't know what else to ask. Naturally, those working on materials started to ask, "What about our photoresist?" Lin Xiao said, "I spent 2 months solving the CMP polishing material. I can't guarantee the other materials, but maybe with a bit of luck, I can solve them too." "Oh, that, Professor Lin, and us." Lin Xiao answered each question one by one, convincing them one by one. It was like a debate with a group of scholars. He had long harbored the idea of forming such an alliance. Now, his achievements in semiconductors gave him the honor to bring it up. Today's meeting gave him the perfect opportunity to propose this idea. As he spoke, everyone present lit up with excitement. They seemed convinced. Seeing this, Lin Xiao said seriously, "I'm not trying to steal your things. I simply feel we need to establish such an alliance to better mobilize our resources. Friends, we still lag behind foreign countries, so cooperation is even more necessary. I don't want to argue with you here. At the same time, please trust me, I have this confidence." A moment of silence fell in the conference room. Academician Luo Gangxin, director of the Institute of Optoelectronics, said, "I agree with this initial move." The others, who had been wavering, joined in, saying, "We agree too, agree." This matter didn't affect their interests, they simply found it troublesome and didn't see the point in joining. But now, Lin Xiao had convinced them. Seeing that everyone had truly agreed, Ma Gaolian couldn't help but look at Lin Xiao with admiration. Perhaps only Lin Xiao had the ability to convince so many people. The old man, who had been silent the entire time, now looked at Lin Xiao with a look of admiration. He then said, "Very good. I'm delighted that you can all work together. So, as a witness, I'll give your alliance a name." Hearing the old man's words, Lin Xiao smiled and said, "That would be great." The old man smiled and said, "Then we'll call it the Huaxin Alliance. It's simple and direct. Also, Professor Lin, if you need anything later, just contact Gao Liang. I'll have him fully cooperate with you." "Okay," Lin Xiao nodded heavily. Chapter 239 Physics Level 5. The establishment of the Huaxin Alliance has captured global attention. The development of China's semiconductor industry is of vital interest to every country in the world. Just like the recent breakthrough in silicon wafer production, though news wasn't widely publicized, it still spread. This news has caused some concern among foreign manufacturers. They don't know the true strength of China's new technology, but they do know that Chinese manufacturers have immediately begun building dozens of production lines. China is so aggressive. 50 production lines, combined with its existing facilities, would put it at the forefront of the world. This has foreign manufacturers worried. Previously, these Chinese companies didn't build so many production lines because of technological limitations. The low output of each individual production chain meant that even if they did build them, the profit margins wouldn't necessarily match. Now, their actions demonstrate their deep confidence in the new technology. Naturally, foreign manufacturers are worried. If China truly manages to match their technology, and given China's industrial advantages, every one of these foreign manufacturers will be in trouble. But they had no recourse but to wait and see what the outcome would be. Of course, the final outcome wouldn't be known until after August. Compared to the silicon wafer issue, the Huaxin Alliance was of even greater concern. The fact that all the manufacturers and research institutions in China's semiconductor industry chain had come together was a cause for concern not only among foreign manufacturers but also among foreign governments. While the semiconductor industry chain is closely interconnected, and the loss of any link would impact the entire chain, these industries have never established a dedicated cooperative organization to coordinate and allocate resources. Only China has the mobilization capacity to bring all of its manufacturers together. Of course, the most crucial figure is Lin Xiao, the chairman of the Huaxin Alliance Board of Directors and chief scientist. This scientist, highly respected in the global scientific community, was the initiator of the Huaxin Alliance and the link connecting the alliance's major manufacturers and institutions. Foreign manufacturers are eager to know what he intends to accomplish with this organization. ASML headquarters, Netherlands, Huaxin Alliance? Destined to be a joke. Lin Xiao led the Chinese semiconductor industry chain organizations to establish the Huaxin Alliance. What's his intention? Huaxin Alliance? Sharing profits or technology? Dawson Edinson flipped through several newspapers, all of which reported on the Huaxin Alliance. Some of them portrayed the matter with a primarily sarcastic tone, clearly disbelieving that the Huaxin Alliance could achieve any significant impact. Others detailed the issues, offering detailed coverage of Lin Xiao as a key figure. After roughly reading through them, Dawson Edinson slammed the newspaper on the table, an annoyed expression on his face. What on earth is this guy trying to do? This Lin Xiao had never previously expressed an interest in lithography machines or applied sciences like these, but what had he accomplished since returning to China? Furthermore, Lin Xiao had previously collaborated with him to help improve their optical system, and now he was doing this? Would he even have time to solve their problems? Dawson Edinson felt like he'd been ripped off. However, the originally agreed time was 18 months, and only half a year has passed. There's still a year left, so it's still early. Finally, he thought about it and simply took out his mobile phone to call Lin Xiao. It would be better to ask directly. Soon, the call was connected. This is ASML CEO, Dawson Edinson. Is this Mr. Lin? It's me. Lin Xiao's voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Edinson, is there anything I can do for you? Dawson Edinson smiled and said, Mr. Lin, I haven't seen you for half a year. I miss you very much. Are you free to come to ASML recently? We will reimburse all the expenses. We have another problem that needs your help. The remuneration is still the same as last time. No need, Lin Xiao responded. Dawson Edinson frowned. It seemed that his attempt had failed. This Lin Xiao, is he really not planning to leave China? Putting aside this doubt for the moment, he continued, that's truly a shame. But, Mr. Lin, how is the progress on your end regarding our earlier collaboration? Lin Xiao smiled. I'm sorry, Mr. Edinson, this is still a bit difficult for me. I don't have a clear idea yet, so please wait a little longer. I'll get back to you when I'm more confident. Well, okay, thank you, Mr. Lin. After hanging up, Dawson Edinson's face grew even more annoyed. Not much of an idea. Perhaps he simply didn't care. Consider the problems Lin Xiao had been tackling lately. With so many problems solved, how could he have had time to address their collaboration? And then there was the €1 million they'd paid for the contract. Would that be a complete waste? Dawson Edinson's anger intensified. But then he realized he was in China, so he was at his wit's end. He couldn't just go there and cause trouble, could he? Fuck, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He couldn't help but curse, grabbing the nearby mouse and slamming it to the ground. Outside the office, the other employees, hearing the voice coming from the CEO's office, fell silent. What could have so irritated their boss? China, Sichuan Province, Chengdu. The Optoelectronics Institute. Located in Chengdu, the Optoelectronics Institute primarily researches optical technology, including technologies related to the photoelectric effect. Among these technologies is the production of ultra-precision optical lenses. Meanwhile, within the Institute's ultra-precision optical lens processing and production chain, Lin Xiao hung up on Dawson Edinson and put down his phone. He knew exactly what the other party was calling about, but of course, he could just put it off. He paid no more attention, returning his gaze to the computer screen in front of him. It showed a map of the lens surface accuracy, primarily generated using a laser interferometer. The result was a color-coded image of the roughness distribution on a circular image. Below the image was a statistic. Using NMR/MS statistics, the surface accuracy of the lens they tested was 0.274. Such precision was truly impressive. However, it was still an order of magnitude behind Zeiss's technology. Professor Lin, what do you think we should do? Someone nearby asked. It was Luo Gangxin. The establishment of the Huaxin Alliance provided Lin Xiao with direct access to these companies and institutions. After all, their confidential technologies were clearly not meant to be freely displayed to outsiders. And now Lin Xiao had that privilege. His previous conversation with Luo Gangxin had led him to choose the Institute of Optoelectronics to collaborate on developing more sophisticated lens processing technology. Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Well, take a look. These red areas are where particles protrude, and these blue areas are where particles are recessed due to lack of particles." He asked, "Have you upgraded your precision polishing equipment?" Luo Gangxin nodded and said, "It's already in the R&D phase. All we need to do is replace the servo motor. We expect it to be ready by August." "Okay," Lin Xiao nodded, then said, "Let's take a look at your ion polisher." "Okay." Luo Gangxin nodded and took Lin Xiao to another laboratory. "This is it." "Yes," Lin Xiao nodded. "Please demonstrate it." "Okay." Luo Gangxin nodded and waved to the other researchers in the room, saying, "Come and show Professor Lin our ion polishing technology." These researchers had been watching Lin Xiao curiously. They had previously heard that Lin Xiao would be helping them research lens processing technology, and they were eager to know how Lin Xiao would help them solve this problem. After hearing the director's words, they all responded, "Okay." Then they went to their respective stations and began working. First, they retrieved a lens that had only undergone the other polishing steps. The lens's accuracy was currently around 3 nmr/ms. The next step, ion beam polishing, was the final step in lens processing. After the lens was assembled, an ion beam was fired at the mirror's surface, smoothing out any roughness. This was a lengthy and time-consuming process. After all, a single careless angle could create a large dent in the surface. Therefore, the polisher's experience was crucial. The greater the experience, the higher the accuracy. Combined with the instrument's calibration, even higher precision could be achieved. Luo Gangxin, naturally the most experienced person in this area at the Institute of Optoelectronics, directed the researchers' ion polishing. A related image appeared on a nearby computer screen. Parameter input, ion beam voltage 800 V, current 84 mA, acceleration voltage -160 V. Aiming points 23, 12, 61. Parameter input. As Luo Gangxin spoke each time, the researchers performed the operation. After each processing, the color of a certain area, or a large area, on the screen image would change. This was because the ion beam bombardment altered the precision of the surface. Looking at this, Lin Xiao began to ponder. In the past, human experience was crucial to the polishing precision of such ultra-precise optical lenses. This was the case at Zeiss, with their expertise passed down through generations. However, their experience ultimately could not escape the realm of scientific knowledge. There must be a way to categorize their experience into a formula. Lin Xiao had pondered this question for a long time. Now, observing their actual operation, combined with the data on the lithography machine lens in his mind, his eyes suddenly lit up. Ion beam bombardment, chemical bond breaking, material surface flattening, all of these things combined are nothing more than a physical process. If he could establish a mathematical model that fully explains this physical process, he could use this mathematical model to correct each ion beam bombardment, directly replacing human experience and achieving precise processing of the lens surface. Thinking of this, he immediately spoke. "Academician Luo, it's done." Academician Luo was stunned and asked, "What's wrong?" "I roughly know how to solve it," Lin Xiao said. "Please send me your information. I need to study it after I go back." Hearing Lin Xiao say this, Academician Luo was immediately surprised. "Do you have a solution?" Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Probably. It's just a matter of a few mathematical formulas." "A few mathematical formulas, you'll know later," Lin Xiao said. "Of course, I have to explain it roughly. We just need to know the various properties of the lens material, the surface roughness distribution data of the lens, and the data of the ion polishing machine, and then count them into several formulas and establish a mathematical model. We can calculate our ion beam bombardment point directly from the precise numbers and coordinates. Then, we can knock the surface of the lens flat as I told you before. Just like whack-a-mole." Hearing Lin Xiao say this, although Luo Gangxin still didn't know what he was going to do, at this moment, he could only say, "Then I'll trouble Professor Lin." Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. Then, he took the information, left the Optoelectronics Institute, and returned to Shangjing, where he began to delve into the mathematical model and its construction. Time flew by. And so, half a month later. Finally done. In his room at Yanbi Garden, Lin Xiao looked at the final results on his draft paper. Half a month was neither too long nor too short for such a problem. Crucially, Once he grasped the key points of the problem, it wasn't difficult. Even though it involved ultra-precision and dozens of variables, Lin Xiao had no trouble distinguishing and sorting through them. So, to him, it was just a slightly complex physics problem. Despite this, it held immense significance for ion beam polishing technology. The next moment, Lin Xiao received a small surprise from the system. Congratulations to the host for establishing a universal ion beam polishing system. Gain 200 physics experience, 100 mathematics experience, 100 material science experience, and 6.5 truth points. Congratulations to the host for advancing to level 5 in physics. The next moment, Lin Xiao felt his head racing. The subject has been upgraded to level 5, and his brain development has increased by 0.6%. His brain development has officially reached 7.05%. I partied until 3:00 a.m. today before returning to the dorm to sleep. I woke up at 11 a.m. and have been coding since then with a headache. Sorry. Chapter 240 August, production increased 26 times. After a moment's pause, Lin Xiao felt his thoughts return to clarity. The increased brain development this time was less than 1/10 of its original level, so it wasn't a significant burden on him, only causing a slight dizziness. After a while, the dizziness gradually subsided. At this moment, he looked up at his surroundings again and felt as if everything was under his control. He could even create a 3D model of the entire room, place it in his mind, and even modify it directly. Furthermore, he felt he could now easily factor 8-digit numbers. He also felt as if his understanding of physics had taken a step forward. Originally, he had received a Physics Master Aura from the system for his previous proposal of multidimensional field theory. This aura had given him a significant boost, which was why he felt confident in tackling the lithography machine. Now that his physics had reached level 5, he was even more confident in shortening the time. Even UV lithography machines aren't a problem, so it seems X-ray lithography machines might work, too. This thought suddenly occurred to Lin Xiao. X-ray lithography machines refer to lithography machines that use X-rays as their light source. The wavelength of X-rays is shorter than that of extreme ultraviolet light, making it easier to produce advanced process chips. Furthermore, this type of lithography machine has an advantage in that its light source shines directly onto the bottom of the chip. This exposure method is called direct writing. In the UV lithography machine, the UV light source undergoes various refractions through more than a dozen lenses, and finally, through the pattern on the mask, it is projected onto the chip. This means that X-ray lithography machines do not require a photomask to use, and they have very low requirements for the lens system, with only a slight requirement for the smoothness of the lens surface. Furthermore, after UV light is refracted through dozens of optical lenses, its energy is significantly reduced. From 100% to less than 3%, the original energy may be reduced to less than 3%. This is why UV light sources require high power. Otherwise, China would not have achieved a breakthrough in light sources. After all, the method is known, but it's impossible to manufacture it. X-ray lithography machines, on the other hand, are direct write machines that don't require refracting through lenses. Therefore, there's no need to worry about insufficient light source power. Instead, the concern is that slightly longer exposure times can affect the final result. While X-rays have many advantages, they also have disadvantages. Compared to UV lithography machines, their lithography efficiency is lower, making them more difficult to mass produce. This is why X-ray lithography machines haven't become mainstream. Although they are still used today, they haven't attracted much attention. However, Lin Xiao had naturally considered this issue, and his belief that X-ray lithography machines were feasible stemmed from a flash of inspiration that gave him a method for mass production, utilizing the diffraction effect. X-rays can be diffracted by crystals, and generally speaking, crystal structure is determined using X-ray diffraction. Conversely, if the right crystal material is chosen as a lens and the diffraction effect is exploited to magnify the X-rays, production efficiency comparable to UV lithography machines can be achieved. Combined with the powerful energy of X-rays, this allows for even faster production, making it quite easy. Of course, there's a hurdle: finding the right crystal. Furthermore, controlling X-rays using the diffraction effect requires processing enormous amounts of data. Therefore, while some use cases for chip manufacturing have been exploited, these efforts are generally limited to specialized patterns, with very few application cases. For Lin Xiao, This was just a passing thought. While he still had some confidence, if he told anyone outside of his plans to develop X-ray lithography, he'd likely lose most of his Huaxin Alliance members the next day. Without further ado, he returned his attention to the mathematical model before him. Now that he'd upgraded, he reviewed the model again and suddenly felt that it still seemed somewhat lacking. It seems this model could use some further optimization. After a moment's thought, he found a point for improvement. Well, there's one more thing I can do about the ion polisher's calibration system. The ion polisher's calibration system is affected by its own accuracy. Of course, considering the influence of the internal magnetic field, the ion beam's trajectory will be disturbed by the magnetic field, just as particle accelerators are subject to various magnetic interferences. Therefore, if the calibration system could more accurately correct for the magnetic field interference error, or rather, utilize the difference between the magnetic field error and the ion polisher's inherent accuracy error, more accurate polishing could also be achieved. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao immediately began to calculate. This step was actually quite easy, the root cause analysis method. The ion beam polisher, the jet plasma, the influence of magnetic field errors, couldn't all these factors be solved using the root cause analysis method? Of course, due to some structural and functional differences, a simple modification to the root cause analysis method was also required. This step wasn't difficult. In about half an hour, he had completed the optimization of the model. Having solved this problem, Lin Xiao smiled. I'm amazing. Touching his face, Lin Xiao reached out and rubbed Mimi, who was sleeping next to him, and asked with a smile, Mimi, am I right? Meow. Mimi curled up without moving, only meowing, probably in response. Lin Xiao smiled, stroked her again, and then contacted Luo Gangxin to inform him of the news. Naturally, he was very surprised. He didn't expect Lin Xiao to solve the problem so quickly. After obtaining Lin Xiao's mathematical model, he was even more amazed. This mathematical model was full of various variables, but at first glance, it gave people a sense of mathematical beauty. Luo Gangxin quickly reviewed the mathematical model and immediately identified its key point. Professor Lin, is this model a program? Yes, Lin Xiao said. If we write it as a program and put it into the ion polisher system, it will effectively improve polishing accuracy. Also, the most crucial thing is that it can replace human experience. It's like, even if we don't have top-tier polishing masters like Zeiss, we can still polish top-notch optical lenses. Hearing this, Luo Gangxin was even more astonished. Can it replace the operator's experience? Mr. Lin, are you sure? Lin Xiao smiled. I'm sure. You'll know after you try it. Okay, I'll give it a try right away. Thank you anyway. No problem. This is exactly why I proposed the establishment of the Huaxin Alliance, Lin Xiao said. Yes, Luo Gangxin replied, feeling deeply moved by Lin Xiao's spirit. Who else in the world has such ability and ambition? After hanging up the phone, Luo Gangxin stopped thinking about it. The best way to repay Lin Xiao now was to tell him he had succeeded. He then immediately returned to the lab, gathered all the relevant researchers, and convened a meeting. Everyone, Professor Lin Xiao came a while ago to inspect our ultra-precision optical lens polishing technology. According to the agreement with the Huaxin Alliance, he has provided us with an optimized solution. You can take a look now. As he spoke, Luo Gangxin presented the mathematical model to the audience. The attendees, like Luo Gangxin, were amazed by the model. Lin Xiao had come up with it in just 2 weeks. While they still didn't understand what the equations represented, even at first glance, they were impressed. Okay, let's discuss this model now. With this mathematical model, they naturally needed to study and discuss it to understand it. If they couldn't grasp it before using it, they might as well just go back to farming. Then, they began to discuss every detail of the model. Everyone present was an expert in the field, with extensive research on ion polishing. The more they deciphered the mathematical model, the more they realized the strength of Lin Xiao's abilities. The more variables there are, the harder it is to integrate them. If they were developing this model, they would probably have to organize several people, apply for $1 million grant, and spend a year or two researching it. After several days of discussion, coupled with communication with Lin Xiao, they finally finalized the model. They then used it to optimize their ion beam polishing system. System optimization is a lengthy process, requiring constant verification of program accuracy and identification of bugs. This, in turn, takes a significant amount of time. Of course, this time is nothing compared to the time it takes to achieve success. Having mastered the lens polishing technology, Lin Xiao then began researching dual workstations. Dual workstations increase the productivity of photolithography machines. One workstation scans the silicon wafer, while the other performs the photolithography. China has achieved a significant breakthrough in dual workstation technology. Using magnetic levitation micromotion technology, they have achieved motion accuracy exceeding 2 nm, improving the resolution of dual workstations. China is considered the second country in the world, after ASML, to have mastered dual workstation technology for photolithography machines. However, practical application of this technology still presents significant challenges. This breakthrough dual workstation cannot be directly applied to UV lithography equipment. Of course, while this presents challenges, at least it now has a physical form, making optimization relatively straightforward for Lin Xiao. However, beyond optimization, the most crucial factor remains the upper limit of the underlying instrument's accuracy. Lin Xiao's optimization efforts can only maximize the instrument's utilization, but cannot raise its upper limit. Raising the upper limit of an instrument's accuracy can only improve its fundamental properties. It's like a top-tier gamer controlling a 2-piece character against a novice using 4-piece equipment. While his skill might defeat the novice, a 6-piece character could easily be dispatched with a single strike. Even whose skill level wouldn't allow him to dodge their attacks. Of course, they still have the opportunity to improve the instrument's upper limit, specifically the encoder technology. Lin Xiao's original research into the octave encoder structure was aimed at developing various aspects of lithography machines. Now that they've improved the encoder's accuracy, all of these improvements will be possible, including improvements to the previously mentioned ion beam polishing technology. As long as they improve the encoder's accuracy, these issues will be resolved. Currently, nationwide research on the octave encoder structure has entered a frenzy. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see that if this new encoder were used to develop a more precise motor, China, which has always been short of ultra-precision equipment, could make a fortune. Of course, due to Lin Xiao's restrictions on foreign companies, only Chinese companies, particularly state-owned research institutions, are engaged in this research. Foreign companies can only watch enviously, unable to do anything about this boom. Quite a few encoders using the octave structure have already hit the market. These encoders, due to their low manufacturing costs and lack of advanced sensors, are relatively affordable, and are therefore beginning to dominate various markets, such as elevators and low to medium precision servo motors. As for high precision servo motors, research is still ongoing, but it's simply a matter of figuring out how to better integrate the 8-point structure into the existing structure. The difficulty isn't high. Dual table servo motor encoders are also under active development. Once these encoders are developed, all other issues will be resolved. August arrived. August is a good month, and this month, the first phase of Lin Xiao's research institute was finally completed. Named Dingguang Research Institute, it belongs to Dingguang Technology Company, is a state-owned asset, and is directly under the leadership of the head of the institute, with Lin Xiao as the director. Therefore, full control rests with Lin Xiao. The first phase primarily consists of physics and chemistry laboratories. After months of procurement, the relevant equipment has mostly arrived, with the exception of some crucial precision instruments, such as scanning electron microscopes, which require some time to complete. These instruments are complex and expensive, so the suppliers will need time to manufacture them. Of course, the establishment of the institute naturally involves recruiting personnel. The materials science postdocs Lin Xiao had previously recruited from Peking University had, unsurprisingly, joined the institute. Others, including some prominent industry figures, had joined because of their reputation. Shannon? You were the general manager of Anji Technology? What made you want to join our institute? In a conference room within the institute, Lin Xiao was interviewing one of his management staff. The current interviewer was the Deputy Director of Administration in the Chemistry Department, responsible for administrative matters. The current interviewee was the former General Manager of Anji Technology, a leading polishing fluid company in China. Shen Nan said, "I'm a bit complacent with my previous company, so I'd like to join your team, Professor Lin. I hold a PhD in Materials Science from Northwestern Polytechnical University and an MBA from Xi'an Jiaotong University. I have experience in both experimental research and administrative management. I led the development of Angie's current cerium oxide CMP polishing fluid. I also have experience with other photolithography materials, including photoresists, and have previously researched them. Shen Nan explained his strengths, and Lin Xiao nodded. Whether it was his academic credentials or his work experience alone, he was considered exceptional among the applicants. But our salary isn't any higher than yours as general manager, Lin Xiao said. Shen Nan smiled and said, "Of course, I didn't consider salary when I was able to come here." Furthermore, although he had left Angie Technology, he still held shares in the company, which he had sold after leaving. He was now worth hundreds of millions. Coming to Dingguang Research Institute was simply a matter of self-realization. Of course, he didn't mention this. After all, there was no need. Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. Shen, that's it. Just wait for news." "Okay," Shen Nan nodded, then stood up and left. Lin Xiao then moved on to interviewing the next person. After several days of interviews, the first round of hires was complete, including Shen Nan's successful appointment as Deputy Director of Administration for the Chemistry Department. With his own research institute and staff, Lin Xiao no longer had to rely on others for future experiments. This was a significant relief for him. But August clearly wasn't just about the completion of the first phase of the research institute. The first production lines for polishing fluid and polishing discs were officially completed, and full-scale production of their new polishing discs and fluid began. Soon, the first shipment was officially delivered to Shaanxi Industry. Shaanxi Industry had already upgraded their existing production lines and was now awaiting the arrival of these materials. This first batch of materials would support 2 months of production, and with this batch, Shaanxi Industry's silicon wafer production rate was instantly increased to full capacity. MRU. We can now accept orders for an additional 500,000 wafers per month. Our output has increased 2.6 times. And our yield rate has also greatly improved. After careful calculations by the technicians, Yu Jiancheng's secretary broke the thrilling news to him. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiancheng's eyes widened. Their previous production lines, combined, could only produce 300,000 wafers per month, or about 3.6 million wafers per year. And now, they were actually accepting orders for an additional 500,000 wafers per month? This was also because their expanded production line hadn't been completed yet. After all, building a new line and upgrading it took different amounts of time. If all 20 of their existing lines were fully operational, wouldn't they be able to produce over 1 million wafers per month? That's over 10 million wafers per year. Such output would put them at the top of the world's silicon wafer production chain. As long as they continue to expand their production lines, it wouldn't be impossible for them to capture 10 or even 20% of the global market in the future. Of course, the global demand for 12-inch silicon wafers runs into the hundreds of millions annually. Even if their annual production exceeded 10 million, it wouldn't be a significant amount compared to total demand. But at least, he saw hope. Yu Jiancheng was so excited at the thought that he couldn't even begin to describe it. He was also incredibly grateful that they were among the first to partner with Lin Xiao and were among the first to receive the 2 new batches of polishing materials. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to enjoy such a privilege. He couldn't help but clasp his hands together and bow toward the north. "Professor Lin, awesome." Then, he immediately declared, "Get this news out right away and seize the market as quickly as possible. Silicon wafers have been in short supply these past few years, and this is our chance. By the way, why not just hold a press conference? Get in touch with as many media outlets as possible, both domestic and international." "Yes," the secretary responded excitedly, immediately going to work on it. A few days later, the news spread, and international silicon wafer manufacturers were stunned. A Chinese manufacturer, after a technological breakthrough, had actually doubled its monthly production? It was simply unbelievable. Chapter 241, The Anxiety of Japanese Silicon Wafer Manufacturers. Nissan Semiconductor, Japan. Nissan Semiconductor is the largest silicon wafer manufacturer in Japan and, consequently, the world's largest, accounting for nearly 30% of global production. It's a truly global behemoth. However, at this moment, Nissan Semiconductor is feeling anxious. An emergency meeting is underway in the conference room at Nissan Semiconductor's headquarters. China's Shaanxi Industry is expected to achieve an annual output of tens of millions of 12-inch silicon wafers. What's going on? Chairman Arita Kojima frowned and asked the others. A department head of the company stood up and reported, Mr. Chairman, according to our investigation, this is because Shang Silicon Industry used several breakthrough technologies that China made a few months ago, mainly their silicon purification process and the most critical CMP polishing materials. In early August, the first batch of their CMO polishing material production plants were officially completed, and then they directly supplied these materials to Shang Silicon Industry. All of Shang Silicon Industry's factories have been undergoing upgrades and renovations in the past few months. Now with these new materials, their production speed has increased, reaching the current level. Their original monthly output was only 300,000, but now if they can increase their monthly output by 800,000, that's 800,000. The output of a single production chain is no less than ours, and even on average it's 2,000 to 3,000 higher. In addition, Shang Silicon Industry has also expanded 20 production chains, which are expected to be completed by the end of the year. By then, their second batch of polishing liquid and polishing disc production lines will also be built, and they will probably be able to supply more by then. The department head's face looked very grim as he spoke these investigative news, because they all knew how great the impact would be on them once Shang Silicon Industry's output caught up. They all know the huge gap in cost advantage between them and China. Previously, they could exploit China's technological shortcomings by using the cost of the technology to offset other costs and achieve an advantage. But now that China has the technology, who can truly compete? Consider the shield machine. Before China lacked it, shield machines from countries like Japan and Germany were the most mainstream, costing hundreds of millions of RMB each. They were a weapon used by developed countries to exploit developing countries. But after China developed a machine, it suddenly cost millions, making it impossible for anyone to even try. As a result, Chinese shield machines now command over 60% of the global market share, with sales spanning the globe. With this example before them, they're naturally terrified of losing their former position and drastically reducing their profits. It's fair to say that if they expand their production chain, they'll lose a significant number of orders from TSMC, the world's largest silicon wafer foundry. After all, China's nearest port city to Taiwan is only 300 kilometers away. How far is that from Japan's ports? And then there's the distance between Northeast China and South Korea, a fact Japan can't even compare to. There's no comparison. By then, relying solely on price advantage, they'll be crippled. As for product quality, silicon wafers aren't like tunnel boring machines. A tunnel boring machine is a large piece of machinery, and problems inside it are difficult to detect. But with silicon wafers, the quality can be easily determined with a simple inspection. Shangxi Industry has been selling silicon wafers for so many years. Although they used to look down on them, the quality of their silicon wafers is undoubtedly flawless. Any quality issues are counted as not meeting the factory yield rate. So, from that point of view, they can't possibly cause trouble. For a moment, everyone present panicked. What should we do? How did they achieve this technological breakthrough? Should we contact those chip foundries in Taiwan, including Samsung? Tell them not to buy from China. How could that be possible? Do you think they'd agree to something like that? Why not buy something expensive instead of cheap? For a moment, everyone present erupted in an argument. But just then, Kojima Arita slammed the table, frowning, and said, "Enough. Stop arguing." Hearing the chairman's words, everyone present suddenly fell silent, and all turned their gazes to him. The chairman surely had more solutions than they did. Kojima Arita said, "We can't solve this problem. The patents for these key technologies belong to the Chinese. We can't restrict them through patents." He thought for a moment and said, "I'll call the Americans and see if they have any solutions." The chairman's words suddenly brightened the minds of everyone present. Yes, asking the Americans for help was the right thing to do. Perhaps they could help them. However, someone expressed concern. Will the Americans help? They're so shameless, taking our money and not delivering. Kojima Arita waved his hand. "Let me make a call first." He then took out his cell phone and began to make a call. "Hello, Mr. Wilson. I'm Kojima Arita from Nissan Semiconductor. When we first met, it was like this: China can't solve it. Mr. Wilson, this is a very important issue. It concerns the global semiconductor industry chain. If China's semiconductor industry takes off, it will pose a huge threat to us. You must think carefully." "I'm sorry, my tone was a little harsh. Please forgive me. Before Kojima Arita could finish his words, the line was hung up. No one in the room spoke, for they knew from Kojima Arita's recent conversation that nothing good was going to happen. After Kojima Arita hung up, his expression, once full of apology, suddenly darkened. He slammed his hand on the table and snorted, "These shameless Americans really want to drop 2 atomic bombs on Washington and New York." Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. It seemed their chairman was truly furious, even saying such things. But there was no point in being angry. They couldn't possibly go after the Americans, could they? Thinking of the country across the coast, which was ramping up its semiconductor production line, their hearts grew increasingly uneasy. The news announced by Shaanxi Industry spread quickly, at least within the semiconductor industry. Everyone knew that China had truly achieved a breakthrough in silicon wafer production technology. Rumors had already been circulating, such as breakthroughs in polishing disk materials, significant breakthroughs in polishing fluid materials, and silicon purification processes. But no one paid much attention at the time. Dow Chemical had, coincidentally, hired media reporters to hype China's technological backwardness and its production of defective products within the semiconductor industry. This, in turn, led many to express disdain. Even those who remained dismissive didn't believe China's silicon wafer production technology could truly impact them. Unexpectedly, just 4 months later, China's Shaanxi Industry staged a comeback. Shaanxi Industry immediately garnered immense attention, and its planned press conference drew a flood of visitors from both home and abroad. For Shaanxi Industry, this was a moment of pride, and the company boasted profusely at the press conference. Yu Jiancheng's face was beaming, and he said with a smile, "We can announce that our 12-inch silicon wafer production will reach 20 million in 2022, and 40 million in 2023. We haven't received any orders yet, so friends here, please hurry and buy as soon as possible. In the future, we will be able to become one of the top manufacturers in the silicon industry in the world. At the same time, we will also consider building factories around the world to meet diversified needs." While bragging, he did not forget the well-diggers. Also, at this press conference, I need to thank someone, Professor Lin Xiao. If it weren't for Professor Lin Xiao's technological breakthroughs, we wouldn't have been able to achieve this. In 2020, our annual silicon wafer production was less than 3 million. This year, it's reached 3 million. World-leading manufacturers like Nissan Semiconductor reached an annual output of over 12 million by 2007, with an average monthly output of 1 million. Now, we finally see an opportunity to catch up with these foreign manufacturers. This is all thanks to Professor Lin Xiao. It's a pity that Professor Lin Xiao isn't here, but please allow me to pay tribute to him. After the tribute, he continued to boast. After that, he naturally stayed with various related manufacturers to discuss cooperation. In fact, representatives from Taiwan's TSMC, South Korea's Samsung, and China's Huaxin International and Huahong Group, among the world's top 10 wafer foundries, all attended. A wafer foundry is a factory that produces chips. They don't manufacture wafers, but rather specialize in consuming silicon wafers. There has been a shortage of silicon wafers in the past 2 years, leading to an international chip shortage. For foundries like these, this translates into lost profits, depreciation of equipment, and wasted wages. After all, without silicon wafers, they can't produce chips. Even a skilled cook can't cook without rice, but those expenses still need to be spent. Therefore, sufficient silicon wafers are the rice that allows them to ramp up chip production. As a result, Shaanxi Industries' orders quickly filled up, even pre-ordering production capacity once their production lines were completed. Quality was a given, as poor quality would result in losses. Therefore, these foundries weren't concerned about the subpar quality of Shaanxi Industries' silicon wafers. And so, the press conference concluded, marking China's official position in a project within the semiconductor industry chain. And because of Yu Jiancheng's tribute at the press conference, Lin Xiao's name once again became a thorn in the side of many foreign companies. Shangjing University. Lin Xiao's office. He wasn't overly concerned about the silicon industry conference. After all, he could already predict the outcome without even thinking, so there was no need to worry. Of course, even though he didn't care, things would still come back to haunt him. Domestic and international silicon wafer manufacturers, as well as CMP material manufacturers, had approached his Ningguang Technology and Kizhi Technology companies. The former, naturally, sought polishing disks and polishing fluid, both of which Jinguang Technology produced and sold. The latter, in particular, sought patents for the polishing fluid and purification process. The latter patent, in particular, was particularly coveted. This purification process was arguably the best in the world, even faster than the best overseas. Naturally, they were envious. But they had no choice but to seek authorization from Qizhi. Ning Yu and Luo Ming both called him to inquire. Lin Xiao replied, foreign companies won't license it. Domestically, it's Chinese companies that license it. Joint ventures and foreign invested enterprises are a bit behind. Only if their technology could be upgraded by a generation or two would they consider licensing this outdated technology. Okay, you can decide on the rest. Bye. After hanging up, Lin Xiao suddenly heard a knock at the door. Come in. The door opened, and a charming figure walked in. It was Zheng Ronger. Brother Lin Xiao. I'm here. Zheng Ronger smiled at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao greeted her with a smile, welcoming her. Ronger, welcome to the School of Mathematical Sciences at Shengjing University. Today was the end of August, the first day of the new semester at Shengjing University. Zheng Ronger had scored 15th in the college entrance examination, earning her admission to the School of Mathematical Sciences at Shengjing University. Of course, this year's applicants to the School of Mathematical Sciences at Shengjing University were incredibly high. Among the top 15 students in Shengjing City alone, 2 others chose the School of Mathematical Sciences, besides Zheng Ronger. This would have been unimaginable in the past, as these top-ranked students would have first chosen between Qinghua University and Beijing University, and some might even have chosen to study abroad. But this year, 3 of the top 15 students chose the same school at Shengjing University, which was truly astonishing. Of course, all of this was simply because Lin Xiao had enrolled at Shengjing University this year. If Zheng Ronger hadn't performed exceptionally well this time, she might have been transferred to a different major. As for why Zheng Ronger was here with Lin Xiao, it was because today was the first day of registration for the new students. After putting her luggage in her dorm, Zheng Ronger came to Lin Xiao's place, perhaps paying her respects. Zheng Ronger leaned back on the sofa, looking up at the office. Brother Lin Xiao, your office is bigger than my grandparents'. Really? Lin Xiao smiled, poured a cup of tea from the side, placed it in front of her, and said, how do you feel? How is college? Thank you, brother. Zheng Ronger took the tea with a smile, took a sip, and replied, I haven't been here for a few days yet, how do I know what it's like? Lin Xiao smiled, then found a piece of paper and a pen and began to write something on it. He finished quickly and handed it to Zheng Ronger, saying with a smile, then I'll let you feel it first, and by the way, test how you studied during the summer vacation. Zheng Ronger was stunned. She leaned over to take a look. On it was a math analysis problem. Her face immediately fell. Brother Lin Xiao, please be a human being. She had spent the past 2 months of vacation doing almost nothing but studying math. Lin Xiao would occasionally assign her math problems, which was truly tormenting. And now, thinking about going to see Lin Xiao when school started, she still had to do problems? Chapter 242 The optical lens also broke through. Seeing Zheng Ronger's expression, Lin Xiao burst into laughter. He then rubbed her head and said, now that you're done, I'll take you out for a nice meal. Really? I want hot pot. Anything you want. Great. Zheng Ronger cheered and picked up her pen to begin working on the math problems. Lin Xiao, standing by, watched her steps, checking to see if her thinking was correct. Having known Zheng Ronger for so long, he had naturally grown fond of her. Since she aspired to be a mathematician, he naturally wanted to do his best to help her. Sometimes strictness is necessary. Time passed quickly. Lin Xiao didn't give her any trouble, so the problems weren't difficult, and were even quite simple. After a moment's thought, Zheng Ronger figured out the solution and quickly solved it. Watching her solve the problem, Lin Xiao gave her a thumbs up. Well done, great thinking. Putting down her pen, Zheng Ronger clapped her hands, raised her chin, and said, all those years of studying weren't in vain. Yes, yes, Lin Xiao smiled, rubbing her head. Ronger is the smartest. Stop rubbing my head. Zheng Ronger removed Lin Xiao's hand and pouted, my hair's all messed up. Lin Xiao smiled, then stood up and said, okay, let's go eat hot pot now. Great. Zheng Ronger immediately forgot about her hair and stood up excitedly. I'm going to Hey Deleo. Anything you want, Lin Xiao said with a smile. He then began to get ready and was about to leave with Zheng Ronger. However, just as they were about to leave the office, Lin Xiao's phone rang. He checked and saw it was academician Luo Gangxin calling. Lin Xiao was slightly stunned, suddenly remembering what Luo Gangxin had told him some time ago. The new encoder had been successfully developed and was just waiting to be debugged on their ion polisher. So, was it a success? The ion polisher they were using was also developed in-house, and they had all the documentation for it, so upgrading it wasn't difficult. Now that so much time had passed, could it be that it was finally fixed? After answering the phone, he said, "Academician Luo, what's wrong? Is it about the polishing machine?" Laughter came from the other end of the phone. "Ha ha ha, more than that. It's not just the polishing machine, we've even finished the polishing." "Polishing is finished? You mean, the lens has been polished?" "Yes," Luo Gangxin laughed happily. "Professor Lin, you are amazing. After we used your mathematical model, our ion polishing machine is just like automatic tracking and positioning, and it can easily grind out those red and blue areas on the lens. Now, we have polished 2 picometer level optical lenses, one with a surface accuracy of 80 pm/ms, and the other with 50 pm/ms. Hearing this news, Lin Xiao was immediately happy. In this way, their China will also have the world's top polishing technology. One of the most critical technologies in this lithography machine has officially achieved a breakthrough in their hands. Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Well done. Academician Luo, let's polish a few more pieces and let the foreigners see them." "Of course," Luo Gangxin responded, and the two of them hung up without further ado. Lin Xiao's mood also brightened. With the optical lenses now in place, the remaining issues were the light source and the dual workbench. The dual workbench was primarily a matter of accuracy. Their current precision technology couldn't guarantee consistent stability. But with the advancement of encoders, a breakthrough would be possible sooner or later. As for the light source, since Lin Xiao had a proven solution from ASML's UV lithography system in mind, it wasn't a problem for him. All he needed to do was optimize it to avoid patent conflicts. This was why he hadn't directly copied the information in his HUD before. It was because of the patent issue. He could avoid foreign infringement by applying for patents, and naturally, they would have to comply with foreign patents. Therefore, through his optimization, he could circumvent the patent's protected technical features, effectively bypassing it and even outperforming the other party's technology. So, it seems like it won't be long before we start assembling the lithography machine. Lin Xiao couldn't help but ponder this. Zheng Ranger, who was standing beside him, noticed his thoughtful expression and asked, "Brother Lin Xiao, what are you thinking about?" Lin Xiao came back to his senses and smiled. "Nothing. Let's go." Then, he happily left the academy with Zheng Ranger. Sichuan Province, Rongcheng, Optoelectronics Institute. Luo Gangxin hung up the phone with the good news to Lin Xiao and then returned to their polishing room with a smile. "How's the third piece?" 47% processed. "Another day." "Yes," Luo Gangxin nodded. The ion polishing process for a single lens takes at least 40 hours, nearly 2 days. Of course, this is a very normal amount of time, as ion polishing processes every particle on the surface, so the slow process is normal. This is also why it is the most expensive lens in the world. A single lens costs over 1 million RMB, and the entire lithography machine requires a dozen or so lenses, which translates to nearly 20 million RMB. ASML's annual production of photolithography machines is so limited, largely due to its limited lens production capacity. After all, only Zeiss could produce such high-precision lenses. But now, China can do it too. And crucially, they don't need experienced polishing masters. With Lin Xiao's help, they've replaced their expertise with a simple mathematical model. In other words, as long as they can build enough production lines, they'll be able to easily produce a sufficient number of lenses. Zeiss will then lag behind, losing its competitiveness. China will then have the potential to replace Zeiss and become ASML's sole supplier of optical lenses. Even if ASML continues to support Zeiss, that won't be a problem, at least they'll have the best technology. Of course, if ASML can produce photolithography machines domestically, these lenses will undoubtedly be supplied to China first. While this seems a bit far off, it's not impossible. ASML's sudden agreement to sell dove lithography machines to China wasn't simply because the US had no control. It was because they saw China seemed poised to develop a dove lithography machine, so they acted preemptively. If China had truly developed a dove lithography machine, they would be in trouble. But now, They'd even developed this ultra-high precision optical lens. Without a doubt, China was one step closer to producing a lithography machine. This thought intensified Luo Gangxin's excitement. It was time to spread the word. The silicon industry had been bragging to the world for a while, and now it was the Institute of Optoelectronics' turn. A few days later, the Institute of Optoelectronics officially announced, "Our institute has achieved a breakthrough in ultra-precision optical manufacturing technology, successfully polishing an ultra-precision mirror with a roughness of 50 to 90 pmRms on an optical lens, achieving a major breakthrough in the field of optics. This lens has reached world-class precision, capable of being used in the most sophisticated instruments, photolithography machines, making it one of the most critical components." Previously, only the German company Zeiss could produce this grade of lens, with extremely limited annual production capacity. However, we have achieved a major breakthrough in production technology, which will significantly increase production capacity. The following appears to be unrelated and likely a separate topic, a lot of blah blah, but the core message is this: a powerful hipster. Suddenly, both China and the rest of the world were in an uproar. China had just achieved a breakthrough in silicon wafer production, and now, less than a month later, it's already producing the ultra-precision optical lenses needed for photolithography machines? And they're even claiming to have achieved a major breakthrough in production capacity? Are you replicating the silicon wafer production breakthrough with optical lenses? However, this technology is far more challenging to implement than silicon wafers. After all, only one company in the world, Zeiss, can produce such ultra-high precision lenses. All other companies and research institutions can only dream of it. However, there are countless manufacturers capable of producing silicon wafers. While a few companies dominate the market, there are also many smaller silicon wafer manufacturers, chipping away at smaller markets. Therefore, the Optoelectronics Institute's announcement was far more intriguing than anything else. Suddenly, countless people took notice of the announcement, and it even became a trending search topic. I'm not well educated, so what is pmRms? PM stands for picometer, which is 1,000th of a nanometer, which is 1,000th of a micrometer, which is 1,000th of a millimeter. So, 1 millimeter equals 1 billion picometers. RMS stands for root mean square, a mathematical method of estimation. For more details, please search Baidu. Thanks for the information, but what does this 50 to 90 pmRms mean? It's roughly equivalent to a surface the size of China, with the highest protrusion no larger than 27 centimeters. If we scale it down 27 times, that's roughly the size of a 360,000 square kilometer lens, where the highest protrusion can only be 1 centimeter. That's roughly the size of Germany. Holy crap, amazing! This is one of the key technologies for lithography. Doesn't it mean we have breakthroughs in dual work tables and light sources, and we can build a lithography machine? Yes, great! Chinese netizens were filled with excitement at the news, as if their own lithography machine wasn't far off. Meanwhile, the reaction abroad was even more enthusiastic. China had achieved 2 major breakthroughs in 2 key technologies in the semiconductor industry chain. How could the overseas reaction not be enthusiastic, or rather, anxious? Chapter 243 Philip Meng. Wandifa? You're telling me they've even developed high-precision optical lens technology? At ASML headquarters, Dawson Edenson's eyes widened in disbelief at his secretary's report. Could such high-precision optical lenses be developed just like that? Yes, Mr. President, the secretary continued. According to the interferometer images in their announcement, the accuracy of their 5 lenses has all achieved a roughness better than 100 pmRms, with the best reaching 50 pmRms. Furthermore, these lenses, including flat, spherical, and aspheric surfaces, meet our procurement standards. Dawson Edenson frowned and paced around his office. Then, a sudden thought struck him, and he asked, who developed this? He felt uneasy until he asked. It was developed by the Institute of Optoelectronics of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology. It seems to be their director, Luo Gangxin. Is that so? Hearing it wasn't that person's name, Dawson Edenson felt a little relieved. His aggressive attitude towards semiconductor research had been making him uneasy, especially with the recent rapid growth in silicon wafer production efficiency in China. While it had nothing to do with him, it still kept him on the lookout. Furthermore, he noticed more and more people discussing the encoder's 8-point structure. After all, those in the lithography industry were very interested in this technology, which involved a major breakthrough in ultra-precision machining. This 8-point structure also had another name, but it was also named after that person. So, hearing about another important breakthrough in China was like having PTSD, fearing it was the work of that person again. In his opinion, even if someone else had developed it, it would be better than that person's. If it was still that person's work, his abilities would be truly terrifying. Fortunately, it wasn't him. He let out a breath, and then he finally remembered his business matters. China has made a significant breakthrough in optical lenses, and can now supply them with the lenses needed for lithography machines. Doesn't this mean they can finally avoid being restricted by Zeiss in this area? As ASML's president, he has always been indignant about Zeiss. Those Germans only work 10 months a year, and the lenses they polish are only enough for a few dozen lithography machines. If they hadn't paid more, they probably wouldn't have been able to produce even a few dozen. But Zeiss is the only company in the world that can produce these lenses for them, so there's nothing they can do but beg. This is the downside of having an upstream monopoly. And now, there's finally a research institute with top-notch polishing technology. The Chinese Academy of Sciences is the largest research institute in China, and one of the largest in the world. Although he doesn't care too much about China's technological level, there's still some possibility that China can develop some leading technology. Then he said, then send someone to discuss cooperation with them and see if their technology really meets our requirements. Okay, President. Dawson Edinson nodded, probably still a little worried, so he asked again, is there any news now about how they developed it? How did they achieve that kind of precision? The secretary replied, there is no particularly detailed news yet, but we know for now that they used an ion polisher equipped with a new encoder. By improving the alignment accuracy of the ion polisher, they improved their polishing accuracy. At this point, the secretary sighed. In the past, the ultra-precision field has always been an area where China could not keep up with us, but their new structure encoder has achieved catch-up with us in many areas. That Lin Xiao is really terrible. Oh yes, the China Optoelectronics Institute seems to have issued an announcement before, mainly to thank Lin Xiao for his key contribution to their improvement of mirror polishing technology. It seems that Lin Xiao has brought them a lot of help. Hearing this, Dawson Edinson, who had just breathed a sigh of relief because he didn't hear Lin Xiao's name, breathed a sigh of relief again. He immediately asked, what did you say? Is it still about that person? Why didn't you say it just now? The secretary was stunned by his boss's expression and said cautiously, yes, the Institute of Optoelectronics did express its gratitude to Lin Xiao in another announcement. I forgot to mention it. Dawson Edinson's expression suddenly changed. Finally, it was linked to that person, and he even provided a key role? Who knows what technologies this guy will come up with in the future? Why is that guy so smart? After pondering for an indeterminate amount of time, he simply took out his phone and started making calls. Calling their American shareholders. Although China still had two key technological breakthroughs, what if they did? If China truly developed a lithography machine, ASML would be in big trouble. Soon, his call went through. Mr. Wilson, China has achieved a key breakthrough in optical lenses. According to current information, Lin Xiao from China has played a significant role in this process. Since returning to China, Lin Xiao has achieved several major breakthroughs in the semiconductor field for China. I even suspect that, given time, he could truly lead China in developing photolithography machines. Mr. Wilson, this man poses a threat to us, I understand. We'll discuss countermeasures, okay? Dawson Edinson hung up the phone, put it down, and prayed to God that that country would never be able to develop a photolithography machine. A few days after Dawson Edinson's call, another meeting began in the White House. What do you think we should do now? The president asked. Two major breakthroughs in less than a year. There are only so many areas in the semiconductor industry chain. In 4 or 5 years, won't he completely destroy our biggest semiconductor investment? We must prevent him from ever researching semiconductors again, the Secretary of State declared. Then what should we do? Get rid of him? That's easy for you to say, but how to do it? Should we send Steve Rogers to infiltrate Shenzhen and carry out the assassination mission? Or should we send Ethan Hunt? Will the Nobel Prize be announced next month? His title is enough, right? He can refuse the Wolf Prize, so why can't he refuse the Nobel Prize again? Didn't we apologize so sincerely before just to let him down? Maybe he will be willing to go abroad this time. The Secretary of State shook his head and said, It's just to prevent him from continuing to research semiconductors. Getting rid of him is one way, but you also know that he must go abroad. If he stays in the country, we will have no way to deal with it, so we are in such a hurry to award him the Nobel Prize. If he refuses, are we going to award him again in the future? This time we can award him for his achievements in physics. If he doesn't come, and he can't make important breakthroughs in the future, how should we award him? Someone thought for a while and said, there seems to be a Fields Medal next year, idiot. The Secretary of State said, the Fields Medal will be awarded in Russia next year. You are taking action in Russia. Do you want to involve this Russian bear as well? The man's face turned pale after being scolded, but he didn't know how to refute. If they were involved with that Russian bear, they would definitely be in trouble, because that Russian bear might really dare to take action. What's more, it is still a question whether they can take action within Russia. After all, their people might not be able to enter Russia. The president looked at the Secretary of State. From the looks of you, you think you have a solution. The Secretary of State nodded and said, continue to increase our sanctions on semiconductors, for example, sanctions on quasi-laser emitters. The light source system of lithography machines requires this component. Once we impose sanctions on this, they will be forced to continue developing this technology. If Lin Xiao actually succeeds, we will move on to sanctions on several other key technologies. Researching these basic technologies, I admit Lin Xiao is amazing, but can he really develop them all? Unless he finds another way, it will take him a long time, decades, if not decades. There are over 100,000 parts in a lithography machine, and we have control over many of the key components. Let him give up and focus on theoretical research. At least he can make some contribution. After hearing the Secretary of State's plan, the others thought about it and finally nodded. Getting Lin Xiao to give up was of course the best solution. While not all of them had read Sun Tzu's Art of War, they all understood the principle of conquering the enemy without fighting. It's settled then. The president nodded, then looked at the FBI director beside him and said, by the way, are you still monitoring that damn spy? Yes, we've been keeping an eye on him lately, watching to see when that Star bookstore contacts him again, then there's no need to monitor him. If we can't deal with Lin Xiao, then let's get rid of this spy first. I don't want him to live. Well, okay. Seeing the president's angry glare, clearly intent on finding someone to vent his anger on, the FBI director, knowing he couldn't stop him, nodded, knowing in his heart that a potentially valuable fish had been lost. However, they had been observing the spy named Philip Meng for months and hadn't seen him contact his handlers. He was likely the type who wouldn't act unless he had a mission. Since their boss had requested it, they should eliminate him. A few days later, Philip Meng, working at FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C., left his shift as usual. The mission a few months ago had been successful, and he knew who his intelligence had protected, which made him feel that the risk was worthwhile. The past few months had been uneventful, and his previous anxiety had gradually subsided. Perhaps it was over. Philip, are you off work? His friend greeted him with a smile as he saw him leaving with his briefcase. Yes, Philip Meng replied with a smile. Are you still working overtime? I can't help it. I have to work overtime today. His friend spread his hands helplessly, then smiled and said, next time you're free, bring your family and we'll go to Yellowstone Park together. My son has always wanted to go there, of course, Philip Meng said with an okay gesture. The two of them stopped talking, and Philip Meng got into his car and drove back home. However, as he opened the door and entered, two people suddenly emerged from either side and pinned him to the ground. Startled, he was about to resist when he felt something cold pressed against his head. A gun. Instantly, he gave up. Just as he thought the other person was seeking revenge, he noticed footsteps ahead. A man in a suit and tie, someone he knew, approached him. His supervisor, Joyce Neville, spoke coldly, Philip Meng, you have betrayed your country and leaked state secrets. According to the National Security Law and the Espionage Act, you have committed espionage and are officially under arrest. You have the right to remain silent, but everything you say will be used as evidence in court. Philip Meng was now handcuffed. Two people beside him restrained him, forcing him to kneel on the ground, but he could still look up at Joyce Neville. He gave a wry smile. The FBI came to arrest him, especially since he had indeed engaged in espionage, so it was clear that they already had sufficient evidence. He lowered his head and whispered, I have nothing to say. Joyce Neville snorted coldly, saying, Meng, You've worked under me for 5 years. I was very satisfied with you, but now I'm so disappointed." Perhaps unable to hold back, he kicked Philip Meng's shoulder hard. The kick was so powerful that Philip Meng fell to the ground. But just then, a child's voice rang out, "Daddy! Don't kick my daddy." Ignoring the pain in his shoulder, Philip Meng struggled to raise his head and saw his 7-year-old daughter running towards him. "Ellie!" he shouted hurriedly. Ellie stood in front of her father, as if to protect him, and then glared at Joyce Neville with hatred. Seeing this scene, anyone would be moved. Joyce Neville shook her head and said, "Meng, look at your daughter. I hope you can reflect on your actions in prison. Take her away." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, Sanctions? Then get an X-ray machine. The FBI swooped in and apprehended an undercover agent who had been lurking there for 10 years. The FBI apprehended an undercover agent, suspected to be Chinese. The FBI recently apprehended an undercover agent who committed suicide the night before his trial out of fear of punishment. Undercover suicide? Or was there another reason? Related news stories began to vie for headlines. Such news could not help but capture people's attention. An undercover agent? An undercover agent committing suicide out of fear of punishment? Everyone who saw it was shocked. In China, many people were discussing the matter online, wondering if the undercover agent was truly theirs. After all, these were just reports from abroad, and no one knew the details. Compared to this political issue, those in the semiconductor industry were more concerned about another piece of news. Foreign sanctions had added several new technical issues, one of which was the quasi-laser emitter. This device is a crucial component in the light source of lithography machines. The project primarily utilizes a carbon dioxide laser to emit extremely high-energy laser light, boasting an average power exceeding 30 kilowatts and peak pulses reaching several megawatts. This high-energy laser beam then strikes tin beads continuously dripping from above, causing them to emit extreme ultraviolet light with a wavelength of 13.5 nm. Achieving such high power with a carbon dioxide laser is impossible with conventional technology, and China's current carbon dioxide lasers simply cannot meet this power requirement. It's important to understand that this power ultimately affects the actual power of the UV light source. If the UV light source lacks sufficient power, the impact on their development will be significant. Furthermore, several other sensors crucial to UV light sources have also been sanctioned. Consequently, any further development of lithography equipment requires breakthroughs in these areas. Otherwise, without a light source, all efforts will be in vain. This has triggered a wave of pessimism within the Chinese semiconductor industry. If they continue to tackle this issue piecemeal, how long will it take? By then, foreign countries might have already developed technology capable of surpassing existing lithography equipment. Besides these issues related to lithography technology, foreign countries have also imposed sanctions on photomasks, a key raw material in the lithography process. Photomasks are crucial to the process, enabling direct lithography with extreme ultraviolet light. Currently, mainstream photomasks are made of quartz, and this material is the primary target of these sanctions. The production process for this material is extremely complex, and China has historically relied on imports. Now that they can't buy quartz, domestic mask manufacturers are effectively wiped out. These measures have dealt another severe blow to the domestic semiconductor industry chain. Damn it, those foreign devils must have seen us develop cutting-edge mirror polishing technology and planned this evil scheme. How shameless, Luo Ming angrily declared in Lin Xiao's office at the Dingguang Research Institute. But Lin Xiao sat quietly at his desk, pondering his problem. Luo Ming, still furious, continued, "They also captured an undercover agent, claiming he was one of ours, and then reportedly hanged himself in prison? Clearly another demonstration. Would there just be a rope in the prison for someone to hang themselves? PSSST. Disgusting." Hearing Luo Ming's words, Lin Xiao frowned. Undercover? Hanged himself? Yeah, the news from abroad has all gotten back. It's absolutely abhorrent, Luo Ming said indignantly. But Lin Xiao suddenly stood up. Undercover? And discovered at this very moment? He had a good memory and a strong ability to associate ideas. He immediately thought of the Wolf Prize. Hadn't someone from the National Security Bureau tipped him off, received intelligence, and told him not to accept the award? At the time, he'd wondered where that intelligence came from, but he hadn't given it much thought. Now, he wondered if it was because of this undercover agent's information? His breathing quickened. If the undercover agent was truly one of theirs, then he was the reason for his discovery. Then he, Luo Ming, who was standing by, saw that Lin Xiao had been calm and composed after hearing about the sanctions, but suddenly became so distraught when the matter of the arrested undercover agent was mentioned. He couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Professor Lin, what's wrong?" Lin Xiao waved his hand and said solemnly, "I need to make a phone call." "Excuse me." Luo Ming knew that Lin Xiao hoped he would step aside, so he nodded. "Okay, go ahead. If there's anything, let me know." "Okay," Lin Xiao nodded. After watching Luo Ming leave, he took out his phone, thought for a moment, and finally found the number of the national security officer who had called him. Although it had been several months, he still remembered when the call was made and found it in his address book. Then, he dialed the number. After a while, the call was connected. The voice on the other end was clearly surprised. "Is this Professor Lin?" "It's me." "Are you from the National Security Bureau?" "Yes." "What's the matter? Is that the undercover agent caught in the news the one who helped me?" Lin Xiao asked, feeling extremely nervous. Don't overthink it. We don't send spies abroad," the National Security Bureau agent gave a very official answer. Lin Xiao didn't give up and continued, "I know, but I just want to confirm whether he's someone who helped me. It won't involve any confidential information, and of course, I wouldn't disclose such information." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the agent was silent for a moment, then said, "Professor Lin, please wait a moment. I'll ask my superiors and call you back later." "Okay, thank you," Lin Xiao said. He hung up and began to wait. As he waited, he could only hope for a negative answer, but he was just overthinking it. But he still had a nagging feeling in his heart, making him feel the need to confirm this matter. Time passed quickly, and finally, his phone rang again. He quickly answered, asking, "How's it going?" The other party replied, "Professor Lin, I can only tell you one thing. The person who helped you recently hanged himself in prison. But as to whether he's the person in the news, I'm sorry, I can't reveal it to you." Lin Xiao fell silent. The other party hadn't acknowledged the connection, simply because it was confidential. But clearly, the other party had hinted. Who else could have hanged himself in prison recently? Hearing he remained silent, the other party said, "Professor Lin, if you have nothing else to say, I'll hang up. To be honest, we're going to pay our respects to a fallen comrade later. Like you, we're all heartbroken." Lin Xiao finally spoke, "Is the family of the man who helped me okay? Is there anything I can do for them?" "Don't worry about that. When he helped you, he helped us, and we have measures in place." "Okay, then, thank you, haha. Protecting important scientists like you is our mission. We all have a sense of destiny in our profession. You don't need to be too sad. If possible, we hope you can accomplish more in your career. That's how our mission will be meaningful. Well, then, I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye." Goodbye. The call ended. Lin Xiao held the phone, doing nothing. A silence fell over the office. A long moment later, he finally came to his senses, but he closed his eyes. System, using mechanical overall optimization guidance, for the current UV lithography machine, optimize it towards X-ray lithography. The overall idea is to leverage the direct write advantages of X-ray lithography machines and, through the crystal diffraction effect, achieve a scaling effect on X-rays, thus enabling mass production, optimization and progress. Please wait. Lin Xiao opened his eyes again. The dead are gone, the living remain. The national security officer had said it well. They expected him to achieve more, and even more significant achievements, which would make their mission meaningful. He must not disappoint their expectations, especially the comrade who died because of him. If foreign countries wanted to impose sanctions on UV light sources, he would switch to X-rays. If foreign countries wanted to impose sanctions on reticle production, he would develop maskless X-ray lithography machines. He would not be angry at the actions of his enemies, he would only make them regret it. Chapter 245 Direction, Controlling Diffraction. Host, optimization has been completed according to the provided ideas. The system's voice brought Lin Xiao back to his senses. Mechanical overall optimization guidance allows him to select a mechanical instrument and optimize its entirety. Furthermore, If he has his own ideas, he can optimize according to the given ideas while achieving the target function. Of course, this idea must be reliable. If it is not, the system will optimize according to the default method. The default method means optimizing according to the established operating logic of the mechanical instrument without changing the fixed logic. For example, the operating logic of an UV lithography machine is to use extreme ultraviolet light, which is reflected by more than a dozen lenses, passes through a photomask, and finally illuminates a silicon wafer evenly coated with photoresist, thereby exposing and etching the chip. If an X-ray light source is used instead, the X-rays no longer need to pass through more than a dozen lenses or a photomask. Instead, they pass through a polished crystal, utilizing the diffraction effect of the X-rays to magnify and reduce the X-rays. X-rays can only be processed using direct light lithography, not projection lithography like that used in UV lithography machines. This is mainly because no lens in the world can magnify or reduce X-rays. X-rays are too penetrating. The wavelength of X-rays is less than 10 nm, or even less than 1 nm, which is extremely small. Current lens materials have large gaps between molecules and atoms, so X-rays are transmitted directly through the gaps between atoms. Even though some absorption is inevitable, the energy of the X-rays themselves is high enough to pass directly through them. Therefore, current lenses cannot condense and amplify them through reflection. This is why X-rays can be used to examine the internal conditions of the human body. X-rays pass directly through clothing, skin, and muscles. The gaps between atoms in these structures are large enough to allow X-rays to pass through. However, bones contain a lot of calcium, which has a higher density of metal elements and smaller interatomic gaps. Therefore, X-rays cannot easily penetrate and are absorbed by the metal elements, resulting in the appearance of bones on CT scans. Of course, X-rays are harmful to the human body for this very reason. When penetrating the human body, some of their energy will eventually be absorbed by the electrons of the atoms inside. Perhaps it will be absorbed by a base pair atom in the double helix structure of DNA in a certain cell. The electrons inside the atom will jump, causing the base pairs to change, which in turn will cause DNA mutations, and finally it will turn into cancer cells. Of course, taking an X-ray once or twice is not a big deal, because the smaller number of cancer cells will be killed by the immune cells. However, for those who stay in the body for a long time, the number of cancerous cells in the body increases, and the immune system cannot keep up, so the number of cancer cells increases, and cancer is formed. However, X-rays can be reflected internally due to crystal diffraction, thereby amplifying and reducing them, and then using this method to perform large-scale lithography. Of course, this is something that others may find incredible. The advantage of X-rays in lithography machines lies primarily in their near-zero diffraction and excellent collimation. Other light sources, however, are more susceptible to diffraction. Even the slightest oxygen molecule passing through can cause other light rays, such as those passing between two oxygen atoms in that molecule, to experience diffraction effects similar to single-slit diffraction, ultimately affecting the actual pattern produced. This is why lithography machines must be kept in a vacuum. If X-rays weren't reflected by lenses, UV light wouldn't even be a consideration. This is why diffraction is considered the natural enemy of lithography machines. Lin Xiao's approach, however, is the opposite. He aims to exploit diffraction to achieve his goal. Of course, he needs to control diffraction. This presents a challenge. To control diffraction, we must understand why it occurs. And what are the laws governing it? Lin Xiao's eyes flickered. Physicists today can only derive certain diffraction laws through experiments, such as single-slit diffraction, double-slit diffraction, and circular aperture diffraction. The specific causes of diffraction remain unknown, and remain an unsolved mystery in physics. This problem involves wave diffraction. Wave diffraction can be divided into classical waves and light waves. Classical waves arise from the vibrations of particles caused by the propagation of energy, and their trajectories are deflected by obstacles. Light wave diffraction, on the other hand, falls within the realm of quantum mechanics and cannot be understood using traditional methods, but only through probabilistic statistics. Clarifying this problem requires more complex calculations and a far greater intellect. This is because this question directly confronts the wave. This fundamental element of physics is filled with mysteries. What exactly is it? Is it the interaction of different dimensions, or a chord plucked by God? Although Lin Xiao wasn't seeking to uncover the true nature of waves, merely one of their properties, he believed that this was a question no less challenging than multidimensional field theory. The thought of this challenge suddenly struck Lin Xiao as immensely challenging. It looks like I'll have a lot to research for the next while. This meant he was now entering theoretical research again. And this was necessary. Without studying the theory, he wouldn't know what kind of diffraction would be required to achieve control over X-ray diffraction. This meant he wouldn't know which crystal structure would be most suitable. This meant he'd have to rely on luck, experimenting with various crystals, and tentatively approaching his ultimate goal. He didn't like relying on luck, so he had to start from the source. Well, we'll talk about that later. First, let's see what the optimized lithography machine looks like. He stopped thinking about wave diffraction and focused on the optimization plan. Open the optimized guidance plan. As he gave the order, a completely new lithography machine emerged in his mind. An X-ray lithography machine. It was smaller because it lacked a complex optical system, so this part of the structure was omitted. The other major components remained, but some subtle changes had occurred. This optimization was a holistic one, and naturally every part had been optimized, including the arrangement of components and the use of space. Lin Xiao was amazed by these optimizations, especially the optimized structure, which had a significant impact on precision. The more streamlined the process, the smaller the error, and the higher the precision. This optimized structure achieved the same function with almost minimal materials. This alone made Lin Xiao extremely satisfied. If he showed Dawson Edison such a streamlined structure, he would probably pay 100 million for it. After all, the simpler the structure, the easier it would be to produce, the lower the production cost, and the shorter the production cycle, meaning huge profits. Of course, selling it to him was out of the question. Wouldn't it be great to use it myself? He quickly reviewed the entire optimized structure. The next step was to inform everyone in the Huaxin Alliance. He stood up and walked outside the office. Professor Lin, Luo Ming called out upon seeing him emerge. Yes, Lin Xiao nodded and said, send a message to everyone at the Huaxin Alliance. I need to hold an important meeting. Let's set the time, in 2 weeks, right here at the Research Institute. Have them send someone representing their company. Okay, yes, Lin Xiao nodded slightly. 2 weeks should be enough for him to conduct preliminary research on diffraction. Now that they've been sanctioned again, the X-ray lithography machine is undoubtedly a perfect solution. Then he'll have a better chance of convincing these people. By the way, can you do me another favor? You say, investigate the current situation of that FBI undercover agent, Philip Meng's family. That undercover agent, Luo Ming was stunned. Yes, Lin Xiao nodded. He actually wanted to transfer some money to Philip Meng's family every month, but he was worried that the FBI would discover the money he was transferring from his Chinese account to his family. So, he had to postpone it, at least until this matter had passed. Luo Ming, however, was puzzled as to why Lin Xiao was doing this. Could it be that the undercover agent was related to Lin Xiao? Luo Ming thought about it and was suddenly shocked. It seems that Lin Xiao did not go to receive the Wolf Prize because he was reminded? Could it be? The more Luo Ming thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. In addition, Lin Xiao's actions undoubtedly confirmed its authenticity. He sighed slightly in his heart. Although it is a peaceful era now, there are still many people who sacrifice themselves in the corners. I just hope that they can become stronger and stronger, so that those villains will not dare to move around again. Shaking his head, he left the office. 1 day later. Dingguang Research Institute, Physics Laboratory. Several simple physics experiments are being carried out here. Those who have studied physics in high school have basically seen the teacher demonstrate them. They are pinhole imaging, single-slit diffraction, double-slit diffraction, and circular aperture diffraction. Pinhole imaging is a candle burning through a small hole, and eventually a candle flame will form on the wall. Single-slit diffraction and double-slit diffraction are relatively similar. Circular aperture diffraction and pinhole imaging both use a single aperture, but the former uses a flat light source, unlike the pinhole imaging light source, which has a different shape. Circular aperture diffraction can be easily performed at home. Take a piece of opaque paper, such as tinfoil, poke a hole in it with a toothpick, and then turn on your phone's flashlight to observe circular aperture diffraction. Of course, while the physics experiments conducted in this laboratory may be simple in principle, the preparation is far from simple. Various measuring instruments are located nearby, such as those for measuring light intensity and the precise distance between the pinholes and slits. The imaging plane is also covered with various sensors that detect the wavelength of the imaging light. The wavelength of the light source is known, and this method allows them to determine whether the wavelength changes when the light is diffracted. Of course, previous experiments have proven that this does not happen. This is just a precautionary measure. The wavelength multiplied by the frequency equals the speed of light, so knowing the wavelength allows us to calculate the frequency. The idea that wavelength multiplied by the frequency equals the speed of light can be understood in the same way. When a person walks, the distance per step and the number of steps per second multiplied together equal walking speed. Of course, this is a macroscopic view. A microscopic view could fill a 100-page paper. Professor Lin, what do you think we should do now? Several intern researchers in the lab asked. These interns were hired after the institute was officially established. There are currently many interns, all newly hired, numbering around 20 or so. Of course, there are also quite a few full-time researchers, mostly recruited by Lin Xiao from domestic universities and other research institutions. Of course, some joined because of his reputation. After all, for a large institute like theirs, sufficient staffing is essential. Of course, those who were able to join had strong basic skills. These interns, for example, had at least one paper published in a top journal in their field. Since they were primarily working in the chemistry and physics labs, they needed strong hands-on skills. The current interns, for example, almost all had a paper published in Physical Review Letters, Science, or Nature. Despite their accomplishments, they still showed immense respect for Lin Xiao, who was significantly younger than them. After all, he was a double Wolf Prize winner. Although Lin Xiao declined to accept the award, the honor still belonged to him. His decision to decline the award actually made his name more widely known. Lin Xiao, however, didn't rush to answer their questions. Instead, he sat at a computer, calculating something on a piece of paper. Greek letter psi, r, equals d, r. Well, the Huygens-Fresnel diffraction formula is derived from the wave equation. There's also the Fraunhofer diffraction model, and the Fresnel diffraction model. He raised his eyebrows and used these various diffraction formulas to deduce the diffraction phenomena before him. While looking at the experimental results in front of him, he lowered his head to look at his own formulas. The other interns saw Lin Xiao thinking seriously and fell silent. They didn't interrupt him, but they walked over curiously, wanting to see what Lin Xiao was researching. Well, they all knew these formulas and models. They knew how to deduce them just like Lin Xiao did. But why was Lin Xiao staring at these formulas? Chapter 246, Important New Results on Wave-Particle Duality? Could it be that there were hidden secrets in these formulas that they hadn't noticed? This thought suddenly gave the young interns a sense of brilliance. If they could figure it out and provide Lin Xiao with some help, wouldn't they be on their way to success? So they all set to work, trying to figure out some hidden secrets. But apparently, despite their long and tireless thinking, they couldn't sense anything hidden in the formulas before them. After all, these formulas were just formulas. They couldn't help but smile bitterly. What difference did this make to them? Staring at these formulas, what could they possibly see? Just as they were feeling helpless, Lin Xiao finally raised his head and said, "Next, let's try some interference experiments, including double-slit interference, equal inclination interference, and equal thickness interference." Yes, several interns responded immediately. However, another intern asked, "Professor Lin, are there any problems with the formula model above? Asking questions whenever you have them is a good habit." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "I always feel like these formulas and models can all be connected by a unified formula, probably like string theory. You all know that before M theory came out, there were several string theories in physics, right? And M theory proves that these string theories are all extreme cases. And are these model formulas also special values, extreme values, of a unified theory?" Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the interns present all looked bewildered. Could these formulas also be unified into a single theory like string theory? While it's not impossible. Sorry, Professor Lin, we really can't do it. Seeing their bewildered looks, Lin Xiao waved his hand. "Forget it, let's not talk anymore. Let's prepare the experiment first, okay?" Several interns immediately set to work. Lin Xiao didn't pay much attention to this matter, and it wasn't surprising that the interns couldn't see it. After all, his brain development reached 7.05%, coupled with his level 5 physics and physics master aura allowed him to see the essential connection behind these formulas and models after just a few glances. Of course, seeing something doesn't mean you can write it down, it's more of a feeling. And the intuition of a top physicist is often very sharp. Furthermore, given the properties of the objects described by these formulas, it's natural for them to be connected. After all, they're all wave motion. Just like the wave equation, derived from Maxwell's equations, it can be used to describe various wave phenomena in nature, and can be considered a unified theory. Lin Xiao fell into deep thought. So, what exactly is the connection between these diffraction models and formulas? He wrote down several more models and formulas on his draft paper, including one for interference. Interference and diffraction are two different phenomena, but they share the same essence. They are both connections between waves. Simply put, interference is the result of the addition of a finite number of wave beams, while diffraction is the result of the integration of an infinite number of wave beams. This is why Lin Xiao is now conducting interference experiments, such as the famous double-slit interference experiment. Of course, he wasn't trying to understand the horror of the double-slit interference experiment. The double-slit interference experiment shattered Newton's theory of light particles, officially establishing wave-particle duality. However, Lin Xiao wasn't interested in exploring the question of wave-particle duality or a unified theory of wave particles just yet. He simply wanted to understand how wave beams interfered with each other, and what its true nature was. I feel like I've fallen into a trap, as he calculated. This thought crossed Lin Xiao's mind. But he ultimately shook his head helplessly. Otherwise, why aren't people researching X-ray lithography machines? If they could truly develop this, not to mention lithography machines, it would be a major revolution for the world. While theoretically it might not rival his multidimensional field theory, in terms of practical application and practicality, it would be far superior. While people couldn't yet study multidimensional space, the diffraction and interference of light had a wide range of applications, much like the high-temperature superconductivity theory being studied by those in the condensed matter field. He didn't dwell on it any further. Since he'd fallen into this trap, he might as well study it thoroughly. This was exactly what he liked. He raised his eyebrows, and over there, several intern researchers called out to him, "Professor Lin, we're ready." Okay. Hearing this, Lin Xiao put down his pen and said, "Okay, let's get started. Let's start with the double-slit interference experiment." Okay. He turned on the light source, and the interference experiment began. Then he continued to collect various data, substituting formulas into the data and beginning to calculate. And so, time flew by. For so many days, Lin Xiao had done nothing but experiments, replicating the results of previous classic experiments, and then performing calculations based on existing formulas and models. For him, this was a process of constantly deepening his impression, and the deeper his impression, the deeper his understanding. In his mind, he was constantly building a model, what you could call the coherent superposition model of waves, because both interference and diffraction are the coherent superposition of multiple wave beams. He could construct such a model in his mind without any distinction between the experimental processes and results, and he could visualize them based on the formulas and models. Like a humanoid computer, his brain contained finite element analysis software, capable of directly simulating experimental processes. This was the true value of that 7% brain development, the ability to simulate a simple experiment directly in his mind. This kind of mental simulation would be even more powerful for Lin Xiao's research. Finally, Lin Xiao felt as if he had discovered a pattern in the coherent superposition of these waves. The longer the wavelength, the larger the spacing between the bright ripples. If infrared, ultraviolet, and X-rays were all visible light, then their spacing should follow this function, x equals LD. Then calculate the ripples emitted by these slits, plug in the angle, and you'll get. In his office, Lin Xiao lowered his head, calculating the equations before him. He then arranged various models and formulas, such as the Fresnel-Kirchhoff diffraction formula, the Fraunhofer diffraction model, and the Fresnel diffraction model. He then plugged his results into each of these calculations, combining like terms, eliminating remainders, reducing fractions, changing the form, and dividing. These steps, which required immense observation and extensive knowledge, seemed as simple to Lin Xiao as elementary school addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division within 20. Following these steps, the previously complex models and formulas naturally underwent a dramatic transformation, becoming a series of seemingly simpler equations. These equations seemed unrelated, but Lin Xiao discovered a common thread. They all included v Greek letter lambda. This is the wave velocity divided by the wavelength, which ultimately equals f. This is the wave frequency. Seeing this result, Lin Xiao frowned. Frequency of light? Particle nature. He had been avoiding this question because he was studying wave nature, not particle nature. But now, his calculations still showed frequency in these formulas. Coincidence. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied, he began to try to eliminate v Greek letter lambda, but at this point, he was at a loss. It seems the wave-particle duality is unavoidable. The wavelength of an electromagnetic wave represents its wave nature, while its frequency represents its particle nature. The longer the wavelength, the stronger its wave properties, while the higher the frequency, the stronger its particle properties. Philosophically speaking, wave-particle duality is likely a relationship of unity of opposites. Even though quantum mechanics proposed this property, it was merely a compromise due to people's inability to understand how light could exhibit both particle and wave properties. This means that a wave-particle unified theory is entirely possible. Of course, within the physics community, wave-particle duality is generally considered to be a unified theory of wave and particle properties. However, Lin Xiao wanted to explore something more fundamental. Wave-particle unified theory. Suddenly, Lin Xiao remembered a paper he had read. I think I saw a photo taken by a school in Switzerland showing a beam of light exhibiting both wave and particle properties. He immediately opened his computer and began searching for the paper. It didn't take long for him to find it. The paper, based on an experiment designed and conducted by the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Lausanne in 2015, was published in Nature Communications. Looking at the paper, Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. That's it. Wave and particle properties are inseparable, and observing both the wave and particle properties of electromagnetic waves simultaneously will be crucial for understanding the coherent superposition of waves. The more he looked at it, the more his mental model became more robust. This experiment provided him with more material to address any shortcomings in the details. After all, whether wave or particle properties are stronger, they exist simultaneously. Looks like I'll have something to convince them at next week's meeting. A smile crossed Lin Xiao's face at the thought. But I need to replicate this experiment again, preferably in more detail. He reviewed the experimental procedure. A laser pulse illuminated a tiny metal nanowire. The laser added energy to the charged particles on the nanowire, causing them to vibrate. Light propagated along this tiny nanowire in two possible directions, like vehicles on a highway. When waves traveling in opposite directions collided, a new wave formed, which became a new source of light, radiating outward around the nanowire. A very clever experiment, but it could use some modifications. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and began contacting the researchers in the lab to prepare for the experiment. He wanted to temporarily bring an important new result to the wave-particle duality. Chapter 247 Another debate with the scholars? A few days later, an internal meeting of the Huaxin Alliance, initiated by Lin Xiao, was about to take place. As chairman of the Huaxin Alliance's board of directors and chief scientist, Lin Xiao had full authority to convene such a meeting if there was anything important. Of course, the meeting was well attended. Virtually everyone who could attend was present, and representatives from every Huaxin Alliance institution and company were present. Their industry had just suffered another blow from foreign countries. While the impact was limited to light sources and photomasks, it still left everyone feeling a sense of symbiosis. One was a crucial component of lithography machines, and the other was a crucial consumable. Photomasks, in particular, were particularly crucial. After all, the full name of a lithography machine is a mask aligner and exposure machine, and masks play a central role in it. Now that they could no longer manufacture masks domestically, they would have to import them from abroad. While this had been largely the case before, the market share lost was substantial, effectively ceding all the profits to foreign countries. Therefore, such a meeting gave them a place to vent and seek the reassurance of an ally. Dozens of people were already seated in the conference room, most of them grimacing, especially those who had previously produced photomasks, whose faces were particularly sorrowful. Perhaps the only person in the room who appeared somewhat cheerful was academician Luo Gangson of the Institute of Optoelectronics. Of course, Yu Jiancheng, general manager of Shaanxi Industry, who had also attended the meeting, was also unfazed. After all, they didn't have to worry about sanctions, Their core technology was theirs, so there was no need to worry. However, their relaxed demeanor still caught the attention of others. Academician Luo, I envy your Institute of Optoelectronics, the person sitting next to Luo Gangsun couldn't help but say. This person was Academician Wang Jun of the Chongqing Institute of Optics, Fine Mechanics and Physics. What's there to envy? Luo Gangsun spread his hands and said with a smile, we are all working for the country. There is nothing to envy, Wang Jun said, your polishing technology is now on par with Zeiss. It's amazing. Oh, it's all thanks to Professor Lin Xiao. I didn't contribute anything at all, Luo Gangsun shook his head and said, the most important thing is that I used to be considered a top polishing master in the country based on my experience. But now Professor Lin has just made up a theory, and my experience is useless. The ion beam directly hits wherever it is pointed, and my judgment is completely ignored. Speaking of this, Luo Gangsun continued, of course, the most critical thing is Professor Lin Xiao's 8-point structure encoder. Without it, the accuracy will be even lower, and we can't do anything about it. But speaking of this, I'm afraid you at the Institute of Optics and Mechanics should be more grateful to Professor Lin Xiao. Without Professor Lin Xiao, your servo motors would probably still be a problem, right? That's right, but precisely for this reason, we're hoping for Professor Lin Xiao's help. Wang Jun spread his hands and said, I'm working on semiconductor high-power laser technology. They've restricted our light sources, so our lab can only use what we already have. Our current UV light source is less than 40 W. And now our excimer lasers are limited. We have to start all over again. It's a tough sell, haha. Maybe Professor Lin called us to a meeting this time to solve this problem? After all, when he called us 2 weeks ago, foreign countries announced increased sanctions. I hope so, Wang Jun shook his head. Just then, several people entered the doorway, led by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao entered the conference room and took the first seat. He said, sorry to have kept you waiting. Now that everyone is here, let's not waste any more time on this internal meeting. This is my first time holding one. He smiled slightly and said, this meeting will primarily discuss the future direction of our semiconductor development under the new sanctions. Lin Xiao's words lit up the room, and everyone's attention immediately turned serious. For them, this was a time when they needed a backbone to give them hope for success. Seeing their reactions, Lin Xiao smiled, and without hesitation, he delivered his bombshell. I believe we should abandon the UV lithography path. The crowd, who had just been filled with anticipation, was stunned by this news. What? Abandoning the UV lithography path? Are you throwing everything out like a sore thumb? The people present couldn't comprehend Lin Xiao's decision. An older and seemingly more experienced industry insider immediately expressed his doubts. Professor Lin, I don't object to your suggestion, but UV lithography has been proven to be correct. If we give up, which direction should we develop in? The others nodded, and someone said, we can't give up chips, right? Or make carbon-based chips? No one says that carbon-based chips don't need lithography machines. Unless we can develop double-digit nano-level printing technology, we can only do subtractive manufacturing, not additive manufacturing. These can be achieved with chips. The people present were basically scientists, and they all had a lot of understanding of these technical issues, such as carbon-based chips. The claim that carbon-based chips can bypass lithography machines is purely media hype. Any student studying lithography technology will know that carbon-based chips are not inferior to silicon-based chips, and no scientist has ever claimed they don't require lithography machines. The primary advantage of carbon-based chips lies in the material's superiority over silicon. Carbon-based chips of the same specifications can significantly outperform silicon-based chips, potentially by 5 to 10 times, while also reducing power consumption to 1/10 of the original. Power consumption is a key issue in the chip industry, and addressing the high power consumption of low-processed chips is crucial. It's the primary constraint on chip development. For example, when AlphaGo played Go Champions, it consumed a staggering 20,000 W of power, all driven by chip processing. So, while carbon-based chips are promising, their production remains challenging. As for 3D printing technology, manufacturing chips through this additive manufacturing method is even more impossible. It will take years of development to achieve double-digit nanometer precision, with current precision limited to micrometers. That's why everyone present reacted so strongly to Lin Xiao's decision to abandon UV lithography. However, Lin Xiao simply smiled as he looked at the experts' expressions. It looked like another heated debate was about to begin. Of course, come on. Then, he said, "Everyone. I understand the difficulties you're talking about. Of course, I've never said I was going to develop carbon-based chips or atomic printing technology, but overtaking others on the curve is something we must consider." He paused, then continued, "Foreign countries have long dominated the UV and DUV lithography fields and have imposed various sanctions on us. And they, relying on their patents, are suppressing us in various ways. It's fraught with difficulty for us to catch up on the straight line. Besides, as the saying goes, everyone accelerates on a straight line. It's really fast when you're going fast on a curve. So, while we're pushing forward on the straight line, foreign countries are also pushing forward on the straight line. We can't miss the opportunity to overtake others on the curve. At least on the curve, foreign countries aren't far ahead of us. But if we let them overtake us there, we'll be years behind in the future." Everyone present nodded silently at Lin Xiao's words. They all agreed with Lin Xiao's words. Those who lag behind always lag behind. Catching up is incredibly difficult. While there's the example of the shield machine, such examples are still few and far between. Therefore, they can only find technological cornerstones to catch up, or even surpass. "Professor Lin, tell me, what are you trying to develop?" Someone raised their hand. The others looked at Lin Xiao. As long as the proposal made sense, they were willing to work hard. Lin Xiao smiled and said, "I'm looking to develop a photolithography process that already exists, but has been overlooked, X-ray lithography." The crowd was in a state of shock, with expressions of surprise on their faces. Lin Xiao knew what they were talking about. The advantages and disadvantages of X-rays as a light source were well known to everyone present, all industry insiders. Lin Xiao simply pressed his hand to quiet them down, then said, "We all know the pros and cons of X-ray lithography. The advantages are excellent collimation, no diffraction effects, no need to worry about light source power issues, and no need for masks. The disadvantages are their high penetration, which makes them impractical for mass production, resulting in relatively poor economic benefits. So, what we need to solve now is the issue of mass production, and regarding mass production, I already have a feasible solution." Everyone present was stunned when Lin Xiao said this. "Using X-rays for mass production? How would we do that?" "My solution is to utilize the diffraction effect of crystal X-rays to amplify and reduce the X-rays." Lin Xiao finished his words, then immediately reached out his hand to press his hand, knowing the shock his words would cause the crowd. Indeed, they were already agitated by his words. "Good fellow. You already said the advantage of X-rays is their lack of diffraction, and now you're asking them to diffract? While it would be a huge help if X-rays could be magnified and reduced, they could even build a lithography machine right here. This is because X-ray lithography machines eliminate many of the challenges of UV lithography and offer the simplest solution. Especially now that they have more sophisticated servo motors, their mechanical precision has caught up with foreign technology. But the question is, how do you achieve this?" Lin Xiao remained silent this time. Instead, he pulled out his laptop and began showing the audience his PowerPoint presentation. Controlling the diffraction of X-rays requires controlling diffraction, which means we need to find the laws governing diffraction. So, next, we'll have to delve into the theories of quantum mechanics. At this point, Lin Xiao stood up, walked over to the projection screen, and began, "This may involve some academic jargon. Please forgive me. According to the Huygens-Fresnel principle, we can correctly explain and calculate wave propagation. The Huygens-Fresnel principle can be seen as a consequence of the isotropy of space, and in quantum electrodynamics, the isotropy of space is the key foundation. R equals Greek letter psi 0 e, ikr, oi, dzr. So, we can start with this." Most of the people in the audience were stunned. Why was he lecturing them right out of the blue? Everyone present was stunned. There were many scientists here, but not all of them understood quantum mechanics, let alone quantum electrodynamics. Take Yu Jiancheng, for example. He was just a general manager and a former materials scientist. How could he possibly understand this stuff? Just reading the first few formulas gave him a sense of being transported back to his university days, dominated by physics and mathematics. Finally, he gave up and turned to look at his colleague next to him. He'd already pulled out his phone and started playing mahjong. The cards seemed pretty good, like they were going for 13 Yahoo. Yu Jiancheng patted his head, lost in thought, and said, "Aren't you reading what Professor Lin is talking about? You understand it?" The man retorted. I don't." Yu Jiancheng spread his hands and asked, Didn't Professor Lin say he'd use some academic jargon? Why does it feel like he's speaking academic jargon? What do you mean by a little bit? It's obviously a billion points. The billion is in 10,000 times 10,000. Yu Jiancheng. Of course, there were still scientists present who understood, especially the many experts in optics, such as academician Wengjun from the Chongqing Institute of Optics, Fine Mechanics and Physics. He also studied optics and understood everything about diffraction and interference. He listened to Lin Xiao's explanation with a frown. Lin Xiao's arguments were clear and easy to understand, touching upon quantum mechanics and even quantum electrodynamics, all of which he had some knowledge of. The only thing that seemed a little complicated to him were the formulas Lin Xiao derived from his calculations. While his mathematical skills were considerably better than others, compared to Lin Xiao's, they were clearly inferior, even weaker. Fortunately, Lin Xiao explained his formulas thoroughly, not skipping over them with words like obvious or well-known. Therefore, Wang Jun could follow along and understand. As Lin Xiao delved deeper, his eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed like this was truly a method that could explain the nature of diffraction. Chapter 248. It's actually a string. Just as Wang Jun's eyes lit up, Lin Xiao flipped the PowerPoint slide again, revealing a spectrum. The colorful spectrum of the 7 visible light components, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet, formed a wave-like pattern. This image displayed both particle and wave properties, essentially observing both simultaneously, rather than just one or the other as in a double-slit interference experiment. Wang Jun glanced at it and immediately felt a sense of familiarity. He had seen this image before, created by scientists at the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Lausanne, so he immediately knew what it was. But what could be seen from this image? It simply tested the wave-particle duality and had nothing to do with diffraction, right? Just as he was wondering, Lin Xiao turned to the audience and said, "Everyone, now you can. This image allows us to observe both wave and particle properties of light simultaneously," and then, turning around, he noticed that few people were listening. Most of the others were lost in thought or playing with their phones. "It seems I'm still overly complicated," he smiled, unconcerned. At least, a few people were still listening. As the crowd heard him, several said, "Professor Lin, you go ahead and talk. If we don't understand, that's our problem. We'll just listen to the results later." "Okay, then let's get on with it." Lin Xiao shook his head, then continued, "Light, as an electromagnetic wave, exhibits both wave and particle properties. Although we're studying wave properties, we can't avoid discussing particle properties, and with this diagram, which simultaneously demonstrates both wave and particle properties, we can calculate how particles behave during wave diffraction. This will allow us to better explore the mysteries of diffraction." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Wang Jun's eyes lit up again. Yes, if they could analyze the behavior of particles while exploring wave diffraction, perhaps they could indeed advance their research. But the question remained, how could they understand the behavior of particles during wave diffraction? Just then, Lin Xiao took out his chalk again and wrote a few formulas on the blackboard behind him. Rad, Greek letter phi, r, Greek letter psi, Greek letter theta, equals exp. First, we can use these formulas to describe the wave-particle nature of this spectrum. Then, we can continue to use these formulas to describe the diffraction and interference phenomena I showed you before. Next, we will divide them separately. Okay, now, we take the derivative of the remaining function. Okay, what we have now is the performance of the particle. Of course, this particle performance diagram is a special performance under these experiments, and as long as we realize from special to general, then, the diffraction of the wave will be like being dissected, and the internal characteristics will be fully displayed. By then, we will understand the laws and nature of diffraction, and we can easily calculate what kind of crystal structure can help us control the diffraction of X-rays, and then synthesize this crystal. Combined with our existing polishing technology, a crystal lens that can magnify and reduce X-rays will be born. Next, we just need to use the computer to directly control the chip pattern from the light source, and then we can expose it on the chip. Also, in the past, my country already has SU8 photoresist that can be used for X-ray exposure, based on the Liga process. So, we can say that as long as we build this crystal lens, we can start building a lithography machine. Once we build it, we can start making chips. Lin Xiao's words immediately set the crowd ablaze with excitement. Even those who were still playing with their phones were drawn in by Lin Xiao's words. Start building a lithography machine directly? How long have they been waiting for this? And now Lin Xiao is saying that as long as this crystal lens is developed, they can directly build a lithography machine? Wang Zhen's eyes were filled with amazement, and he believed Lin Xiao's words. As the institute tasked with manufacturing the lithography machine, the Chongqing Institute of Optics and Fine Mechanics was well aware of the three key technologies currently lacking in China's lithography machines. First, light source technology. However, if they could now switch to X-ray sources, this would no longer be a problem. Second, dual stage technology. However, a dual stage is simply a robotic arm. As long as the accuracy is adequate, it's sufficient. With the new servo motors, the ultra-high precision servo motors previously refused to be sold abroad, they now have the technical potential to manufacture them themselves. The institute is currently developing them and may be able to produce them next year. Finally, third, lens and polishing technology, they already have. If they can truly develop lenses that can magnify and reduce X-rays, all three technologies will be complete, and the other components will be no problem. After all, China's fundamental strength is not false. Although sanctions prevented them from producing the semiconductor industry's most important equipment, lithography machines, China's technology for the second largest semiconductor equipment, etching machines, is among the best in the world. By then, with the three key technologies mastered, manufacturing lithography machines will be entirely possible. Of course, the final key lies in Lin Xiao's ability to truly explain diffraction. While Lin Xiao's current achievements are already quite advanced, achieving the final breakthroughs won't be easy. Of course, solving this problem will take some time, but please believe us, this is our only way to break through foreign sanctions and achieve a leapfrog. Okay, I've finished my speech. Do you have any questions? Lin Xiao said. While most of the people in the audience were still confused, they generally understood Lin Xiao's point. Solving a theoretical problem would give them the opportunity to surpass others. Professor Lin, I just want to ask you a question. How long will it take you to solve this problem? Someone raised their hand. Lin Xiao responded, I can't give you an exact time, but even if it's a year or two, can't you afford to wait? The crowd reflected on this, and it seemed quite plausible. After so many years behind, how could they afford to wait a year or two? Then, considering how long Lin Xiao had previously spent solving important problems, they realized it might even take less than a year or two. Professor Lin, I believe in you and hope you succeed. The questioner nodded and said nothing more. The others echoed his words, expressing their willingness to trust Lin Xiao. But just then, someone suddenly said, Professor Lin, what about us? By doing this, aren't you giving up on our photomask production? Lin Xiao turned to look at the man. He seemed to be from a domestic photomask company. Lin Xiao asked, Are you from Yiking Optoelectronics? Yes, I'm Xiao Zhiang, the general manager of Yiking Optoelectronics, the man said. Professor Lin, if you want to develop an X-ray lithography machine, does that mean you are giving up on us as the manufacturer of photomasks? Lin Xiao said, Mr. Xiao, I know what you mean, but if we can really build an X-ray lithography machine, we will indeed not need photomasks. How can this be? Xiao Zhiang said, Professor Lin, can't you think of a way to make the X-ray lithography machine require photomasks? Lin Xiao said helplessly, not using photomasks is our best solution in the face of foreign sanctions. Others also began to speak up for Lin Xiao. Yu Jiancheng said, Mr. Xiao, aren't you asking for something that is out of place? Foreign countries have already sanctioned your quartz materials. There is no need for you to fight for these quartz material masks. Don't you still have soda masks and other types of masks? You can't just wait for Professor Lin to help you solve the quartz material problem, right? Why not? Xiao Zhiang glared at Yu Jiancheng. Your factory has Professor Lin Xiao helping you solve problems with polishing materials and production processes. Why can't he help us? Your company isn't a state-owned enterprise? Yu Jiancheng retorted. You're saying your state-owned enterprises are bullying us private enterprises, right? Yu Jiancheng couldn't take this seriously, so he changed the subject. I won't waste my time on you. We gave Professor Lin a production line worth hundreds of millions of yuan to test, and we paid for the new materials and technology. You also gave Professor Lin hundreds of millions of yuan. All right, everyone, stop arguing. Lin Xiao interrupted their argument, saying, Mr. Xiao, we're giving up on the photomask, so I won't spend time solving the photomask problem. Hesitating when unnecessary will only lead to further chaos. It's better to put an end to these companies' hopes. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, CAO Xiang's face lit up with anger, and he angrily declared, then Yiking Optoelectronics will withdraw from the Huaxin Alliance. He then left the office. Seeing this, everyone was speechless. The Huaxin Alliance was founded for the collective good, so CAO Xiang's outrage, now that photomasks have been abandoned, is unsurprising. However, for the collective good, photomasks must be abandoned. Alright, Lin Xiao ignored the hiccup and continued, that's all I have to say. Do you have any questions? No one raised their hands. Okay, that's it. Lin Xiao stood up. For the next few days, I will dedicate myself to researching this issue, and I hope you can make significant breakthroughs in your fields. Dismissed. The meeting concluded. While the future remained uncertain, at least X-ray lithography was not impossible, as long as Lin Xiao could create another miracle. However, the withdrawal of Yiking Optoelectronics still caught people's attention. The Huaxin Alliance was founded with such fanfare, yet only a few months later, a manufacturer withdrew? And this was the leading domestic photomask company. Compared to Yiking Optoelectronics, other leading photomask companies still had some lags. Of course, Yiking Optoelectronics wasn't the only company to withdraw. Another domestic photomask company, Luwei Optoelectronics, also withdrew from Huaxin Alliance. The withdrawal of these two companies naturally attracted attention. Yiking Optoelectronics general manager, Xiao Zhiang, later gave an interview to reporters. In the interview, he bluntly stated, Professor Lin Xiao wants to develop X-ray lithography, and our photomasks have been abandoned. This statement immediately captured everyone's attention. Lin Xiao wants to develop X-ray lithography? Photomasks have been abandoned? Both domestically and internationally, people were shocked. What does Professor Lin Xiao's decision to develop X-ray lithography mean? This question has drawn many responses. With the tightening of foreign sanctions against us, Professor Lin Xiao may have been forced to do this, or perhaps out of anger, but I have to admit, it was a challenging choice. The most important problem in X-ray lithography is the scaling of X-rays. Only by solving this problem can the production efficiency of X-ray lithography machines be increased, and there is great potential for future development. Moreover, due to the high energy of X-rays, production efficiency is expected to be even higher than that of UV lithography machines. But the most crucial question is how to solve it. If Professor Lin can truly solve it, it will definitely be the best scientific and technological breakthrough of the year. I didn't know there was X-ray lithography. I've learned a lot. I can only hope that Professor Lin Xiao will succeed. On behalf, Chinese industry insiders can only hope that Lin Xiao will succeed. After all, since Lin Xiao returned to China, his contributions to semiconductors are obvious to all. No one can deny his contribution to China's semiconductor industry. Meanwhile, abroad, while shocked, there was more ridicule. Upon hearing the news, ASML's Dawson Edinson publicly declared, Lin Xiao's ambitions for X-ray lithography are simply impossible. X-ray lithography machines are doomed to fail. Believe me, UV lithography machines are the most suitable and economical solution finally determined by thousands of our top scientists and engineers over decades of hard work. X-ray lithography will ultimately be a joke. Even if Lin Xiao is an outstanding, even a great, scientist, I believe his wisdom alone cannot be compared with that of so many of us. As ASML's CEO, Dawson Edinson's words were undoubtedly arrogant, yet the meaning of his words made it difficult to refute them. Could Lin Xiao's wisdom truly compare to that of tens of thousands of scientists? Even within China, this sentiment was met with pessimism. Could UV be the only path for lithography machines? About half a month later, in Yanbri Garden, in Lin Xiao's house, he was more concerned with his own research than with the outside world's reaction. After countless calculations, he made a startling discovery. It's actually strings. Lin Xiao looked at his results with a look of shock on his face. It was strings that caused the interference and diffraction between waves. If he hadn't coincidentally thought he could substitute M-theory into it, he wouldn't have discovered this at all. At this moment, an absurd thought came to his mind. Could it be that I have indirectly proved the existence of strings? Professor Witten, should he come to thank him in person? And all the scientists who study string theory? No, I have to try again. Chapter 249 Lin's Wave Coherent Superposition Equations. For Lin Xiao, and indeed for the physics community, the connection between interference and diffraction and strings was clearly incredible. Of course, while unexpected, it was also within reason. The wave function, a function that describes de Broglie waves, also known as matter waves, refers to the probability of matter appearing at a certain point in space at a certain moment. Of course, this matter often refers to microscopic objects, not the possibility of a person appearing anywhere at any time. For string theory, the wave function is a fundamental analytical tool, so linking string theory and waves is a perfectly logical approach for Lin Xiao's current research. His connection wasn't accidental, of course. While conducting a topological analysis of wave interference and diffraction space, he was surprised to discover a connection between string theory and the two. Of course, the connection wasn't close, merely a connection between a few unknowns. However, when he applied string theory to his experiments, he didn't expect such a finding, believing it would be too simple. However, after experimenting, he ultimately discovered that it was indeed that simple. In the formula he ultimately arrived at, the algebraic expression representing the fundamental strings actually governed the processes of wave diffraction and interference. If this deduction were posted on Arxiv, it would likely spark a flood of speculation. Of course, before doing so, Lin Xiao felt the need for further research, perhaps verifying his discovery from another perspective. So, he approached the problem again from the perspective of algebraic geometry. However, in the process, he encountered a minor problem. How do I convert this function into modular form? After a moment's reflection, a thought suddenly struck him. He recalled something he had previously proposed, the Lin conjecture. The conjecture states that any function can be converted into a layer form. Of course, since Lin Xiao proposed it at the International Congress of Mathematicians in 2018, no one has yet proven it. As Professor Delin had originally predicted, the conjecture would take at least 20 years to resolve. The difficulty was considerable. If Lin Xiao could prove it, he could transform the function he had into a layer function, and then easily convert it into modular form. Of course, this was a bit of an overkill. He didn't have the time to tackle Lin's conjecture right now. But if it's a modular form, Lin Xiao fell into deep thought again. This problem had to be solved. If he didn't, he wouldn't be able to verify the connection between string theory and wave diffraction and interference. It was like the P equals NP problem. Substituting string theory into it gave P, and he was simply working backwards from the conventional method to derive the result, which was NP. Clearly, this was a bit difficult. The pen moved across the paper, and mathematical formulas flashed across Lin Xiao's mind, gradually filling the page. Regardless, Lin Xiao's favorite research topic was theoretical problems like these. Applied research, with its constant running around and experiments, seemed quite prestigious, with white coats and test tubes in hand. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao didn't think that was his style. He felt that holding a pen and facing a sheet of complex mathematical formulas was his style. Of course, if necessary, he would still change into a white coat, holding a test tube. Just like his current work, he was actually striving for the white coat look. There was no time to ponder these questions. As Lin Xiao continued his calculations, he finally stumbled upon a solution that could solve the problem. Subjecting the original function to a special transformation creates a new form. Multiplying this new form with a simple matrix yields the modular form of the original function. I think I accidentally made it a bit complicated. Lin Xiao looked at the formula in his hand, the various physical quantities within it. In his eyes, they were just representations of complex mathematical relationships. However, to solve this problem, he had gone a bit overboard and directly created a new mathematical form, perhaps like a modular form, a new mathematical representation. Of course, his new mathematical form was closely related to the modular form, almost like a companion, and could be transformed into the modular form through a simple transformation. However, its function was not limited to this, but rather its relationship with a modular form and other mathematical forms. Just like now, Lin Xiao could easily use this form to transform the formula that had previously stumped him, first into this form, and then into a modular form, thereby achieving his goal. Well, let's call this form a submodular form for now. As for what other uses this submodular form has, we'll talk about it later. For now, string theory is more important. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, then returned his attention to his current research and began to connect this new modular form to a fundamental formula in quantum mechanics. Namely, the Schrödinger equation. The Schrödinger equation, also known as the Schrödinger wave equation, describes the motion of microscopic particles. For every microscopic system, there is a corresponding Schrödinger equation. Solving this equation reveals the wave function and corresponding energy of that microscopic system. Now, Lin Xiao would use the Schrödinger equation to describe the motion of particles during diffraction and interference, and then connect the particle and wave properties. As he calculated, the results appeared. Solving the Schrödinger equation clearly reveals an unknown variable, caused by an effect, presumably a vibration, that causes the waves to interfere and diffract. Substituting the algebraic expression representing the strings into this unknown variable, the entire equation becomes perfect and harmonious. Sure enough, the strings are at work, Lin Xiao marveled. Who could have imagined that in the interaction between waves, strings would be the fundamental factor causing them to interact? However, replaying this process in his mind made perfect sense. Without an intervening force, the waves would not interfere or diffract, which is the case with coherent superposition. Okay, now let's discuss how string theory can be used to calculate the laws governing coherent superposition. The answer was already before him. Let point P be the wave disturbance at point P. The approximate value of this wave disturbance is Greek letter psi, r, I2 Greek letter lambda, e ik, l, I k r, r. Let the string Greek letters I also exist at point P when this wave disturbance occurs. It will result in, thus, we can obtain the following system of partial differential equations. Finally, Lin Xiao combined the two partial differential equations, writing down a single system that revealed all the effects of the coherent superposition of waves. Now, as long as he knew the source of the wave, its wavelength or frequency, and the location where it was expected to interfere or diffract, he could easily calculate all the subsequent interference and diffraction processes. Furthermore, this system of equations could easily describe any number of waves. It's like the Navier-Stokes equations, which describe the conservation of momentum in a viscous, incompressible fluid. Looking at this, Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction. The system's voice then sounded. Congratulations, host. You've completed the analysis of the secrets of coherent wave superposition, and in the process, created a new mathematical form, the submodular form. Your achievements in physics and mathematics are truly exceptional. Rewards: 2,000 physics experience, 2,000 math experience, and 80 truth points. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Xiao was even happier. The combined experience points for both subjects were now 4,000, and the 80 truth points made him even happier. Open my profile, he muttered silently, his current situation suddenly appearing in his mind. Host, Lin Xiao, truth points. 380, Universal Truth Branch Level, Mathematics, Level 5, 2,100, 10,000, Chemistry, Level 1, 2/50, Physics, Level 5, 2,000, 10,000, Biology, Level 1, 2/50, Materials Science, Level 3, 560/1000, Informatics, Level 1, 25/50. Seems a bit biased. Looking at his current subject levels, Lin Xiao sighed. Mathematics and physics were already level 5, but 3 of them were still stuck at level 1. I'll upgrade the other levels when I have the chance. Without further thought, he exited his personal dashboard and returned his attention to the formula in front of him. So, this thing should be called Lin's wave coherent superposition equations. This thought brought a smile to his face. The theory named after Lin had just gained another important member. This new equation might not be as significant as the Navier-Stokes equation. After all, the Navier-Stokes equation is used in the study of fluid mechanics, a field far more diverse than his current research. However, from a physical perspective, this new partial differential equation reveals a role for strings. This is indirect proof of their existence. Imagine the shock this will cause the physics community. Proving the existence of strings is a difficult task. According to past calculations by physicists, a particle collider at least the size of Earth would be required to shatter them. There are also indirect proof methods, such as those previously proposed by Lin Xiao and Professor Edward Witten. According to calculations, heavy ion collisions produce closed strings, and the appearance of closed strings results in the dissipation of some energy. However, this calculation still requires considerable experimental data. However, Lin Xiao's current indirect proof method is considerably simpler. It's known that waves can coherently superimpose on each other, and his proof of Lin's wave coherent superposition equations indicates that strings play a role. If strings aren't the only ones involved, then string theory isn't calculating something else, but something else. Clearly, string theory is calculating something else, so strings exist. This is the logic. Of course, Lin Xiao doesn't care whether the physics community will agree or not. String theorists will definitely agree, as they're eager for anything that proves the existence of strings. Physicists who dislike string theory will likely deny it, believing such a proof is not rigorous and prefer using particle colliders for research. Of course, these matters aren't Lin Xiao's concern. Let the string theorists argue with other physicists. Of course, he'll have to wait until he publishes his paper. However, he doesn't have the time to work on the paper right now. It might even be unnecessary to publish it. After all, there are countless applications for wave diffraction and interference, even in the military, such as stealth coatings on fighter jets. Stealth coatings are absorbing materials that primarily absorb radar waves through resistance, dielectric loss, and magnetic loss. Optimizing the efficiency of absorbing these waves depends on the molecular structure of the coating. This equation effectively addresses this problem. When electromagnetic waves enter the absorbing coating, the coating's unique internal structure interferes with and diffracts these waves, trapping them in a microwave darkroom within the material, where they are ultimately absorbed, thereby enhancing the stealth coating's effectiveness. Beyond this, interference and diffraction can be used in many other applications, such as ultra-high precision sensors. Laser interferometers, for example, utilize the principle of interference. Lin Xiao's formula could further enhance precision. Another example is holographic projection technology, which uses the principles of interference and diffraction to record and reconstruct realistic three-dimensional images of objects. Many of these technologies have military applications, which may prevent Lin Xiao's formula from being published. Therefore, Lin Xiao will consider whether to publish it later based on the circumstances. Of course, for Lin Xiao, all of this had to wait until he solved the problem at hand. After all, he still had to calculate, based on the equations describing interference and diffraction, what crystal structure would be able to amplify and reduce X-rays. This was the purpose of his time spent researching this. To answer this question, he needed to understand why X-rays diffract within crystal structures, which, of course, was straightforward. This involved studying the principles of X-ray diffractometers. Chapter 250 Mastering Interference and Diffraction. X-rays is similar to the spacing between atomic planes within a crystal. Crystals can act as spatial diffraction gratings for X-rays. When an X-ray beam strikes an object, it is scattered by the atoms within. Each atom generates a scattered wave, which interferes with each other, resulting in diffraction. By rotating the angle at which the crystal faces the X-rays change as they pass through the crystal, amplifying or reducing them. Based on this principle, Lin Xiao can design a crystal structure that evenly diffracts X-rays, and by moving the crystal, he can also amplify and reduce the X-rays. Previously, this would have been an extremely cumbersome task, requiring extensive testing and computational complexity, even requiring supercomputers, and the resulting high cost. But now, thanks to his wave coherence superposition equations, the problem has been infinitely simplified. Extensive testing is no longer necessary. He simply needs to write a program that follows the diffraction effects of X-rays within the crystal, and then run a computer calculation based on this program to easily produce a complete answer. Of course, before that, he had to at least confirm the validity of his wave coherence superposition equations by calculating the internal diffraction patterns of several other crystals. While his complete calculations confirmed his accuracy, who could truly tell if they were correct in practice? This wasn't a difficult task. After leaving the house, he headed directly to the research institute and the physics lab. He also called in the interns who had worked with him on the experiment. The team Lin Xiao led was, in fact, a research group, with funding, and the interns received salaries. As for the source of funding, it naturally came from the research institute. Lin Xiao's research institute, with its strong support from the government, had what he considered to be virtually unlimited funding. For example, when the institute was first established, the government allocated 2 billion yuan, telling him to identify any instruments and equipment he needed. He could purchase them if needed, and apply for more if he needed more. Because of this, the Dingguang Research Institute had attracted considerable interest from researchers. Although the second round of recruitment hadn't yet begun, many had expressed interest in joining. However, all of these matters required Lin Xiao's approval, and he had no plans for that yet. These issues would have to wait until he finished his current work. The X-ray diffractometer has been debugged. Now it's time to scan crystal number 1. Start scanning. In the physics lab, several intern researchers control the X-ray diffractometer. A simply polished crystal was already placed in the diffractometer. As the X-ray diffractometer started, the test began. As the X-rays shone, images gradually appeared on the nearby computer screen, showing the results of the X-rays diffracting within the crystal. Time passed, and the intern researchers watched from the side. X-rays can be harmful, just like in hospital CT scans, which can cause some health problems for workers. However, diffractometers are harmless, and even if X-ray lithography machines are developed in the future, there would be no need to worry about injuries to workers. This is because the X-rays and CT scans are meant to irradiate people, and workers will inevitably be harmed by the radiation while working. The X-rays in the diffractometer are meant to illuminate objects, so proper shielding is required. Even a 1 mm lead plate can reduce the radiation to a level lower than that of a cell phone. Therefore, there's no need to worry about X-ray lithography harming humans. Even extreme ultraviolet light, while called ultraviolet, is actually considered soft X-rays and is inherently harmful to the human body, but with proper shielding, there's no need to worry. So, the researchers weren't worried about being exposed to radiation while sitting nearby. They looked at Lin Xiao, curious about what he was up to, and asked, "Professor Lin, what are we doing now? Are we going to start designing the crystal structure?" Lin Xiao, sitting at a separate computer, smiled and said, "Yes." The interns were immediately surprised. "Professor Lin, have you figured out the laws and causes of diffraction?" "Almost," Lin Xiao replied. "So our job now is to verify my results?" The interns were even more astonished. Professor Lin said he'd figured out the laws and causes of diffraction. Could they just say, "Impossible, absolutely impossible"? They weren't that stubborn. Of course, they also wanted to know the underlying reason for this pattern. Had Lin Xiao completed the paper? However, Lin Xiao held back for now. Knowing that this research might have relevance to their country's military development, he would first publish the paper and send it to relevant departments, such as those specializing in military research, to see if confidentiality was necessary. Of course, there was no need to worry about his theory being misappropriated after it was sent out. It was all on record. If someone dared to plagiarize, even if they had powerful connections, how could they possibly be as powerful as Lin Xiao's? Just think about the high-ranking party officials in their institute. The high-ranking party officials at Ingguang Research Institute had no one to rely on, only the people. Time passed quickly. The X-ray diffraction scan took a long time, so they waited. Lin Xiao had been typing in a program, and now, he had finally completed it. This program, based on the principle of Lin's wave coherent superposition equation, simulated X-ray diffraction in crystals. Simply input the X-ray wavelength, intensity, and incident angle range, along with the crystal structure and refractive index, to obtain the diffraction pattern of the X-rays as they pass through the crystal. He then entered the various data for the crystal being examined in the X-ray diffractometer and pressed enter. An XRD pattern then appeared before him. An XRD pattern, or X-ray diffraction pattern, is primarily characterized by wavy lines with abruptly rising peaks. By analyzing and calculating these wavy lines, the crystal structure, texture, and stress can be determined. Just then, the interns suddenly shouted, "Done! Professor Lin, the results are in." The X-ray diffractometer scan had finished. "Professor Lin, I'm sending you the pattern." Professor Lin, when did you get the pattern?" One intern turned to ask Lin Xiao, only to be surprised to see an XRD pattern already appear on his computer screen. It looked strikingly similar to the analysis results before them, or rather, identical. However, he had been connected to the X-ray diffractometer computer the entire time. The results had just come out, and he hadn't even sent them to Lin Xiao yet. How did Lin Xiao already have them? Lin Xiao smiled. "This is the image I calculated through simulation." Everyone present was stunned. "Simulation?" "Yes," Lin Xiao nodded, smiling and spreading his hands. "Didn't I just tell you? I figured out the laws and causes of interference and diffraction. So, based on my results, as long as we know the internal structure of the crystal in advance, we can determine its XRD pattern." Everyone present was stunned, still not understanding. "Knowing the crystal structure means we can then determine its XRD pattern?" "Professor Lin, To know the crystal structure, don't we first have to analyze its XRD pattern? If we already know the crystal structure, why would we even bother with the XRD pattern? Lin Xiao smiled. Everyone, don't forget our goal. We're trying to construct a crystal that can amplify and reduce X-rays. The researchers immediately understood. That's right. Their research wasn't aimed at analyzing the crystal structure. The structure of the crystal they were using was already known. The purpose of their experiment was to help Lin Xiao verify his results. So, this result. Professor Lin, was it verified? Their eyes lit up, and they looked at Lin Xiao excitedly. Yes, it was. Lin Xiao smiled faintly. Of course, it was only successful with the first crystal. We need to continue verifying with more crystals. Also, we need to determine the error between my calculations and your actual scanning results. Okay, the researchers immediately set to work again. There was a certain error between the actual XRD pattern of the first crystal and Lin Xiao's simulated XRD pattern. However, Lin Xiao believed that this error came from the inherent errors of their X-ray diffractometer. His calculations were more accurate. It's not uncommon for calculations to be more accurate than experimental results. For example, industry often uses DNS, a direct numerical simulation, to solve the Stokes-Norman equations when studying turbulent flow problems. Numerous examples have even shown that the reliability of these calculations exceeds that of experiments. Of course, since the well-possedness of the solutions to the Stokes-Norman equations has not yet been fully proven, errors will still occur. They then conducted several more experiments to verify the results. Without exception, they all proved Lin Xiao's conclusions correct. While there were some errors, these were due to the precision of the instrument itself. In short, Lin Xiao could officially declare that he had mastered interference and diffraction. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.